Why don't you go see your boyfriend?
Yeah, he got a nice room. You won't have it long. He left a call for 7 a.m.
See if we can figure out something.
Listen to what I
Good morning. We're starting off strong with the cat cam. Got two there behind me. There they are. Teresa was here super early. Teresa super early. Morning, Steve. Morning, Lil Miss. Tomorrow is actually Women's Day, and it's a public holiday that I forgot about. So, oh, that is so cute. So I haven't decided yet. I'm not working, but I just wanted to give an early warning. I haven't decided if I'm going to stream or not. Either we're going to take tomorrow chilled, stay in pajamas all day, do nothing, or do things that we want to do that we don't get to do, or we're going to do that on Saturday. So we'll see how it goes. I might stream tomorrow and then edit on Saturday. No, stream and edit tomorrow. I'll get it eventually. I feel like there was something I needed to do. Oh, yes, the other thing. I have put closed captions on my video so that if there aren't any on the videos we're watching, then you can still get closed captions for court. The only thing is that this means that there might be a slight delay, or there is a chance that, or there is a chance that there's a little bit of a lag for me. But you have to turn it on at the start of a stream. So I decided I would do that ahead of time because I don't know if these have or haven't got. And the last thing is, what is the last thing? That I forgot to end the poll, but I did see the results. Most people wanted to go straight to the trial rather than watching the pre-trial. So that's the video we actually started with in the beginning. I've put it back to the beginning of that video so that we don't start in the middle of a testimony. But what is super weird is that I can't find opening statements outside of this. So I don't know if they'll pop up in a video down the way, but I don't want you to think that we've started in the wrong place or like that you've missed anything. Should we watch something while we let people join so that there's not too much that people miss? I was watching some random courts this morning, and a lot of them were very boring, but some of them I've grabbed to download because there's so many breaks. Where are we now? The wife was the first witness was at pre-trial. That was pre-trial. So when I did the poll yesterday, the general consensus was we'll probably hear the same thing again in the trial. So let's go straight to the trial, and then if we need to fill in, we can. I also saw randomly one of Recovery Addicts Mod's TikTok thing in his trial calendar thing that he's keeping track of. And I forgot that I was even invited to that. And I saw that he has the report we watched yesterday. I see he's got that. So if he covers that, I'm not going to. I don't want to overlap with that kind of thing. I just can't remember what I wanted to show you guys, and it's really frustrating my brain. And I didn't even like send it to myself or mark it anywhere, which I normally do. Oh, there is a 1-minute update on our pro se or sob sit guy. That the mask wearing guy, that guy. But they've cut the hearing so weird, it's literally not even worth me showing you. I'll give you a summary. The judge asks, does he want a lawyer, or is he going to continue to represent himself? Says that he can't choose his own lawyer, but he can be appointed a lawyer. And then they cut it, and I don't know what happens. And then basically the judge comes back, and that's it. So I saved that to show, but it's a 1-minute video that makes basically 0 sense. And I think that it's pretty clear that he's going ahead with no lawyer. Hey, Val. Hey, Lisa. Hi, Evie. Yeah, there's 2 kitties here. One is outside somewhere. I feel like it was something to do with the divorce court that I wanted to show you. Old Sack Riders, one of Sack Riders' hearings, maybe. By the time it's 20 minutes and the notification is notificationed, I'm going to not have found it. Here's Old Sack Rider. Okay. Present. Oh, also today, hey, Kimberlina. Today, Recovery Addicts doing Corey Richins. So this is a heads up. He will be live in about 40 minutes. If you're wanting to follow that one, I will take no offense at all. Let's not hide the kitties. I haven't decided yet if I am going to watch Corey Richins or not, because she's quite infuriating, to be honest. Okay, let's see if Sack Rider gets someone past midway this time.
Sack Rider.
Oh, Steve also made something about Sack Rider, but I haven't had a chance to look yet. It's sitting in unread at the moment, as is about 500 emails and links for things to watch.
Let me get the record open and we will begin here. The 37th Circuit Court is back in session with the Honorable Brian K. Kirkham presiding. It is Wednesday, August 7th, 2024 at 9:42 a.m. and this is case number 2024-283 PP, Vanessa Rojas versus Trinis Garrett. Prosecutor's Office, Attorney Jimmy Storton, and Kevin Sackrider for the public defender on behalf of the defendant.
Good morning to everyone. This matter is before the court for the arraignment of Mr. Garrett in this particular matter. Mr. Garrett, in this particular case, I'm going to advise you of various rights that you have. You have the right to be advised of the alleged violation. In this case, the allegations are that I'm August 7, 2024, that you did in fact violate the personal protective order issued by Judge Yost Johnson on February 1, 2024, which prohibited you from entering upon the premises where the petitioner, Ms. Rojas.
Sorry, just a moment. I don't remember Sackrider having these shakes. That was a weird sentence.
Lives, or by confronting her on private property in a public place, or remaining on property where she occupied, owned, or leased, and that in fact you did likewise assault her on that particular date. You have a right to contest the charges. You have a right to an attorney. The court has appointed Mr. Sackrider to represent you for today's hearing, but you have a right to have an attorney in this matter in the event that the court believes it may impose jail time in this particular case. You have a right to remain silent and not have that silence used against you. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to confront witnesses. You have the right to call witnesses. If you cannot get those witnesses to appear, you have a right to ask that the court would compel those witnesses to appear. In this matter, Mr. Sackrider, how is your client going to plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Okay. Court will accept a not guilty plea on behalf of Mr. Garrett in this matter. Court notes Mr. Jordan had made a request for an adjournment in this particular matter. Mr. Sackrider, do you wish to speak to the issue of the adjournment?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We would ask that my client be released on a $0 conditional no contact bond pending the hearing in this matter. The client has entered a not guilty plea. My client is employed at the Gun Lake Casino currently. He does share 2 children with the petitioner in this matter. However, he told me that he will not be staying with her pending the hearing at a later date. For all those reasons, we'd ask for his release.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Sackrider, you have your own song, courtesy of Steve.
He'll come to your aid when in times of need. He'll help you fight if you like to speak. He's the man to get you out of a jam. He's not a bull rider or a truck driver. He's the one, the only Sackrider.
Oh my gosh, Steve, that is funny. Why did I think it was going to be a rap song? That was very unexpected.
Mr. Jordan, you wish to speak to the issue of bond?
Your Honor, the people will be requesting a $500 cash bond. Defendant was apprehended by police at the petitioner's home in direct violation of the PPO, and he also is facing criminal charges. Our office received a criminal complaint against him, which is being reviewed this morning as well in regard to an assault that occurred out of the contact with the police at the petitioner's home. So for her protection, protection of the public, we're requesting the $500 cash bond in this matter.
Okay. Mr. Sackrider, so address the issue, if you would, on the request for the adjournment as well.
We would have no objections to the statutory adjournment in order to get witnesses and evidence in this matter.
Okay, thank you. Well, in this matter, the court has reviewed the file. I've reviewed the police report as well. And it does identify in this case, and obviously there is a personal protective order. Mr. Garrett, you do have to comply with that order, notwithstanding anything that might have happened. The court does note that in the police report that the petitioner stated to the police that she had invited Mr. Garrett over to stay at the residence. And as a result, obviously the altercation occurred after that time when he was at the residence. As a result, what the court is going to do is the court is going to set a cash bond in this matter in the amount of $100. So, sir, you're going to have to post the $100 to be released. And then the court will set the hearing on this matter for August 30, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. before Judge Yost Johnson. Anything else, Mr. Jordan?
No, we thank you, court.
Mr. Sackrider?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. That will be.
That was a boring one with Sackrider. Yet again, midway was a bit of a stretch. Please look at Phoebe. I need to minimize this thing before we hop over to the other court. And I just cannot with how cute she is. Like, that is ridiculous. Her little head. Oh my gosh. She is so cute. The lyrics, Steve, they are absolutely phenomenal. Hilarious. I don't know why I anticipated it being a rap song. Also, that reminded me that I haven't looked at the verdict music you sent. I haven't looked at the raps you sent. Let me add them to my court notebook. I've now got a court notebook and a work notebook so that I can keep track of all court-related things / YouTube-related things. But here, big writing. Check all the things Steve has sent. What was the other thing I wanted to say about that? Oh, so cute. Okay. Should we... Winchester, baby girl. Can we keep it PG on the cleaning front? Okay, so if you are not sure about this trial, there is, oh, now it's taken me out of the picture. There is a summary in the description. And this is day one for the people who weren't sure when I said it first. This is day one. However, I haven't seen opening arguments. Everything before this was pre-trial. So I don't know if they uploaded it in a weird order, but I checked the dates. This is May 15th, 2024. And then it goes May 16th, 17th, etc. It is a relatively quick trial. There are about, I want to say 5 or 6 videos. And they're about 7 hours each. So that's where we're at with that. I just quickly want to check my notebook because I could swear there was something that I wanted to say. Did I already tell you that the Lake Park sovereign citizen didn't show up? I checked that about 3 or 4 times to make sure I didn't miss it. Oh, the other thing was, check my calendar, and Heenan, the drunk guy that I cried about, sorry, I can remember him right now, he is due in court, I think on Monday. No, Tuesday. Tuesday the 13th is when he's due in court. Let me add it to this one that I can see. Heenan. And he would have been in treatment this whole time. In private treatment. So, and then also that day, I have Nerds back in court. That was the 6 or 7 guys that I think Evie wanted to see that one. Okay, so thanks for reminding me. So what happened was, I need to find that article that I saw yesterday so that I can read it without any spoilers. Like, I'm not going to paste it. So attorney Marco Bisbikis and Roy Larry are the two who were watching. They were part of a larger group, Darnell Larry and Angelo Raptoplous. Those two pleaded guilty. So the guy we were watching yesterday, Darnell, and Angelo, they pleaded out. And that was in exchange for testifying. So we only have the alleged trigger puller and the conspirator who is the attorney. Those are the only two that are on trial now. Evie, I heard my name, but nothing before. I said that you asked me to make a note for the nerds in Judge Simpson's court. There were like 7 or 8 of them. I'm pretty sure you asked for that one. I could be wrong, though. I literally just wrote nerds in court, Judge Simpson. And I've done this to myself so many times where I just write like sovereign citizen. And then I don't know where they are. Or I wrote Casanova, Judge Simpson, and that was the sovereign citizen. So yeah, the other two took pleas. So this will be Roy. So it'll be Roy and Marco on trial. I think this is Angelo. Let's see. I've got mugshots here. Interesting. I don't have mugshots of those two. Angelo is the one with the beard. Scrawny looking dude. Yeah, I think that's Angelo. All right, it's 22 minutes. So I think all who were going to join are now here. Before I get into focus mode, let's see if Recovery Addict has put his stream up yet so that I can put the link. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to tell you. It sounds unconfirmed like Nick Recader potentially pleaded out. So that is very interesting. Okay, nothing for Recovery Addict yet. We don't know who the nerds are, Lil Miss. We just saw them pop up one day, and there's like 7 guys that all look like they, sorry, Steve, work in tech. And we were like, this looks interesting. Okay, let's go.
Went to law school. That's when I law school. And they were selling crack. That's where I got my license. No, true story. School was down. Walked up and I moved up and she said, so I went to school up there. I worked down. Which stadium?
All rise.
Big stadium. It's before your time.
Your Honor, now calling the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Roy Larry, case number 2023-284940-FC, and people of the state of Michigan versus Marco Bisbikis, case number 2023-284941-FC. Ready for the jury?
Yes, yes.
All rise for the jury. You may be seated. Mr. Raptoplous, you're still on your own. Mr. Pitt.
Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Mitch Rabitwer. I'm an attorney. I represent Mr. Roy Larry. You and I have never met before, correct? Correct. Never engaged in any conversation? Okay. I want to talk about your agreement a little bit. Prior to entering into this agreement, how long were you incarcerated?
Over a year.
Okay. You recall when you got locked up?
August of 22.
August of 2022. And today we heard you met with Mr. Skorinsky sometime in July of 23.
Correct.
And your intent when you were meeting with the prosecutor's office was to determine if they could use you as a witness. Is that correct? It's called a proffer.
Yes.
So before you entered into a formal agreement with respect to what the recommendation or sentence agreement would be, you talked about a proffer. Proffer being, okay, well, I'm going to sit down. What I say to you can't be used against me. And then you were going to analyze what you have to say and see if we can work something out. Is that correct? Do you recall when you finally worked something out?
Months later.
How many months, if you know? Approximately 4 or 5 months. Okay. And you were represented by an attorney?
Correct.
At the proffer?
Correct.
At the time that you arrived at an agreement with the government?
Correct.
Matter of fact, your lawyer's here in the courtroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you, without telling us what you said to him, because it's attorney-client privilege, but he's here to help you get through this process.
Correct.
And keep the deal on the table with respect to what you've agreed to with the government.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Michael Bellotta on behalf of...
Judge, he has no standing, Judge. What's he
I'm
doing?
only objecting on the basis of privilege. I do have standing, actually, to make an objection on privilege. He's asking questions.
I'm asking what he said.
That's not what the question was.
He asked the purpose of me being here. I don't think that's an appropriate question.
You can ask-
He did.
you can ask this question, Mr. Bittner.
In your mind, your lawyer's here to help you, right?
Correct.
Make sure that this deal goes through.
To make sure that I'm okay.
Make sure you're okay.
Right.
Matter of fact, you're here because you want to make sure you're going to be okay, correct?
In a way.
Yeah, because you know that before you went to this proffer and entered this agreement, you were looking at potentially, if you were convicted, life from prison, correct?
Correct.
With no parole.
Correct.
And you also knew that you could potentially face federal charges. Is that correct?
No.
You didn't know that? All right. In this agreement that you made with the government, have you been informed that you will not be charged federally?
No.
Okay. So your agreement, at least to your knowledge, is you only have a deal with the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office, correct?
Correct.
No deal with the feds.
Correct.
When you were involved in the proffer or at any time during discussions with the government, were there any FBI agents involved?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't have any thoughts or process it, or any thoughts in your mind about what might happen with the feds?
No.
Do you feel that you're going to get charged by the feds down the road?
I don't know.
You don't know. So you're entering into agreement without knowing whether or not the feds are going to charge you.
Correct.
Okay. You know, if the feds charge you with the solicitation of murder, you could be looking at the death penalty. Do you know that?
I didn't know that.
Oh, you know it now, right?
Yep.
Okay. So your deal basically is, for your testimony, you expect to be out of prison in 4 years, correct?
If that's what God wills.
I'm sorry?
That's what God wills.
That's what God wills. Isn't that your... I got it. So if God wills it. Well, you're in control of what goes on here, correct?
I'm in control of telling.
You're in control of your own fate with respect to how much time you're going to do in prison. Is that correct? Do you agree?
No.
You would agree.
I
You've
would
already been locked up for what, 2 years?
Going on it.
So if you get 4, you only got 2 left to do before you're eligible for parole. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes.
So when the government or the prosecutor, Mr. Skrinsky, says you're going to get 4 years to something that the judge decides as the top of your sentence, right?
Correct.
Which is called the cap, commonly called the cap.
Yep.
You don't know what that cap is going to be, right? It could be 4 to 10, 4 to 20, 4 to whatever,
Correct.
right? But what you're concerned about is the 4, because the 4 is when you become parole eligible. The 4 is when you get to walk out,
Okay.
correct?
As far as I know.
So what you're hoping for is the 2 you've already done, coming in here today, talking about all this stuff. Another 2 years, you're back in the street, correct?
Essentially.
All right. And the reality is you told us today you were a pretty instrumental cog in the wheel as it relates to what occurred here, correct?
I suppose.
Well, you went out with Mr. Darnell Larry and had a plan to kill the Hutchinsons, correct?
Correct.
All right. You scouted different areas to determine what would be an appropriate place to kill them, right?
Correct.
You drove Darnell Larry around with the idea that you're going to smash into the Hutchinsons and Darnell's going to get out and shoot them, correct?
No.
You didn't have that plan?
No.
That was just a discussion.
Yes.
Okay. That was one of the...
That wasn't something that I was going to run my car into.
Okay. Who was going to run their car into him?
No. Or whoever he had.
But you were going to be there to help him get away or be around him or do whatever it takes to assist him. Is that a fair statement?
Right.
All right.
Yes.
So you didn't have any problem with killing these people, right?
No.
Okay. And is it a fair statement to say that Darnell didn't seem to have a problem with killing them?
Correct.
Matter of fact, in your proffer, you told the government that Darnell was gung-ho to do this, that he really wanted to do it.
To protect Markham.
Well, I don't care what his motive was, but he was there. He was willing to do this, right?
Yes.
And he wanted to do it.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, when the plans or whatever you guys were doing didn't really go through, he was a little disappointed at one point in time because he didn't get to kill him, right? Is that what you said in your proffer?
I don't remember that.
Okay. So you told Mr. Skrinsky that there was approximately $200,000 on the table,
Yes.
and that 100,000 of that was going to be split between you and Darnell Larry.
Correct.
So you would agree Darnell Larry, in your discussions with him, was motivated by money?
No.
So the money had nothing to do with it?
Back end.
I'm sorry?
Bonus.
So he was just in it to kill somebody because...
No, he was just in to protect
okay.
Mark.
Let me ask you this. You stated that Darnell Larry titled the car in your name, correct?
Correct.
And that was so he could obtain Social Security disability, correct? So that was fraudulent activity. You agree? Pulling fraud on the government?
Yeah.
And you were up for that? Didn't have a problem with that, right?
Didn't really think about it.
I'm sorry?
I didn't really think about that.
Well, if he puts a title in your name and you're the beard, you're the front man, so that he doesn't have assets, and you know that you're hiding his assets so he can get money from the government, you would agree that's fraud. Correct?
Suppose, yeah.
So that's being dishonest. Do you agree?
Sure.
So both you and Darnell are not, well, let me put it this way. So you're agreeable to go along with that plan or scheme as far as defrauding the government, correct?
I mean, I didn't see any harm in it, so yeah.
Okay. And Darnell obviously didn't have a problem defrauding the government, right?
Yeah.
Objection. That's speculation. Well, he signed the title over. It's pretty clear, but I'll withdraw that, Judge. You also thought Darnell was a stand-up guy because he allegedly had somebody killed or hit because somebody killed his 4-year-old daughter.
No, not had somebody he killed,
He told you
Right.
somebody killed his 4-year-old daughter,
and he killed.
and in retaliation, he ended up killing those people, right? And that's why he went to prison. That's why he was in prison for 20 years. Okay. But then you came to find out that was a lie.
Right.
You found out that he actually was involved in killing somebody, but it wasn't because somebody killed his daughter.
Right.
It's a dope deal or something, correct?
Right.
So that's a lie also, correct?
Correct.
Now, you and Mr. Darnell Larry were in the dope business together. Is that a fair statement?
No,
You were selling marijuana together
marijuana.
illegally. It wasn't, you didn't have a license to sell it, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't medical marijuana that you're selling to a patient, right?
Right.
You're selling pounds and pounds of marijuana, correct?
Right.
And you guys were splitting the profits.
Well, there wasn't really profits to split at that point, but yes.
Eventually, there was some profit.
Right.
There was some kind of gain out of it, or you wouldn't be doing it.
Right.
Okay, so the weed or the marijuana, whatever you want to call it, that you were selling, was that coming from the farm?
Yes.
And were you authorized to take that from the farm, or was that surplus, or was that something you guys were stealing from the farm and selling in the street?
It was authorized.
I'm sorry?
Authorized.
Authorized to take the marijuana, but
Product.
selling it was not legal.
Correct.
Fair statement?
Yes.
And all through this process of going through this hit or killing the Hutchinsons, Darnell Larry was all in, correct?
Yes.
He was on board.
As far as I know.
Matter of fact, he was the guy that, to your knowledge, was going to be the shooter.
As far as I know.
He was going to be the guy that did the killing, correct?
Potentially.
I'm sorry?
Potentially.
Matter of fact, you guys went to, and this was brought out by Mr. Skrinsky, to a place called the Comedy Castle in Royal Oak.
Yes.
And somebody was going to kill the Hutchinsons that night, correct?
Potentially.
Did Mr. Darnell Larry have a gun with him?
I don't know.
You assumed he did, didn't you?
I didn't know.
But you assumed he did.
I didn't assume.
Well, how was he going to kill him? Choke him out or
I
what?
don't know.
So you guys go to Comedy Castle with the idea you're going to kill the Hutchinsons, but you're not sure how it's going to get done.
Right.
Does that even make any sense?
I mean, it wasn't my business.
Oh, okay. It's your business to drive him there so he could kill him.
It's my business to show them where he was, or show him where they were.
So that's called aiding and abetting.
Yes.
So you're just as guilty as the guy that kills him, right?
Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
As far as Mr. Roy Larry is concerned, you, prior to being charged here with Mr. Roy Larry had never met him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And never had any interaction with him.
No.
And on June the 1st of 2022, you were not in the vicinity, or were you in the vicinity of the pawn shop on Greenfield and around Miller Street?
I was not.
So you weren't there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have an iPhone that has like a camera on it, like if you could see your garage open, you couldn't see what was going on there.
Nope.
The only thing you know about what happened there is what somebody might have related to you.
Exactly.
So you don't know if Darnell Larry was really the shooter, do you? You weren't there. You don't know who killed these people. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Or killed Mr. Hutchinson, I should say.
Correct.
All right, I have nothing further to mention.
Mr. Raptoplous, you know me, don't you?
I sure do.
Okay. We went through several days of a preliminary examination together when you were represented by Mr. Boada, correct? Mr. Boada was a former assistant U.S. attorney that you hired. In fact, he's got a U.S. attorney notepad with him here today. Did you see that? And he is sitting over on the other side today, not on the defense side. Is that right?
That's correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your relationships. You were Marco's godbrother, and you were raised together, is what you said on your direct testimony. Is that right?
Correct.
But where did you go to high school?
I didn't.
So you were not educated in the Ferndale High School, in the Ferndale school system?
In grade school.
Grade school? And that was up until what years? You're 34.
Third grade, fourth grade.
So until you were about 10 years old. Okay. Did you live at the Bisbikis house?
I mean, I didn't have a permanent place.
You didn't have a bedroom there?
No.
Okay. And you weren't there on a daily basis. You were going from family member to family member.
Correct.
Okay. But you know Marco and you love Marco. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And you're as close as a brother to him up until this event occurred. Is that right?
This event doesn't change it.
Even after?
Doesn't change it.
Mr. Bitler went over your deal, and you recognize, don't you, that in order for the judge to determine that you're entitled to what it is that you say, you have to be completely truthful here. You understand that? Would I be fair to say that relating to the events that occurred, that there were many times that you said that you don't remember?
Yes.
And that's truthful?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the marijuana, but not what Mr. Rabitwer said. If you said that the grows were not profitable, implying that there was not a lot of money that was made in Grass Lake. Is that what your testimony is?
Well, I said that we hadn't reached the profit stage yet. We were still paying for the build outs and for the equipment.
Did you pay for the build outs and equipment?
I did not.
Okay. So whether there were profits or not, money was generated, cash was generated, was it not?
Yes.
All right. And in what years was it that you were at the Grass Lake property?
I can't remember specifically.
Would you think it would be for about 3 or 4 years?
Could be 3.
3? And would you, if you looked at the electric bills and you saw how high the electric bills got, would that probably give you a cue as to when it was that you were there?
Yeah.
Were you responsible for paying the electric bills?
No.
Okay. But the electric bills went from $300 or $400 up to $1,500, even as high as $2,000.
Sure.
That's indicative of a marijuana grow for whatever month that is. Would you agree?
Yes.
And you were growing marijuana there. Was other marijuana grows going on at the property as well?
Yes.
And were those that was property that was owned by Mr. Bisbikis? Is that right?
Correct.
And Did you have a chance to see those grows?
Yes,
And did you compare them to your grows?
yes,
The photograph that I see shows live and healthy plants.
yes.
Would you agree with the proposition that while there was a time when there might have been some plants under stress, that you never missed a harvest?
No,
And so explain to the jury, if you can, in Michigan, it's legal to have medicinal marijuana and have a grow for 72 plants. Is that right?
correct.
And you can generate how much money off of each plant if it's a successful grow.
That's really hard to determine.
Okay, but it varied, didn't it, from time to time? During COVID, marijuana prices were high, weren't they?
They work.
And I heard numbers that were crazy. Can you confirm $3,000 or $4,000 a pound?
If you had the most amazing stuff around, yeah.
Did you?
Not 4,000, no.
You have no pride in your marijuana to
I
say?
have pride, but 28, I think, was the best, or 24 was the best that we had got.
And out of each plant, assuming that it's a healthy plant, 72 plants, you would generate how many pounds from each plant? Would it be 1, 2, or 3?
No, it'd be about a half to 1.
Half to 1. And that was consistent throughout the time that you were growing the marijuana. Would you say that? And 72 plants were what you had, correct?
Correct.
Not including the other grow that was going on in another building on the property on Grass Lake.
Correct.
And of course, people don't pay for marijuana with credit cards, do they?
No.
They pay with what?
Cash.
Okay. And do you understand the term small for large?
No.
You don't want to be carrying around $100,000 worth of $5 bills, do you?
Right.
I don't even know. Do you think you can pick up $100,000 worth of $5 bills?
Well, I've held $2,000 in $1 bills, and that was ridiculous.
So, who was the person who had the other marijuana grow?
Mike.
Mike Huber?
Yes.
And Mike Huber was growing throughout the same time that you were?
Correct. We were working together.
And were you aware that Marco Bisbikis had an interest in the marijuana grow that Mike Huber had?
Of course.
Did you say?
Of course. Yes.
Yes. And so were you a 50-50 partner?
No.
Were you, what was your percentage,
25.
if any? 25%?
Correct.
And what about, were you aware of the relationship between Marco and Huber? 50-50 or the same as you had?
25 across the board.
Okay. But the marijuana didn't always take place at the Grass Lake facility. Were you aware that there was another place earlier than the Grass Lake facility that Marco Bisbikis had a marijuana grow?
Potentially.
Essentially is a yes?
I said potentially.
Potentially.
If you're referring to one that I'm not aware of, then no. But if
Okay,
you're
well,
referring to
let
one
me
that I am, then
potentially
yes.
suggest River Rouge. Was there a grow in River Rouge?
Yes, I'm aware of.
And were you involved with River Rouge?
I was.
And how many years did that go on?
2, well, with me, 2-ish, I think.
All right. Now, I want you to remember back. Do you remember Marco Bisbikis moving into all law?
Yes.
And you're a person who has craftsmanship skills with carpentry, is that right?
Correct.
And was it you that did the renovation?
No.
Did you do the millwork and the trim?
No.
Did you build the cabinets?
No.
How about his desk? Did you build his desk?
No.
Who built the desk?
Mike.
Mike Huber.
My business partner in the millwork company.
Okay.
Millwork company. We had a millwork company, me and my business partner, Michael Huber.
Okay.
That's also somebody I would refer to as my brother.
You had access to all law almost as if you were a part of all law, did you not?
Absolutely.
Did you have a key?
No.
Did you have access to Marco's office?
Yes,
And you would go in there quite often without anybody else. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you even had access to his safe, did you not?
at the very end.
The desk, I want to get to the desk. I'm sure we're going to see a picture of it somewhere. Can you describe the desk that Marco Bisbikis had?
Beautiful.
A black desk?
Yes.
It was, I don't know if it was Formica. What would have been?
The desk would have been, a laminate base with a granite top.
So if we see a picture of Mr. Bisbikis at his desk, that'd be the description of the desk at All Law. Is that right?
Yeah.
And All Law, when did that open up in, is that Southfield? Oak Park?
Oh, no,
Southfield.
Specifically, when did it open?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
2020, was during COVID?
I don't remember.
You knew that he had an office in Farmington Hills, did you not?
Yes.
And were you ever there?
Yes.
And did you go in like you did before all the other times?
Like
With
after
largesse.
All Law or-
With largesse. You're a family member, you can go in.
No. So with the Farmington office, I didn't go in like I did at the Southfield office.
Were you ever in his office?
Yeah.
Did you ever see his desk?
Yes.
Hold on a second. Do you want some water? Do you want some water?
Yes, I saw his desk.
And was it a brown wood desk?
It was.
Okay. You had said, and I don't want to walk on Mr. Whitworth, what he said, but as far as the Camaro is concerned, you had said that that you took title.
Yes.
Okay. But that it wasn't your car.
Correct. At the time that I took the title.
All right. Did you register that title in your name?
Yes.
And did you pay taxes on it?
Yes.
Did you lie about the value?
I don't know.
If you told them that you didn't pay for it and that it was a gift, that would be one thing,
exactly.
right?
That's exactly
But you
right.
didn't. You told them that it was worth a certain amount.
No, actually, I said it was a gift.
You did.
Mhm.
Did you also say that the person who sold that car to you, that was Darnell Larry, right?
Yep.
Did you tell him that you were a relative
Yes.
so that you could soften the blow on the tax man?
Potentially, I don't know. But yeah.
But if you saw it and it said that, it wouldn't be true, right?
I guess.
Alex Sakawaris has been described as a loose cannon. Would you agree?
Sure.
He was mentally compromised, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that he was violent?
Yes.
Were you aware that he was involved in a shooting?
No.
Were you aware that he was an armed robber?
No.
Did you talk to Alex Sakawaris on a regular basis?
On and off for a long time. Yes.
Did he ever complain to you about Hutch? Were you aware that there was a dispute over historical documents and rare coins?
No.
You talked about June 1st and the events of that day. Did you know that Marco was in Florida on June 1st?
Was in where?
In Florida, his family on June. I'm sorry, Judge. I have to beg your forgiveness. April 1st.
I'm sure I did.
Okay. You know Darnell?
Yes.
Okay. Darnell was working with you, correct?
Correct.
And I have to understand how this happens. If you have a medical grow, you have quote unquote patients.
Yes.
Did you have patients?
Yeah.
And then with your patients, then you would give them whatever it was that they needed, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And then you would then sell whatever was the overage, is that right? And
Yeah.
make money on that.
That's the how it would go.
That's the benefit of a rope.
Right.
Okay, and so Darnell was one of your outlets. Is that right? Darnell you would
Yes,
give Darnell
yes,
drugs
yes.
so that he could sell those drugs to other people for a profit, correct?
Correct.
Was he always straight on the money?
No.
Would he lie to you about the money?
Yes.
Would he tell you he was going to pay you and then not pay you for a while?
Yes.
Did Darnell Larry lie about you giving him the murder weapon?
Yes.
Had you said that all along?
Yes.
He did not, however, did he?
No.
Did we go through a preliminary examination?
Correct.
And
Yes.
did you see him testify?
I did.
Did Darnell lie about you giving him the bicycle?
Objection. This is hearsay.
It is, it's also,
It's also improper.
and I say that's the proper way to impeach it. So you just need to answer it a different way.
Okay. The bicycle that was used in this case,
Yep.
did you provide that to Darnell Larry? When the incident occurred, was that bicycle in Darnell Larry's living room?
I don't know.
You were going into that house on a regular basis,
Oh, I never saw that bicycle.
not in the house,
Never.
and you never saw it, period.
Never.
And you didn't provide it to him.
Well, I never saw the bicycle.
Didn't pay for it, provide it for him.
Nope.
Okay. Now, I had to think for a moment, good. Marco had gone to New York City, is that right?
Yes.
Did he go there with you at any time?
Yes.
How many times?
One time.
And when he did go to New York City, was there anyone with you?
Yes.
And who was that?
His cousin from Greece.
And do you remember what his name was?
Costa.
Could you spell it?
Kosta.
Costa?
Konstantinos.
Can you describe Costa?
Young kid.
You wanted to show him the town?
Yes.
He had been in town for,
He was here for 2-3 weeks, I think.
and Marco went to New York with him, is that right?
Yep.
And you went?
Yep.
Did you meet any of his mob buddies in New York?
No.
He didn't introduce you to anybody that he was supposedly affiliated with in the mob?
No.
As you sit here today, do you think he really was affiliated with the mob?
No.
And what about Vegas? Did you meet any mob people out there?
No.
You went out there with
Costa.
Corsa?
No.
And on the 19th of April, were you aware that Corsa was driving with Marco that day? Yes, no, maybe?
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't want you to guess.
Yeah, I have
But-
no idea. Maybe.
Were you aware that he was at the closing on the 19th at the facility where the pawn shop was closed in Farmington?
Costa?
Yeah.
No.
Did you have dinner on the 19th with Marco at Somerset with Corsa
Yes.
that night?
I don't remember which night it was, but I remember going to Somerset.
But you were all together there and
Lunch.
ate. Where'd you go?
Shake Shack.
Did I hear you say that you thought that Marco represented Darnell for Social Security disability
I said
insurance?
I didn't know.
Do you know a lawyer by the name of Georgialis?
George Alice?
Georgialis? Giorgiolo? Georgialis?
You said one name or two?
One name, last name, Georgialis. Yeah.
George.
Georgialis. Do you know him?
I might, that name's not ringing a bell right now. But I would
It's
think it
Greek,
would.
though.
Yeah, it's definitely Greek.
Did you speak Greek in front of Darnell?
Yes.
Did you speak Greek with Marco in front of Darnell?
Yes.
Did you know that Darnell did not speak Greek?
Yes.
Was the purpose of your speaking so that he could not hear what it was that you were talking about?
Specifically, I actually don't remember. No, actually, it wasn't. I do remember what it was. It was actually so that his wife didn't know what I was saying.
Darnell's wife.
Yes.
So this idea of going over to Darnell's house and walking outside and taking a walk, that happened quite often, did it not?
It did.
Darnell was a private person, wasn't he?
He was.
And he didn't want to talk about anything related to the marijuana business in a house that he had his wife and children in.
Objection. That calls for speculation.
Did he ever express to you the reason why it was that you were going outside?
No, actually, not specifically.
Marco, would you like me to raise anything else? Talk louder. Okay, that's good. All right. So just to clarify, you had indicated that there were times that you did have access to Marco's office.
Yes.
And that I asked you about a key. It's a key code, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. And you knew the number.
Yep.
And I'm not going to say the number, but that number was the same number that he had at his home as well. Isn't that correct?
I don't remember, but I don't actually remember that code right now.
I wouldn't ask you to tell me. I don't want to put that on the record, but I wanted to know if you remembered that his house had a key code
Yes.
and that it was the same as the key code for the office.
Yeah,
I don't know. You dropped your voice. Did you say yes or no?
I said I don't remember specifically what the code was to know if it was the same exact name. Which number? Because there's a garage code, there's a door code.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
But
Thank
yes, I knew the number.
you. Judge, thank you very much.
No, thank you.
We need to take a short break, a very short one, but not even 5 minutes. There's no discussion of the deliberations. All right, for the jury.
We don't need to take a short break because this happened in May. That almost rhymed.
Yep.
Do solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give before this court upon penalty of perjury will be the whole truth.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Could you please be careful, take a seat. And please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Hughes, Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Can you please tell the jury where you work?
U.S. Post Office.
And how long have you been employed with the United States Post Office?
41 years.
And are you still working as a post officer
Yes.
today? And what routes do you work as a post officer?
On that day, I was working in Miller, James, Greenfield, and 8 Mile.
Okay, well, let me stop you about that day. You're talking about June 1st, 2022 at about 12:35 in the afternoon?
I've been on the same route for a number of years.
Okay, and is that route located in the city of Oak Park?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk about that day, June 1st of 2022 at about 12:35, 12:40 p.m. Do you recall that day, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and were you working on that day?
Yes.
And were you delivering mail on that day?
Yes.
And that's the same route that you just talked about there in Oak Park, correct?
Yes.
Miller and James Street?
Right.
All right. Now, at the time you were delivering mail, are you on foot or are you on a car?
On foot.
At about that time, what street were you on, Miller or James?
James.
Anything unusual happened while you're delivering mail on James Street that day?
Yeah, I heard gunshots.
And do you remember how many gunshots you heard?
5 or 6. I can't say for certain.
All right. And where were you on James Street when you first heard those shots? I'm going to pull up a map for you. In fact, I'll give you a pointer. Mr. Hughes, we're going to give you a pointer here if that'll assist the jury in showing where you're at when you first heard those gunshots. You're at that location, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And after hearing the gunshots, what did you then do?
I waited a few minutes and I crossed the street and I kept delivering my mail.
Okay. And do you recall what direction you heard those gunshots coming from?
Somewhere, let's see, somewhere in this vicinity.
Okay.
Somewhere over here. I couldn't say for certain because the building was blocking my view.
Okay. And so you indicated you were on the north side of James when you first heard the gunshots, and then you continued to the south part of James Street to continue delivering mail, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then does something happen while you're delivering mail on the south side of James Street after the shots
I
were fired?
heard a car screeching, and I think he was coming from Miller to James through the parking lots. So I heard the car careening through the parking lots, heading from Miller to James. And then he turned on to James, heading towards Greenfield, and his car broke down. And an individual got out and ran.
And do you remember the car, what it looked like?
It's a white Mercedes, I think.
Okay. Mercedes-Benz?
Yes.
And you said it broke down and parked. What part of, after turning James Street, did it break down on?
I can't say for certain, but somewhere along in here. I can't say for certain exactly where it broke
Okay.
down.
So just that it was on James Street.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated it went through these parking lots there between Miller and James Street?
Yeah, it cut across. Going through these parking lots, there's curbs and stuff. So he was probably bouncing around, jumping curbs and everything, going from Miller to James.
So there's no direct
There's no
street
no.
between Miller and James in that area?
No.
Okay. At any point in time, did you see, other than the person that got out of that car, did you see another person on James Street?
Yeah, several minutes later, I saw a person came out of one of the buildings. I think it was this building here.
Okay. And where were you when you first saw that individual come out of that building? Where were you
across
actually?
the street?
Oh, so you're now back across the north side of James Street.
Yes.
Okay. And how did that person appear to you?
He was limping.
Did that person say anything to you?
He asked me to come there.
Okay. And did you go there?
No.
Why not?
So I heard all this shooting. I wasn't going near anybody.
Did you call anybody after you observed this person limping coming out of that
Called
building?
911.
And where were you still at that time when you called 911?
Still in the same place directly across the street.
And where was the person that had asked you to come over? Where was that individual when you called 911?
He came down off the porch and he was in front of some bushes in the same vicinity.
And could you describe what that person looked like?
Just a black male is all I can say. I couldn't. He was standing in front of me. I wouldn't know him.
Okay. And Mr. Hughes, eventually did the Oak Park police arrive to the location of James and Miller Street?
Yes.
Do you talk to the police after you called 911?
Yes.
And did you point someone out to the police while you were speaking to them?
I pointed out the guy that was in the Mercedes because he had left and he came back when the police got there.
And did you do anything else after talking to the police and observing everything that you saw that day?
I just pointed to the fellow who came out of the apartment.
Okay. And was that person still in the same location when you first saw them?
Yes.
And did you eventually speak with officers at a later time as well?
I think they may have called me or something. I can't remember all the events of this.
Okay. Did you end up finishing your route that day?
Yes.
And the police officers that you spoke to, did you tell them everything that you saw that day?
Yes.
It's the same you're telling this jury here today.
Yes.
I think I have nothing further.
They say your name? Hello, Mr. Hughes.
Hello.
On this particular day, we're talking about June the 1st of 2022, is that correct?
As far as I know, I don't remember the date exactly, but if that's when all these things happened, then that's correct.
You say it was approximately 12:40, 12:35, 12:45, somewhere in that neighborhood?
I wasn't looking at my watch, so I don't know the time. You would have to tell me the time. I wasn't really paying that much attention to the time.
You're basically carrying out your duties as a male person, doing what you got to do, and then all this sprung on you,
Correct.
Okay. So this man that you saw limping, or you saw him on the ground, correct? Eventually you saw him on the ground.
Correct.
The man asked you to call 911. He asked for help. Is that correct?
He asked me to come there.
Okay. Did he ask you? Do you recall telling the police that the man on the ground was asking for help, so you called 911?
I don't remember all of that. I told him I wouldn't come there, but I would call for help. I think that was my words. I wouldn't go near him, but I will call help for you if you need help.
And that was in response to the man asking you to get some help. And you
No,
saw-
not to get some help, to come there. He asked me to come there.
Okay.
He didn't ask me to get help. He asked me to come there. And I said, I will call help if you need help.
Did he say, I need help?
No, he didn't say anything after that. Not that I can recall. Some of the events are hazy from that day.
All right,
Yes.
sir. If I show you a police report and allow you to read it, you think it might refresh your memory?
I can't say for certain.
Should-
Like I said, it's over a year or so more ago.
We understand that. Sir, I'm just going to ask you to read to yourself, showing Vernier's police report. Just those 3 lines. Let me know when you're finished.
Just those 3 lines.
Yes, sir.
Well, if that's what I told him, I guess that's true.
Does that refresh your memory that the man asked for help?
I still don't remember saying exactly those words. I can't remember exactly what I said. But if that's what's written down, then that's likely what I said.
No problem. With respect to the man in the Mercedes, do you remember if he was a white male, black male? Or
He was white.
He was white?
Yes.
Did you see him reaching down, picking up anything?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing.
No, Judge, thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, any objection to witness being excused?
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hutchinson. Want to do that next time?
Thank
You won't
you.
Fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time the people call Henry Smith. Henry Smith.
solemnly swear from testimony about to give before this court come as you perjury as a whole truth?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much, sir. Please state your full name for the record.
Henry Smith.
Good afternoon, sir. I want to ask you a little bit of questions about June 1st of 2022. Do you recall that day, sir?
June 22. I was in the car.
Okay, but do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's talk about where you were living on that day. Where was
I
your
was on
residence?
Miller Street, 15430 Miller Street.
Now, on that date and time, how many years had you lived on Miller Street?
18 years.
And do you currently live on Miller Street?
No.
Okay, don't tell me where you live, but you don't live there anymore.
No.
All right, moving on to about 12:30 in the afternoon on June 1st of 2022. What were you doing?
I was sitting in the car talking to a friend.
And what kind of car do you have, sir?
I had a 2018 Nissan Altima.
You said you had. Do you have that car anymore?
No, I don't.
Okay, but that's the car that you had at that time.
Yeah, at that time.
Now, you said you were in the car. Are you driving or is that car
Sitting.
parked?
I was sitting.
Okay. And where is it parked at, sir?
It's parked on the, you'll say on the right side, because I lived on the left side, coming from Greenfield.
Okay.
So I was on the left side. I was parked by a driveway which have a light. So I was parked right there.
All right, we have a picture here of a overhead exhibit of Miller and James Street here. We're going to point or give you a pointer. If you could point to the jury where you're at in that parked vehicle on Miller Street.
Right at this point right here.
And you're again on the south side of Miller Street, so the right side. So you're looking away from Greenfield.
Yeah. Well, I'm opposite, going this way. Greenfield is behind me.
Greenfield's behind you, correct? Okay, so you're looking to the east, straight ahead there, right? Okay. All right. Did anything happen while you're sitting in the car on that date and time, about 12:30 in the after 12:35 approximately in the afternoon?
I heard a few shots. I think it was 5.
You heard about 5 shots?
Yes.
And do you recall what direction you heard those shots coming from?
From behind.
And after you heard those shots coming from behind you, what happened next?
I reacted by looking at what's going on. So what I did, I looked out of my mirrors. My mirror. First, I looked on my mirror on my right side because I thought it came from the right way.
Your right side view mirror?
Right side. So
Okay.
I'm like this. So the right side is here.
Sure.
So I'm looking at my mirror and I look up. I see a car, boom, coming down the street on the sidewalk. So what's going on? What's going on? And as I see that coming, now I look to my left side and I see a guy riding a bike. And I seen the guy coming fast I think it was a gray Mercedes, coming fast. And he some way came off into the street. The guy was riding the bike and he hit him. But when he hit him, he kind of bounced up and he went farther. So as he bounced out, the guy fell off the bike. I think his head fell off and his gloves. And he was limping and he was running. So the guy came past him. He was on the other side of the street with the Mercedes and he went after him through the parking lot.
Now, after the guy and the bicycle got hit and started limping and running away, what direction did he run towards?
I would say he went to left through the parking lot because he was on my left side through that parking lot.
Can you point to the jury on that map where you saw the guy limping after he got hit in the bike?
Right here. That's the parking lot.
Right. And what did the vehicle do after the person ran in that area?
After the vehicle pursued him.
And through that exact same area as well?
Exact same area.
Now, when you first saw, you saw a hat and some gloves fall, correct?
Right.
Do you recall where you saw those hat and gloves end up?
It was right there on the ground with the bike.
On the street?
Yeah, on the street. In the middle of the street. Not middle of the street, but you see on the left hand side of the street.
And the bike was in the same area?
Same area.
After seeing this and hearing everything that you heard while you're parked in that car, what did you then do
Oh,
next?
man, I got out Dodge. Got the car because I was kind of, I didn't know what was going on. First, I mean, was they going to shoot or something? And then, so when I seen the empty spot, boom, I ran on in the house.
Okay. And where, explain to the jury where your house is on this map.
His house was.
Was.
Where it was.
Thank you.
We'll say right here.
All right. At some point or another, Mr. Smith, do you recall if police officers were called to the scene of Miller Street?
Yes, I think I seen them. Well, I was in the house.
Okay.
And yes, I seen them. That's when I came back out on my way to go into work.
Okay. Did you talk to the police after they were there
Yes,
on scene?
I talked to my police officer.
Did you tell them what you saw?
Yes, I did.
Did you give them a description of the person that was on the bike?
I didn't know. My thing, I wasn't looking at the description.
Sure.
I couldn't tell you how tall he was. I couldn't tell you how he looked.
Okay.
I just know the hat fell and the gloves fell and the bike fell.
Now, when you saw the person get hit in the bike, how did you see that?
Well, when I seen it, it was so odd. You know, it was like the guy was driving the car and he hit him.
Yeah.
And when he hit him, the guy fell. And when the guy fell, he got up so quick and ran.
Did you see it through any of your mirrors?
No, I seen him right. He was right on the side. No,
Okay, right on the side.
Not through the mirrors. Right on my left side. He was right there.
Just want to clarify. Yep. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So this guy in a Mercedes, he runs into the bike, correct?
Correct.
And after he runs into the bike, he drives further down the street?
Well, because he was going so fast, you couldn't stop at a dime. So when he hit him, he ricocheted just to stop. Then when he stopped, he turned back around.
Turn back around, where'd he go?
He was on the other side. And when he was on the other side, the guy had ran through the parking lot, so he drove to pursue him through the parking lot.
Did the guy in the Mercedes ever get out of his car?
No, he never. He was so much trying to pursue the guy.
And you saw the Mercedes, your belief was he was pursuing the guy who was...
Well, that's how it looked to me, yes.
Okay. Did you see the Mercedes leave the area?
No, he didn't. He chased the guy through the parking lot.
And you went into...
Yeah, I was looking at nothing else. I was trying to go to safety.
When you saw the Mercedes strike the bike, did you see a gun go flying? Did you see
I didn't see no
flying?
gun, no nothing.
No gun.
No gun.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jones?
No, thank you, Judge.
Any, direct?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any objection to the witness being excused?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Jones. Watch your step.
Oh, I will. Thank you. That's it.
That's fine.
Is it Greenfield Road, Detroit? Also, I don't remember seeing yesterday if somebody said how I must say it, like Detroit or Detroit. Google Maps. Mhm. Green. Just have to remember that there's a longer delay between when you guys hear me and so they said 8th and 9th. When you guys hear me and when I say it, that's a long road. What about the store name was the store name Hutch's Jewelry? Okay. Detroit. So you do say the T. Okay, so here's his jewelry store. This is Greenfield Road. And they said between 8th and 9th. Did they say there was a post office nearby? Oh, wait. Let me get that link. Oh, Steve pulled it. So there was a post office. I'm trying to avoid searching in case it comes up with things around me, because it's obviously my Google Maps. Oh. Oh no, I've made my dock thing now. I've clicked it and it's not undocking. Dock settings. Greenfield and 8 Mile in Oak Park. Okay, let me just stop sharing a second. Stop sharing. And say directions. 8 Mile. He was a postal worker. Oh. A Miller Street, okay. I will do whatever I can to avoid people seeing the outcome. There's a Miller Street way 20-minute drive. So that's not the right one. Okay, wait, let me switch over. Oh, because it was by the pawn shop, not by the jewelry shop. There's FedEx, so he would have been going. What on earth is this? Is it like just Sandyland? So he would have been going into he saw it. He would have been going into one of these houses as far as I can tell. North. Okay, got you. Oh, my shoulders are getting so tense. I need to sit better in my chair. Oh, sorry. And I need a snack and a cool drink. I was way deep in focus mode. Okay, so this is essentially where it happened. So where's my little man? Boop. I think it was on this corner from what I've seen on the crime scene photos. Wow, how dodgy does that pawn shop look? YouTube, just clarifying, PAWN shop. He ran to an apartment. There were no apartments. Is now a good time to mention that I literally got asked not to do geography past grade 10. These look like apartments. Okay, I'll dig around and see if there's some videos like of the crime scene day and whatnot. Let's go back to court for now because I am so thirsty and I have a few more things to do.
Dealer's choice. Oh.
I can call him. He's here. I think so.
As promised. We're gonna stop here for today. If you don't mind, the start time in the morning, it seems to work out well. I think we're getting into a better flow. And any delays that you see are not the fault of the attorneys that I was going to make the end of the trial. But don't think it's because of something that you're doing right now. So I will see you tomorrow. I think by 15. I'm gonna.
Lastly, did you receive any additional evidence for you to perform some examination on?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I received James lives in that apartment complex. That's who retained.
I've got a shouting Frank, but this is the order that they are in on YouTube. So I don't know why there isn't the start of this day. Man, it frustrates me when I have everything like ready and set up and then I do something and it messes it around. Yep, this is where it starts.
The attorney for Mr. Larry.
Okay. So indicated a family member that lived in Oak Park, right there on the street where this murder took place.
Correct.
Did he offer a name of any individuals that retained him?
If he did, I don't recall if he did at that time.
And in fact, Detective Beasley, throughout your time in investigating this case, do you know that to be true?
Yes.
That somebody on Miller Street retained an attorney for Mr. Larry?
No.
Did part of the investigation cover if any member that's been involved in this case as a suspect had family members that lived on Miller Street?
No.
Detective Beasley, did you have an opportunity to go to a bike shop on June the 2nd? Hang on for 1 second. I was trying. When speaking with Mr. Bisbikis on the 2nd, did he ever indicate to you that he had paid an attorney $1,000 to speak with Mr. Roy Larry on June 1st?
No, we didn't.
Did he ever mention to you if he knew the lawyer that came to your police department on June 1st?
No, we didn't.
Are you aware that Mr. Bisbikis and that attorney went to law school together?
I am
Well,
aware
he doesn't
now.
know, how does he know that?
Ask him if he's aware.
Will that be hearsay?
I'm not asking for it. Yeah.
Foundation judge.
I understand.
Sure. Are you aware who the attorney was that came to your police department on June the 1st?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you recall who that attorney is?
Trovia Star.
Okay. As part of your investigation, did you learn if Mr. Bisbikis and Mr. Starr may have some sort of connection together?
I did.
Okay. And what was that connection?
They went to law school together.
All right. Again, going back to June 2nd, sticking with that day, did you go to a bike shop that day, sir?
I did.
All right. And what bike shop did you go to?
GNR Bike Shop in Detroit.
And why is it that you went to the GNR bike shop, sir?
The GNR Bike Shop, the bicycle that was found in close proximity to the shooting scene was an electrical bike. Through the investigation, which I wasn't part of, the electrical bike was located. Detective Lieutenant Benson and Detective Sergeant Duncan followed up on a sticker that was on that bike, and it was GNR Bike Shop was the sticker on the bike. They went to GNR Bike Shop, spoke with an employee there who, and they explained why they were there. That employee gave them some information via a credit card bill that a Mr. Darnell Larry picked up and paid for that bike the day before.
Is this sticker you're referring to in Exhibit 162?
Yes, that's the sticker.
And so what was your goal when you went to that GNR bike shop on June 2nd?
Detective Lieutenant and Benson and Detective Sergeant Duncan were unable to work the security system, and neither was the employee. They didn't know how to work the security cameras in the security system. Both the lieutenant and the sergeant knew that I had really good knowledge of how to work several different security systems. So he asked me and myself and Detective Tyson to go to GNR Bike Shop to check, to look at the security cameras.
And did you do that?
I did.
And did you recover video from that bike shop on June 1st of 2022?
I did.
And was that video consist of interior video as well as exterior video?
It does.
And did you have a chance to review that video at some point?
I did.
Okay. Have you reviewed it prior to testimony here today?
I have.
And it's a fair and accurate video of what you observed of June 1st, 2022.
Yes.
I move for admission of proposed 170.
Objection. Objection.
Thank you. Detective Beasley, describe the angle or the vantage point we're looking at in this video clip right here.
You are looking. This is Graydale in the city of Detroit. The stop sign in the street that's where that blue Jeep and the green truck are. That's Grand River.
He's talking about.
So this is that. Graydale is where the white car, the white SUV, and the black SUV and the black minivan are. So that's Graydale. And then at the top of the photo, that other street is Grand River.
Okay. Now, do you recognize this white vehicle in this video?
I do.
And tell the jury about that white vehicle.
That white vehicle pulled up on the video approximately 11:37 a.m. on June 2nd.
Excuse me, June 1st?
I'm sorry, June 1st. June 1st. And it pulled up right where it's parked here The driver got out of the vehicle. He was a heavier set black male with a bald head, wearing black clothing. He walked from the driver's side and he walked towards the stop sign and made a right, and because that's where GNR Bike Shop is. That brick building you're looking at is the building where GNR Bike Shop is at. So he walked and then walked into the GNR Bike Shop.
We're going to play it from here.
Okay.
Stop right there. You're going to approach the witness one more time.
Yes.
Like the views I'm showing you what's been marked as People's 171 through 179. Can you take a look at those, sir?
Yes.
And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes, they are still shots from the camera, the video cameras from within GNR Bike Shop and from the exterior of the bike shop.
Still photographs from the video that we just observed?
Yes.
Okay. Fair and accurate of what that shows?
Correct.
You're going to move for admission of 171 through 179.
No objection.
None.
And we publish. Detective Beasley, I'm showing you 171 here. If you look at what I'm pointing at here, sir, that's been magnified, what color shoes are on that individual?
Black.
Okay. Do you see anything towards the toe of the shoes?
Yep, it's a white, looks like a white tag.
All right, 172.
That would be who I was later identified as Darnell Larry.
Okay.
Wearing black shirt with white stripe down it, black hat, black pants, black shoes.
And again, this is from inside the bike shop.
That's inside the bike shop, and that's the owner, Mr. Rustin.
Okay. And the timestamp on this, what time? Not the day, but what time?
11:42 a.m.
All right, 173. All right, Detective Beasley, do you recognize if something's on the head of that individual that's being magnified?
I do. It's a brown hat with large letters of Detroit written on the front of it.
Looking at that magnifying of that hat, is that the hat that was collected from the scene on June 1st, 2022? Or sure, does it match similar description from what was collected on the scene on June 1st?
It does.
And oops, go back. Stay. All right, is there a sticker that's on the bill of that particular hat, sir?
It is. It's a sticker. It's a reflective type sticker that you get when you buy that baseball hat.
Are you aware if the hat that was recovered from the murder scene on June 1st had a sticker to that hat?
It did.
Was it in that same location?
It was.
All right. Do you recognize that individual, sir?
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize the clothing that this person is wearing?
I do.
The person in this still photograph, is he wearing clothing similar to what was recovered from the suspect on the murder scene of June 1st?
Not. Can you rephrase that?
Sure.
Okay.
Was some clothing collected from a suspect at the murder scene on June 1st of 2022? If you were aware.
I was not aware if any clothing was collected
I'll move
from Mr. Larry.
All right, I'm going to show you this here. All right, looking at that there, the license plate of that vehicle, were you able to, when you were reviewing this video as part of your investigation, were you able to determine what this license plate said, sir?
Yep.
And what did it say?
It said, "She is it."
And with that information, were you able to determine who, in fact, this vehicle is registered to?
Darnell Larry.
Take care. I have nothing else.
Good afternoon, Detective Beasley.
Sure.
So on direct examination, you stated that you were given information, be on the lookout or look for a suspect with a light colored shirt and a black hat, correct?
Correct.
In your report, it reflects that you stated that you had received information to be on the lookout for a black male wearing a white shirt, blue jeans, and a black hat. So does that refresh your memory that it was a white shirt?
I believe my first initial in my report that was a light colored shirt, blue jeans, and a black hat. I believe that one of the witnesses told me that the subject had a white t-shirt on.
Okay, so there was a witness that conveyed information to you that the shooter or suspect had a white shirt, black hat, and jeans, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Now, this person at the bus stop, do you recall how that person was, this person you thought might be a suspect in the shooting?
He had a windbreaker jacket on. He was an older gentleman, and I don't exactly know what exact.
Well, I think he was. Because of the
I
bike?
just literally saw the bicycle leaning up against the glass there.
Did you take the person's name?
We did not.
Did you search him for a gun?
We did.
Okay. Found nothing?
Found nothing.
All right. That's it. I'm good. Thank you.
Judge, I have no question.
Any objection to this being excused?
No.
No.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have excused.
We can.
Are y'all good to keep going? We need to
Oh.
Okay.
Mayor, can I ask, step out and ask one question of a witness? We're having a schedule. We have plenty of witnesses.
You're all good, right? There's no peer pressure involved. So you just have to tell me. Okay. You all doing?
Can we approach that with the
seated. Your next witness.
People call him Trovius Star.
Sir, could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear upon penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give before this court will be the whole truth?
Yeah.
And tell us your name and spell your first and your last name, please.
My name is Trovius Star, Trovious. Last name Star, 2 R's.
So S-T-A-R-R.
Correct.
What is your occupation, sir?
Attorney and occasional comedian.
Comedian. On June the 1st of 2022, did you have those occupations?
Yeah.
Okay. And I want to point out the time to you between 5 and 6:30 p.m. in the evening that day. Do you recall that time period?
June 1st, 2022?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where were you at that time?
I was home in Ann Arbor.
What happened at that time?
I was home in Ann Arbor, and my dad's doing some work, and then I got a phone call from Marco.
Marco Bisbikis?
Yes,
Is he in the courtroom today?
yes.
Yeah, we've agreed to identification, Judge.
Okay. What was that phone call? What did Marco tell you?
He told me, he asked me if I could, because I'm a defense attorney, he asked me if I could basically take on another, defend another murder case, because at the time I already have one.
Okay. Did he tell you why he was asking you?
Yeah, he said he was conflicted out from, he said he had a referral, and he said that he couldn't take the case because basically he told me he knew the deceased and knew the not the accused but the accused family.
Okay.
He like represented them both.
So this was a murder case that he was trying to refer to you?
Yeah.
And he was conflicted out because he knew. How did he know the victim? Did he tell you?
The victim, I think he said he was his friend, and also too he was his client.
Okay. Friend and client. Okay. And did he tell you how he knew how he knew the family of the defendant, the person who was supposed to have killed the person?
I believe he said he represented the family.
He represented the family. Okay. Did Mr. Bisbikis tell you the name of the person who had been shot?
When?
On the phone call.
I can't recall.
Did you want to know the names of the people involved?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because I wanted to make sure that I had no conflicts.
Okay.
So that I could take the case.
All right. So at some point, did he tell you the name of the person who had been shot?
Yeah, he didn't tell me. Well, no, because he didn't tell me the name.
Mm-hmm.
He told me his nickname.
What was his nickname?
I believe he said Hutch.
Hutch. Did you know who that was?
I had no idea who that guy was.
Okay. All right. Did you know anybody by the name of Hutch?
The only dude I knew by the name of Hutch at that time was he was playing for U of M football.
Okay. And it wasn't that guy. Okay. So, did he tell you the name of the person who was accused of shooting?
On the phone call?
Yes.
No.
Did he eventually tell you the name of the person who was accused of shooting?
Yes, I believe so.
What did he tell you?
I believe that was right before I left his office. I believe he told me his name was the accused was Roy Larry.
Okay. And that's on the evening of June the 1st, the day of the murder.
It was evening of June 1st, yeah.
Okay. After this phone call, what happened?
Well, after the phone call, he asked me if I could come to his office to to meet the family of the accused.
Okay.
Which, you know, it's normal to meet the you know, your client's family. That happens.
Sure.
And also too, he said that he was on the scene afterwards on the scene of the alleged murder afterwards, and that his cousin basically told him what happened. He said he could feel me.
I want to go keep them as much in chronological order as possible. Okay. So I understand that we'll talk about that. We'll be able a chance to say that. But I just want to tell me exactly what happened. What did you actually do after you said that he wanted to come to his office?
Yeah. So, and I agree. I said, okay, yeah, I can come to your office. That, you know, I can come there.
About what time did you get there? You know?
I mean, this was like around 6:30.
The phone call?
Yeah, the phone call was like around 6. I think I got there like 6:45.
Okay. And about how long did you stay there at the office?
I think over an hour because I was waiting for the family.
Okay. So, and this is the all law. That's where you practice. That's on 13 in Greenfield.
Yeah.
You've been there before, haven't you? Before the state?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. How many times have you been to Mr. Bisbikis' office?
A lot.
Okay. And why? Why was that?
Because I consider him a friend and a colleague. I've known him since law school. You know, we studied for the bar together. You know, studied at his house for the bar together. So,
About how many years had you known Mr. Bisbikis at the time of this?
When was this? When was this allegedly?
June 1st, 2022.
About 11 years.
Okay.
A little under 11 years.
Okay. Did you socialize with Mr. Bisbikis?
Yeah, socialize with all my friends.
With what?
I socialize with all my friends.
Okay, and he's one of them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. When you went there to the office, you were supposed. Right. When you went there to the office, you were supposed to go meet the family that was supposed to be hiring you, right?
Right.
Right. And you said when you got there, they weren't there?
No, it was just Marco in the office.
Okay, just Marco and you?
Yeah.
And at that point, what happened?
He's, you know, we went in his office and, you know, he started giving me details of what happened. And he was telling me that he knew these details because his cousin, you know.
Was that Alec, the cousin that he was referring to, was that Alex Secularis?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Okay. And he was telling you that he knew details because he had spoken to Mr. Secularis?
Yeah, and also too because he was on the scene and spoke to both Alex and the police.
Okay.
So,
And at that point, did he let you know who these people were, where everybody was?
are you talking about like
The people, the man that got shot, the man that actually was accused of the shooting. Did he tell you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Throughout the conversation about, you know, the stuff he knew, one of the first things he talked about was, you know, the deceased, the victim.
Did he give you a name? Oh, you said Hutch?
Just Hutch. I just remember him referring to him as Hutch.
Okay.
Like, I don't even, was it Daniel? Was that his first name?
Daniel Hutchinson. Does that Daniel Hutchinson sound familiar to you?
Yeah.
Could that have been the name that Mr. Bisbikis gave you?
I mean, possibly. I just remember him saying Hutch.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, and then I believe he didn't give me the name of the accused, the person arrested that night, until I was about to walk out the door.
Okay. But did he tell you how he happened to get this referral?
Yeah, because the family. He was saying, he told me that the family of the accused was reaching out to him
Okay,
for him to represent the accused.
Right.
That's what he told me.
and that's when he reached out to you.
Right.
Okay. Did he tell you if he had had some contact with the person that got killed that day, on that day?
I want to say yes, that he was telling me it was weird because he was the person that was shot was at his office earlier that day. I want to say he said that.
Okay. And had he come alone, do you know? Did he tell you that?
I don't.
Did Mr. Bisbikis ever tell you that he came with his wife?
I don't remember.
Okay. But but Hutch was there that day.
Yeah, he told me.
Before
he told
that
me that he was there earlier that day.
Okay. And the shooting happened afterwards? Is that what he told you?
Objection. I think at this point, Judge, he should not be leading the witness.
This is it.
Okay. Did Mr. Bisbikis identify anybody by the name of D?
Yeah, D. That was like the contact, the person who I was going to meet that night at his office.
Okay. Did he tell you the rest of that person's name?
No, just that night, just D.
Okay. Did he tell you anything about who was going to be paying you?
D.
D was going to be paying you?
Correct.
Okay. Did he vouch for D at all?
Yeah, he said, D, because a lot of times, unfortunately, as defense attorneys, we get stiff.
Sure.
So, if we have a referral and the person has, the money to pay, we'll vouch for him. Say, yeah, this person has money to pay, and you did that for D.
Okay, because he wouldn't want to refer somebody a case and then that person stiffs you at the end after you did all the work, right?
Right, because afterwards I slap him.
You what?
I'll slap him.
Okay.
Especially if it's an attorney.
All right. All right. So you want to know that Mr. Green is going to show up after some point.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So did Mr. Bisbikis explain to you the relationship between this guy D, who was going to pay you, and the person who was accused of the shooting?
No, I just family. They're family.
They were both in the same family?
Yeah. He said the family of the accused, so I guess I just assumed that was his family.
And you were expecting him to be there that night?
Correct.
But he didn't show?
No.
Okay. So Mr. Bisbikis, once you get to the office and you're talking to him, can you describe what Mr. Bisbikis looked like to you?
Well, it kind of varied.
Okay.
It varied at different stages. Because I was there for I think a little over an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was explaining it, what he heard allegedly, he seemed overall calm. But then when he wasn't like explaining, there was a point where we were outside. He seemed, just kind of all over the place. I just remember him kind of chain smoking a little bit. So worried, stressed, sad, all the above, I guess.
Worried, stressed, and sad?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. When you heard about this conflict, had you ever had a case like this before?
You're saying in terms of like
the conflict itself?
No, not where like both people are like connected to me. No.
Okay.
Usually, I mean, nothing's, anything happened, but usually with a conflict, it's usually like one person, right? You have the conflict with the one person, like you have the conflict because you represented the victim.
So now you can't represent the accused because you represented the victim.
Right.
But I never had a situation where it was like, dang, like I know the victim and the accused.
So what do you think of that?
I thought that was kind of odd. So I thought that was odd right after he told me that when we had the initial phone conversation. So I called up a friend of mine, another colleague, to make sure that this was a situation I could take.
Really? So I mean, there was who you just called the colleague? You mean another lawyer?
I called another lawyer
To describe the conflict?
Right. To describe the situation as it was parlayed to me, to make sure that one, that I could take the case, but then two, that seems like just a weird situation. Just to get some feedback. Hey, I got a weird situation. Tell me your thoughts on it.
And after you talked to your colleague, how did you feel about it?
I felt okay. Felt okay because I didn't have a conflict.
All right. So he didn't say anything to you that discouraged you from taking the case?
No, he just no.
Well, you're asking a question that went between someone who was giving advice as a lawyer to another lawyer?
Yes.
Object?
Well, it's overall, I don't think.
Okay. So he didn't discourage your friend did not discourage you from taking
My
it.
friend acknowledged that it was weird, but
It's
something I
hearsay,
could
Judge.
do.
It's just hearsay.
I understand, but does it go to, this literally goes to the truth of the matter asserted, so I don't understand how.
So did you decide to take the case?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. But later?
Later on, yeah.
Okay. All right. So when you talked to Mr. Bisbikis, did he give you anything?
He gave me a couple things.
What did he give you?
I remember him giving me like a piece of paper with a phone number on it.
For who? Who is the phone number for?
Someone from the Oak Park Police Department.
Okay.
And I want to say he wrote down the accused's name. I may have told him to write it down so I can remember the name.
Right.
Sometimes my memory goes off. And then also too, he gave me a check.
A check. Okay. Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
I want to show you what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 181. Is that like a photocopy I'm showing you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's in there?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the check he gave me that night.
Is that a true and accurate representation of the check?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit. No objection.
And I don't object.
Okay. Can we publish that?
No objection.
All right. All right. Now, what was this check for?
So I was supposed to meet the accused family or family member that night. Part of that meeting was supposed to be me, meeting that person, making sure that that person likes me, I like that person, but then that person paying me something initially for me to go see, my client wherever my client was at. So I'm waiting for that person or people to come, and they're not coming. So that's when Marco said, "Hey, what if I front you that money, the money that they're supposed to give you? What if I pay that on their behalf?"
Oh, so this is on behalf of the family.
Yes, that's what he told me.
Okay. Did he tell you where they were coming from?
I think he said something like Charlotte. I remember something about North Carolina.
Okay. Did you ever ask? So you said Mr. Bisbikis gave you the name of one of the officers.
Yeah.
Why where did you get the idea that there was an officer? Never mind that. May I approach the witness again? All right, I want to show you an extraction from Mr. Bisbikis' phone, and these are some conversations between text messages between you and him. Can you check those out?
Yes, I recognize these.
Okay, you remember having these conversations with Mr. Bisbikis?
Yeah, a lot of conversations. After starting that day.
Okay, and they start on June the 1st of 22,
Yes,
and then they go through June the 28th of 22.
yeah,
Okay,
maybe afterwards too.
all right, but that's what these are, between June 1st and June 28th, correct?
Correct,
And these are accurate representations of those text messages.
correct.
All right, move to admit.
No objection. No objection.
Admitted,
Thank you.
You may publish.
Okay, now, you said that he gave you the name of a detective, or the number of a detective.
Right.
Did you forget that number?
Did I forget it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because, all right, I want to just show you what the first text message we're talking about. It's on June the 1st at around 8:39 and 7 seconds in the evening. Would you have texted him, or perhaps you texted him for that information?
Yes.
Okay.
As I said earlier, what I believe was I remember him writing something down on the legal pad.
Yeah.
It was torn up. And I think it was a detective number. But as you can see here, I'm asking before.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
But that may have been to make sure that the number he wrote down was the right number. Because from what I recall that night, I kept calling that number and no one answered.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The number that he wrote down, I kept calling that number and no one answered.
All right. So you asked me, text me that guy's name, that number again, and he did.
Yeah, that's what it could have been.
Okay.
I definitely remember him writing like a phone number down.
And then about an hour later, Mr. Bisbikis sent you this text, correct?
Yes, because that's because when I'm trying to find my client,
Right.
and I want to say I was having trouble doing so, and I wanted to I went to the hospital. So at the hospital they asked for name and date of birth. So I think that's why that was.
Okay. So he supplied you the name Mr. Roy Larry, and he supplied you Mr. Larry's birthday.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's around 9:21 and 26 seconds in the evening on June the 1st, correct? I mean, it's
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in the evening late.
All right. So now, after you left Mr. Bisbikis' office, where did you go?
I want to say, again, this was so long ago, so I want to say the first place I went to was the Oak Park police station. And that's
Okay.
when I saw
Detective Green?
Yeah.
Okay. And
met with Detective Green. And other guys.
what was that all about?
I said, hey, just been informed that my client is arrested. I said I need to, do my job and meet with my client.
And did you tell him who your client was?
Yeah.
What did you tell him?
So my client is Mr. Roy Larry.
Okay. And what was he there at the Oak Park Police Department?
No. They told me that he was at the hospital. I think Marco may have told me that too.
Oh, Marco might have told you that? Okay. So when you were supposed to see, were you going to see Mr. Roy Larry that night?
Yeah, I was trying to.
And did Mr. Bisbikis ask you to tell him anything?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't recall that.
All right, that's fine. All right, so you find out that he's in a hospital?
Yes, either the police or Marco or both told me he was at Beaumont.
Okay,
So I believe after I left the police station, I went to Beaumont.
and were you able to see Mr. Roy Larry there?
No,
Okay, they would not allow you?
they said he wasn't there.
Oh, he wasn't there?
Yeah.
So what happened next?
So now I'm like, what do you mean he's not there? And I think that's where the birthday came up because
Okay,
to give the hospital the birthday.
yeah,
So then I definitely remember having a back and forth with Detective Green and like, hey, I need to see my client. Let me see him. And Mr. Green was kind of evasive.
Mhm.
So I just kind of sensed something's not right here. So I believe I called Margo too and said, hey, he they're saying he's not at the hospital. You sure this all checks out? And so then it was just back and forth. I went to the hospital like Beaumont maybe about 2-3 times.
Did you ever go to another hospital?
I went to another hospital. I went to Providence.
Okay,
Maybe he thought he was there.
not
He was
there.
at Providence.
Was he not there?
No, he was not there.
Okay, so that night, did you ever get to see him?
No.
So what happened?
So I said, hey, I tried. I mean, I can't find someone that I don't know where they're at. So I went home.
Did you ever, well, the next day, what happened then?
In terms of trying to locate my client.
Right.
Yeah, I believe the next day I went back to the Oak Park Police Department and then they didn't let me see him, my client, but they let me talk to him
By how?
on telephone.
On the telephone, okay. And did you know where he was, Mr. Roy Larry was at that time, when you were talking to him on the phone?
Not an issue. I mean, Detective Green may have told me, yeah, he's at Beaumont, but
You don't remember? Or you don't, I mean, I'm just asking if you knew where Roy Larry was when you were talking to him on the phone.
yeah, I assumed the hospital.
Okay. All right, now, after that, now that was June the 2nd, then you would have had the phone call with Mr. Roy Larry?
Correct.
All right, now, I'd like to direct your attention to that following Sunday, which would have been June the 5th.
Right.
Do you recall that time period?
Yeah, I recall.
Can you tell us what happened on that day?
So, as I stated earlier, I was not retained for the case,
Okay,
right? Between June 1st and, well, some later date, really. At least accepted. I haven't accepted, to represent anyone for any case, right? So after June 1st, after that night, I didn't hear anything else in terms of, coming from the family about, retaining me. So I just kind of left it at that in terms of that facet. But June 5th, D reached out to me via text.
okay, via text.
Mhm.
All right, did you come to learn what Dee's name was?
Yes, Darnell Larry.
Darnell Larry. Okay, so he reaches out to you by text on the 5th. What happens then?
He's saying that he's heard good things about me and that, he thinks I can do a good job and, he will want me to represent his family member. And I think I quoted him the price. No, actually, the price was already quoted. So
What was that? The price?
I think it was like $25,000.
25,000. Okay. Did that include the $1,000 that?
Yeah, because I remember sending him a text message saying like 25, of course, minus what was already paid, because again, it was told to me that money was on the family's behalf. So
Okay. All right. Did Mr. Darnell Larry tell you that he was going to pay you and retain you?
yes, but that Sunday, he was saying he didn't have all the money
Okay.
to do so. And then at that point, I was going to say no to the case because he didn't have it all. I was going to reject it. Say,
Did he tell you how much he had?
13,000, something like that.
Okay. So he tells you that, what happens?
Yeah, I was going to reject the case, but you know, me trying to seek wisdom,
Mhm.
I called another friend up, and he advised me, hey, you know, take the case. It'd be a good experience. You know, it's been a hell of an experience.
I can bet. So, did you have contact in person with Mr. Darnell Larry at some point?
Yeah, at some point after that Sunday. Yeah.
Okay, and what was that all about?
Again, to finally meet face to face, you know, talk to him, you know, kind of get to work a little bit, you know, as a defense attorney, you know, see what I can, what angles I can pursue, you know, what things I can go out and uncover based on what he knows. But you know, sometimes people know a lot. Sometimes people won't know too much, you know. But then also too for him to ultimately pay me the retainer fee.
Okay, so how did he pay you some money?
Yes.
Okay, now where did that happen?
At his house.
At his house. Okay. Did you receive money from Mr. Darnell Larry more than once?
Yes.
And every time you received it, was it the same place or someplace different?
It was always at his house, like inside of it. It was on his property, like either in his house or inside my car, like parked in the driveway on the side of the street. It was like always like his house.
And then when he paid you, what form of payment did he make?
Cash.
Always cash?
Yeah, nothing else. Cash.
Okay. So on the first time that you went, whatever date that was, to pick up your first payment from him, what were you expecting?
I believe I was expecting $15,000.
15?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you go to his house?
Yes.
When you get there, who's there?
I know he was there. Mr. Larry, Darnell Larry was there.
Okay. Do you remember where you transacted your business?
Yeah, in his living room.
In the living room. Okay. What happens?
First he was like, "Why you look so sad, man? You look happy. Be happy. You look handsome, man. Be happy."
He said that to you?
Yeah, he said that. I thought that was a little weird.
Yeah.
But then he was like, "Hey, I don't have 15 or whatever he's supposed to have." He was like, "I only have 12." I was just like, "What the hell?"
Yeah. I mean, now okay. So what happens?
So now I'm thinking, well, I mean, I guess I'm here, you know, and I guess I'm thinking, you know, Margaret told me that he'll come up with the money. So I said, okay.
So you took the 12? And when you get it, like you said, it was cash. Do you remember the denomination of the money?
I think it was all hundreds.
Hundreds.
I believe.
And was it bundled in any way?
Yeah, it was bundled. It was all like in rubber band stacks, like different. There would be like one stack, say like $5,000, and be in the rubber band bundle, and it was say $5,000.
It said $5,000?
Yeah.
Okay. Were there more than one bundle?
Yeah.
And was each bundle labeled with how much it was?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And did Darnell Larry tell you anything about the rest of the money?
He said that he'll come up with it. He said, "I promise to pay you the rest of it."
All right. Now, what time of day would you always meet at the same time of day for? You said you went to his house on more than one occasion to get money. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then would you always go over there at the same time of day?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if it was at daylight or nighttime when you would go?
I remember the sun being out. I never went over there at nighttime, like when it was dark. I don't think.
Okay. And the payments were always in cash?
Yep.
All right. Did Mr. Darnell Larry eventually pay you the full amount?
Yes.
He did?
Yes.
Okay. So it was it 24,000 in addition to that 1,000?
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Okay. But, or?
he may have, you know, not I would have missed it. He may have paid the full 25. I can't remember.
Okay. All right.
But that's what it was supposed to be. Yeah.
All right. Was there the payments that he made to you? I mean, the first payment you said he had $12,000.
So yeah.
All right. Did he make large payments to you or small payments?
It kind of varied a little bit.
Okay. All right. Now, in the meantime, at Mr. Darnell Larry is doing all this. In the meantime, are you having any contact with Mr. Bisbikis about the case?
Yeah, because that's where I thought it was getting kind of weird because again he was conflicted out for what he told me. He was telling me that this was his friend that was murdered, but also too that he represented the family. So I told Marco, hey man, you're in a precarious situation here. Just go ahead and take a step back and kind of relax and just tell the family to have all the contacts with me. But if he heard something about the case, he would tell me.
How did he tell you?
Phone call, text, come to the office.
Were you still stopping by his office periodically?
Yeah. And stopping by at that point wasn't always exclusively for the case. It could have been, may have been close by, which I am a lot. Particular court I go to, stopping by, having lunch there, so on and so forth. But
like if you're in Royal Oak District Court, you put over in.
Or Southfield or something like that.
Okay.
But there were times specifically where he was like, "Hey, come," as you saw, he come over, talk about the case.
When he talked about the case, would he talk to you at his office when you would stop by?
Yeah, that's the only place I ever met him. Aside from one time up the street, but that's why I told him, "Hey man, I know you're grieving and stuff, so go ahead and fall back." But it was always at the office. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Would he ever call you about it?
Yeah, I think a couple of times maybe.
Okay. Now, had you ever had a similar situation where a lawyer, referred you a case and then continued to check on the case?
I mean, yes, a little bit, but more so in terms of that's been kind of the norm with me when it comes to personal injury cases, because the lawyer is checking to see, if I settled the case or if I had received a judgment, so that way they can get paid their retainer fee. Yeah. So I've experienced that where the attorney will periodically check in, hey, what's going on with the case? I guess even now, kind of same thing, checking where things are at. But it's always been a civil case where
there's going to be some money involved.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Where check in is see where things are at for that purpose.
Right.
But never in a criminal case. Usually, criminal you referred and drop it like it's a bad habit.
So this is something different. The way he was pursuing the case, the way Mr. Bisbikis was pursuing the case.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, in fact, on June the 9th, can we see? This is again exhibit number 182, and we're on the third page of this exhibit at the bottom, and Mr. Bisbikis appears to have sent a video. Said you, meaning Mr. Bisbikis, sent a video, and it's dated June the 9th, and it's about 4:23 in the afternoon. Do you remember receiving a video from him? Do you remember what that was?
I don't remember receiving a video via text. I remember receiving a video via Facebook.
Okay. Do you remember what that was?
It was a video of like the aftermath of the scene.
Okay.
And he was telling me, that maybe these people are involved, maybe those people are involved, so on and so forth.
Okay. This is the next page. This is same day, June the 9th. Again, 4:24 and 44 seconds. As a matter of fact, all of these these text message or these messages on this page are on June the 9th, and they're all at around between 4:24 p.m. and 4:31 p.m. And at first, he asks a barber from that area. Was that the area that was in the video he sent you?
Yeah. Again, I remember. I don't know why. I guess because it was so long ago, but I remember all this being on Facebook. I don't remember the text, which is kind of weird.
Okay.
But it's text. It shows text.
But he said a barber from that area says his guys said the bicyclist in this video might be the actual guy. The video sucks here, but you might be able to get the police car video. Had you received any discovery yet in this case?
No.
You remember? Okay, so you still had. And then he sends you another text right after that that says, Alex said the shooter had a black shirt and was a mountain style bicycle, not a motorized bike. And the guy in this video fits the description. Do you remember that information?
Yeah, I remember the video showing some guy on a bicycle. I think a couple guys on a bicycle.
Okay. And then you text back, cops got the wrong guy. They rushed him. Is that what your impression was at that time?
Is that what was my what?
Your impression? Based on what Mr. Bisbikis was telling you. Well, what was your impression, I should say?
That I can't answer. I would have to invoke the.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right, then the next text you're saying to him just a few minutes later or a couple seconds later is what's the name of the barber and the barber shop? And then Mr. Bisbikis said, I'm getting that info.
Correct.
You see that?
Yep.
And then you text on the next page, okay.
Okay.
Did he ever give you that information?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, so he never did supply that. All right, now, on the next page, this is a text message that was sent to you by Mr. Bisbikis on June the 23rd at about 4:22 p.m., 4:22 in the evening. And he says, hey, boss, you got time tonight after 7? Do you remember this? After 7? Do you remember that text message?
Yeah, I think I remember that.
So you reply, yeah, and then you say, what's going on?
Correct.
And then Mr. Bisbikis writes to you, try to see if you wanted to swing by to see the video and see if I can look at the discovery. Now, the discovery, usually in a criminal case, what's discovered? What is that?
That's whatever the prosecution has. So whatever information about the case the prosecution has, the defense is entitled to it. So police reports, videos.
Okay.
Written
So
statements.
all the information that's known about the case by the police and the prosecutor is given to you, and that's called discovery.
Correct.
All right. So he wants to look at the discovery. He
Correct.
wants to look at all the police reports and things.
Yeah, that's what I took from him.
And he said that trying to see if you want to swing by to see the video. And did you remember what video he was talking about?
I believe he was talking about the video of the shooting.
The actual shooting. So as of June 23rd, Mr. Bisbikis actually has a copy of the video.
I believe that's what he's purporting to me.
Yeah. And then you respond to him, call me.
Correct.
Do you remember if you ever went there and looked at the video?
I don't think I went there because when he asked to see the discovery, that kind of freaked me out a little bit because I was just thinking, why do you want to see the discovery?
Okay. All right. That's nobody else had anybody else ever, any referral lawyer ever made a request of you like that before?
In a criminal case? No.
Yeah. No? Okay. All right. Then on June the 26th, a few days later, Mr. Bisbikis texts you at 10, almost 11 o'clock that night and says, hey, boss, can you email a copy of the discovery? I'm trying to fact check some claims, and I want to see if they claimed my clients $100,000 in cash because they are refusing to give it back to us. And then you text back to him and say, the police report said like 8K or 9K in cash, 8 or 9,000 in cash. Right?
Yeah.
All right. Had you turned over any discovery to Mr. Bisbikis?
No.
Okay. But he wants to see the discovery so he can find out what happened to this man.
Objection as to what he wants to do.
That's sustained.
All right. Very good. Did you give him discovery when he asked for it here on June the 26th?
The second time?
Yes.
No.
And then you told him police report said eight or 9,000 in cash, and then he responded, "You got to be shitting me! I think the cops literally fucking robbed my client." Correct?
Yeah, I believe he's talking about Hutch.
Yes.
Yeah, in this situation.
Okay. And he says to you, "No wonder why they won't give us any information."
Right. If I remember correctly, I believe him saying like that was one of the reasons why he wanted the discovery, because the cops weren't giving him any information. And also too, he talked about investigators, so they can look into it. And I just thought that's probably not wise for me to share that.
He wanted
to give that to you.
Okay, he wanted you to give him the discovery, and then what did he want to do with it?
Objection. He wouldn't know unless he was told.
Yeah. I don't know what he wanted to do with it.
Okay.
But he was telling me the reasons why he needed discovery in like phone conversations. When I met with him, he was saying that, like he said in the text, the police wouldn't give him anything. But then also too, he mentioned something about investigators and that he wanted to give it to the investigators as well. And I just thought that's kind of outside my pay grade here. So
All right, what did that seem like to you?
again, it seemed weird, and I can't say why, but it seemed very weird.
Okay. All right. So did you took the case, you filed an appearance?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, and then you appeared for Roy Larry for a while?
Yeah.
And then at some point you stopped representation, Mr. Larry?
I stopped representing Mr. Larry.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
I have no questions.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Starr, you've known Marco Bisbikis since he was in law school with you.
Correct.
You have a good relationship with him?
Before this incident, yeah.
Okay, and after the event, things have become a little bit strained. Is that why you said before?
Yeah.
Okay. You're a witness in a murder case, correct?
I didn't witness a murder. Wow.
You're not a witness in a homicide case? Are you sitting in the witness?
in a criminal case, yeah.
Okay, I don't want to parse with you. I really don't want to argue with you. Did you know that Mr. Bisbikis is charged with a conspiracy to commit murder?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Now, you did say that you had a business relationship with Mr. Bisbikis. Is that right?
Yeah, business and personal.
And aside from the social aspect of it, you were a criminal defense lawyer operating in the same courts that he was operating in. Is that right?
Yeah. We'll see each other sometimes.
And lawyers many times get busy and they can't attend the court hearings that they have scheduled, correct?
That is correct.
And judges are pretty firm about making sure that somebody's there to represent a client.
Oh, yeah, I know that firsthand.
And you trusted him to cover for you. Is that correct?
Yeah, there was one time in particular in Bloomfield here as well. Yeah, he covered.
Okay. And you covered for him, isn't that right?
That is absolutely right.
And this would be in courts, in district courts and in circuit courts?
That is correct.
And what would you charge each other for coverage?
Very.
If I got a court case in, for example, Livonia, $500, $750 for an appearance?
It all depends on like if I was covering for him, what I was doing. If it was like a simple adjournment, if I'm just saying I judge adjourn the case, then I had to guess $150, $200. But if I was like doing something on the case, arguing a motion, or there was one time in Livonia where he said he couldn't make it, so I basically handled the case, charge more.
And so there was a case in the district court, in the 16th district court, that you covered for him, a guy named Franklin Lee Bolger. Do you remember that person?
I remember that day because I was super.
Okay. And do you remember going there on April 28th of 2022?
Yes.
And do you remember appearing on behalf of Mr. Bolger in place of Mr. Marco Bisbikis?
Yes.
And so, as it turns out, what happens is you go to court. Bisbikis has got his appearance. You say your name is Trovius Starr. You're standing in for that person with permission, correct?
That is correct.
And then you do whatever it is that you're going to do.
That is correct.
And so, do you remember what the nature of the hearing was?
For the case I covered,
Yes.
I believe it was a driving my license suspended.
And so,
I think I went back. It was a total of 2 appearances.
well, I want to do that. I was going to do the second one too. And when was the other appearance?
I don't remember when, but in Africa.
And so, I'm having trouble hearing what you said. Did you say that you did appear at another time and you know the date?
I don't know the date. I'm saying it would have been after the first one, whatever that was. The date you mentioned, I don't know if that was the first or the second, but for that particular case, there were 2 appearances made by me in that case.
And would that have been before June 1st of 2022?
Yeah, that should have been before June 1st.
Okay. And so there was a check that was displayed, an exhibit for the prosecution that showed you it showed a detail at the bottom of the check. Do you usually explain what your checks are for when you put out checks?
Yeah.
And the reason why you do that is because you want to write it down so that you remember what it's all about, and you do it at the time you're doing a check rather than try and figure it out months later.
Yeah.
And do you remember what the reference was to that particular check?
Yes, that covered for court.
Coverage for court. And would you call the Franklin Lee Bolger case coverage for court?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And do you have any record that would show that you've been paid for the services of Franklin Bolger from Mr. Bisbikis on those 2 occasions, late April, and afterwards before June?
First, I believe he paid me like after the second one. I don't think he like split payments up, but I believe he paid me in a check for that.
A check from Marco Bisbikis?
Yeah.
A check for $1,000?
I think it was like 700 or 750.
$750. Do you have a copy of that check?
Not on me.
Did you review that check before coming to court today?
Only thing I reviewed a little bit was a preliminary exam transcript. So I did not review that.
Did you, after having conversations with your friend about taking the case, were you very interested in taking that case?
Yes and no.
So let's talk about the yes part. Okay. This was another homicide. You had already represented 2 people in homicides in your 10 years, correct?
I know one for sure.
Well, you had a case, did you not, in Wayne County?
Not murder, no.
And did you have a case in Washtenaw County, another homicide there?
Yeah.
And were you interested in getting experience and adding this to your resume?
Yeah, that's the yes part.
And so that's the yes part. Does the no part have anything to do with what happened at the end when you decided that you weren't going to be involved in the case?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Did you get fired?
No, I didn't get fired. No.
Okay. Did you resign?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a dispute over money in this case?
No.
But when you talked to Mr. Bisbikis about this particular case, he told you right off the bat that he he would have a potential conflict in this case.
That was the initial conversation.
And there was testimony on your direct testimony that he had been inquiring about what was going on, correct?
You mean like throughout the case?
Well, no, yeah, throughout the case, you were uncomfortable, you said, about his inquiries.
Yeah, mainly him asking for discovery.
Okay.
That was the biggest one.
You didn't want the discovery to go out and be floating around there.
Exactly.
He wanted the discovery to give to, did he tell you?
I'm sorry.
Objection.
I thought your question was I didn't want the discovery floating out there. Not he.
Yes, you did not.
Yeah, I did. I didn't want the discovery.
Yes,
floating out
and I understood that. Oh,
Not yet.
okay. Did he ever tell you why he wanted?
Objection. He said, he started saying, did he ever tell you? That's
Yeah,
hearsay.
you can't, your own.
It's part of the case.
No.
Well, but hold on, I understand what the rules are, Mr. Spence.
Okay.
Give me a little credit. I understand that. However, you can't elicit what your client said.
Well, all right then. Without soliciting what he said, you knew that he represented Hutch's family. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And you knew that Hutch's family had hired private investigators, correct?
Yeah, I learned that afterward. Yeah.
After the fact?
Well, not after the fact, but like, wow.
Well, I asked for a foundation before he answers that question.
How about
Had you?
How about ask the next question?
Did you have any conversations with private investigators? Not telling me what they said or who they were.
No.
All right. You met with Darnell Larry, correct?
Correct.
And on the first occasion that you met him, where did you meet him?
I was at his house.
And it was a money call, was it not?
Yeah, but also to talk to him about, it wasn't just the money, but to, get a repertoire for each other, see what he knew, and kind of go from there. Because after that, I went and saw my client at the jail.
Well, I want to talk to you a little bit about those days. You initially went out on the night that you met with Marco. You went out to the Oak Park Police Department and you found out that he was not there, correct?
Well, I knew he wasn't at the Oak Park Police Department.
Then why would you go after hours to the police department to find your client or talk to anybody?
Because I'm a defense attorney.
But what would you expect as a defense attorney to glean from police officers that are probably gone home at 5 o'clock?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
My question is, what could you possibly glean from police officers who probably went home after 5 o'clock?
Nothing. I was trying to see my client.
But you knew already that your client was, you said, in the hospital. You were told that in the meeting with Mr. Bisbikis. Why would you go to the police department?
To let the police know that, one, I'm representing this person, but then two, for the police to tell me, okay, yeah, here's where you need to go.
You eventually.
Because the police cannot stop a defense attorney from seeing his client, and that's where the back and forth between me and Mr. Green came from that night, because it felt like he was stopping me, preventing me, which I believe he did, from seeing my client.
We're going to give the jury a lesson in colloquy from criminal defense
Well,
lawyers.
Judge, I would
I
ask that
want to
our
ask
counsel
you
stick to questions.
whether
I understand. Ask the question.
the question is, you know what the merry-go-round is?
No.
It's when you put a
Well,
defendant
Judge,
in a place
he's
that,
Hold
testifying.
on, Mr. Thomas. You're going to ask him a question, then you're going to define the answer for him?
I asked him, I can lead, can I not?
I'm going to ask you what's your relevance. I've never heard this expression.
Well, if he hasn't, then he can tell me.
He just did tell you, and then you wanted to define it.
No, all I heard was an objection. I didn't hear him say anything.
I said no, I don't know what the.
Okay, then I'll move on. You said that Marco seemed distraught, and you made some observations of how it was that he was acting.
Correct.
You know Marco Bisbikis?
Yeah, for a while at that point.
Okay, and you know that he has friendships. You are one of his friends. You were one of his friends.
Yeah.
Okay, and he is a caring person. Would you agree?
Yeah, I could say from past experiences, he's helped me out,
Yes.
done caring things for me.
And he had just lost what he called his friend.
Right.
You agree? So you wouldn't expect him not to be distraught, would you?
No.
Or in some fashion, not really like you ordinarily see him?
Yeah, not put together, not there. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. He gave you information, whatever he knew, and then you went on and represented your client, right?
Yeah.
Now he asked you for information. You you are clear that you did not give him the discovery reports,
Yeah,
correct?
I physically did not give them to him. As you saw in the text, there may have been a time if he asked, like, hey, did they say this? Maybe like, no, they didn't say this, as you saw in the text, but I didn't give him.
And he did not tell you that he was getting pressure from his client about the reports.
I don't recall that. I recall investigators.
But you were aware that there were issues relating to the money that was in the car. You testified to that on direct examination, correct?
From what Marco told me.
Well, I didn't ask you whether he told you. You were aware of the fact that there was a money issue. You testified, right? On direct examination, didn't you say $8,000 or $9,000 as opposed to what they thought they had?
Yeah, your question was, did I know there was a money issue? I didn't know there was a money issue.
Well, wasn't there supposed to have been more money there?
Well, objection. He can refer to what the text message said, because I put that in.
Well,
I'm the party opponent. But you can't ask him what that meant.
Were you told in your text message that was a part of this evidence already in this case that there was a dispute as to the amount of money that the police said that they got and the amount of money that Marco's client said was in the car at the time of the shooting?
Yes, I remember Marco.
You can go ahead.
I remember Marco saying.
Objection.
Again, you can't.
Yeah, I know.
Yes or no? Can I do a yes or no?
Judge,
Without.
You can't.
That's why I looked.
I know, it's delightful to know that I have an attorney here, so he knows what the hearsay is. So I'm going to trust Mr. Starr, that he'll answer appropriately, and I'm trusting obviously the attorneys to ask the appropriate questions and not refer when they're not supposed to be inferred.
Did you ever go over to the jail with a lawyer by the name of Kyle Murphy and asked to speak to Darnell Larry?
No, that was not at the jail. That was not at Oakland County Jail. Well, actually, no, I never went with Kyle Murphy anywhere. Okay.
Okay. And so you wouldn't have been going there trying to see Darnell Larry if you were representing Roy Larry. Is that right?
No, that's actually incorrect, because there was a time I went to the Oak Park Police Department once I found out Darnell Larry was in custody.
And what was your purpose in going there?
To see if he wanted me to represent him based on prior conversations.
Okay. Before you took this case, you consulted with a lawyer, is that right?
Correct.
And you told him that you didn't feel right about it.
Correct.
And the lawyer told you the advice that you received from the lawyer was that it was okay and that you should take the case.
Yeah, no issues on my end.
And so you didn't have a conflict.
Right.
And you told Mr. Darnell Larry that you were going to charge him $25,000 3 days after you left Mr. Bisbikis' office. Is that right?
But not necessarily. No.
Well, let me do this piece by piece. Did you tell him the fee retainer would be $25,000 when you talked to him for the first time. You remember that?
When I talked to him, yeah, for the first time.
And that did not include a trial fee. It was just $25,000 to represent him
Oh, no, there was a trial
pre-trial. Yeah, that would be separate.
Right.
Okay. And on that $25,000, you didn't say $24,000 because you already got one.
Right.
You told him 25.
I said 25 minus the 1,000. That's what I said in the text message.
You have a retainer agreement?
Yeah.
Is it in writing?
Yeah.
Can you, and does it say minus $1,000? That's already been received?
I don't recall.
Okay, so here at 7:30 at night, Mr. Starr, you go to see Marco Bisbikis at his office. You're not taking a retainer agreement with you then, right? You're gonna have him sign it later, correct?
Correct.
And if you say that you're gonna get $25,000, you're gonna acknowledge the 1,000 that you say that you received from Bisbikis for that.
That's correct.
Is that in your retainer agreement?
I can't recall.
Okay.
I recall it in the text message, but in the agreement, I can't recall if I put that in. But it was in the text message. For sure.
Okay. So you go to meet Mr. Darnell Larry, and you go to his driveway, so you're going to exchange cash with him, right?
I met him inside his house the first time.
Okay. Inside?
Inside his house.
And when he went there, you were expecting that he was going to give you $25,000.
No, I was expecting, I think, not 15, but like 13 or 14, something like that.
14. So I thought your original retainer was going to be 25,000.
Yeah. But he
And I
told
thought you went out there expecting that you were going to get 25 and that he knocked you down.
I believe that, as I stated, or at least I alluded to during the rec, that Sunday when he texted me, he was saying he didn't have it all.
Okay.
So that's where I was going to say no to taking the case. But then a friend told me just take it for the experience.
But
They
the
already
20
asked for experience.
if he had the 25,000, you would have taken it, right? Because that's
Yeah,
what you
if he
expected.
said in the text message, I have 25,000, I said, yeah, I'm taking it.
And your retainer agreement was going to be for 25,000, right?
Right.
And when you go there, he doesn't have that money.
Right.
He has less than that, and he knocks you down significantly. All right. And you said 14, 13, 12. You don't remember, but it was cash, right?
It was cash.
Did you give him a receipt?
I did not give him a receipt.
You know what? I just got handed this.
Judge, can we approach the bench? Sure.
Okay, so we watched a video of a girl who wanted to get out of jail to go to a Taylor Swift concert. And it was the judge that I like, who, let me just share the tab, who does the sobriety court. literally just, I'm just trying to see. Could swear I watched it this morning, so I would have downloaded it. I probably should have found it before I mentioned it. Is it this one? He said Thursday, so it would make sense if it's a Tuesday.
Checking the, yeah, on two of them.
Officer Anetta, are you, Mr. Klusny, did you talk, which does not go on his driving record, carries no points. Is that what he would like to do?
Yes. And I'm pretty sure this is her, but I can't find what day I did the first one. I just screen recorded this morning because I wasn't sure if I was gonna put it all together or just show you guys as is. But I am pretty sure it's the same person. Just make myself smaller.
3675. Got it. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, I'm Attorney Joey Phillips, PA 401 on behalf of Miss Ellis
Could have just played you the screen recording.
on the 1248 matter.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, George Brown on behalf of the defendant in the other matter that's up this morning.
Miss Ellis, state your name.
Megan Ellis.
All right, today's date and time set for pretrial in this matter. There's continuing efforts to try to resolve this, but it's also my understanding that Mr. Brown was recently retained, and in the meantime is making a request of this court for a reduction in bond. The court notes, although the prosecutor's not here, the prosecutor is objecting to any reduction at this time. But I certainly want Mr. Brown, Mr. Phillips, whatever you want to place on the record. Mr. Klusny, I just indicated that you were objecting to a bond reduction on the Ellis matter. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Brown, my intent right now is I'm willing to listen to a proposal related to a structured bond reduction. From what I heard in the breakout room with both counsel present, there wasn't sufficient sort of specificity to what would be sort of the plan once she's released. I think it's something that you can acquire, you and Mr. Phillips can acquire in short order. Normally, I would just set this for my next available Royal Oak date, which would be next Monday. But recognizing that Miss Ellis continues to be in custody, and really the determination by you and Mr. Phillips to get this before the court, I'm willing to adjust my schedule to see her my next criminal day, even though it's a Berkeley day, which would be this Thursday. What I would be looking for, though, Mr. Brown, is I really need to know where she would be staying. And I need to have some verification of like who's there with her. Would she be on her own? I want to know, is she going to be able to get the type of assessment that I'm looking for? And can that happen in a very short time frame after release? Is she willing to follow my rules? I need to have some basic understanding that Miss Ellis recognizes that when I set bond conditions, they're non-negotiable, and they have to be followed. And really, in the end, it's about making sure that the process works. That that she's able to have a fair opportunity to challenge her domestic violence case and the disorderly conduct case while remaining out in the community. But I need to make sure that certain safeguards are put in place. But in the end, I could put as many safeguards in place as possible. If she's not willing to follow them, then we're all stuck. And so that's what I want to make sure by Thursday that I have from you, Mr. Brown, and Mr. Phillips. If amend it back to a personal bond, this would be the plan, and some sort of verification from Miss Ellis that she's willing to follow it. Mr. Brown, Mr. Phillips, is that a timetable that if I can open up my docket for a Thursday morning, can you both be available for that day, Mr. Brown?
Yes, Judge.
Mr.
Yes, Your
Phillips?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, Ms. Ellis, you should understand, like, your attorneys are certainly pressing the court for your freedom.
I understand.
But at the same point in time, they can only do as much as whatever you're willing to comply with and whatever information you give them.
I'm willing to comply with any of your stipulations. I have always been a rule follower. This is the only time I've ever been in trouble is this summer.
Well, Ms. Ellis, I'm hoping that I believe that both your attorneys are going to be able to come up with a game plan that I can follow. Mr. Klusny, obviously, you'll be able to express any objections or any concerns on Thursday morning, and we can go through all of that. But I think there is a plan that would allow for the safety of the community to make sure that she returns to court as directed outside of the jail setting. Today, I don't have enough information, but I think Mr. Brown and Mr. Phillips can deliver that on Thursday, and we'll see everybody back together here Thursday morning at 8:40 or 9:01 because she's in custody. I think that's the earliest I can get her here.
Is that me as well will be there, George?
You will absolutely be there. There's not going to be a court date that you're not going to be a part of. You will be there at 9:01 a.m.
George, can we break out after?
No, you can't. We can't do a breakoker, Your Honor.
I'll set up a meeting.
We're done. This is taking enough time, Deputy. I appreciate your
I'll
patience.
set up a meeting with you.
Thank you.
Certainly a challenging, lengthy process, and I appreciate you. Good luck, everyone. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. So now I'm going to hop over to my own stream from my birthday. That is when we saw her. So there might be a little bit of like Vicky Macception here. Psychosaurus that you sent. I'm going to listen to some of his stuff off stream because my mic sounds horrible. Ooh. Don't know yet if I just clicked into a trial and if there's problematic stuff. This judge is Derek Manecki. Here it would be like Meinecke. Actually, I don't know. Talking rubbish. I don't know, but I love this judge. And speaking of this judge, before I get into it, first of all, if you're here and you're going to say I talk too much, this is not the place for you. I'm always going to talk too much. I literally made it my entire day job. I did very well. Okay, but you're talking too much. I don't care. And it's Judge Oakley. I just read Judge Middleton.
2401-248, People versus Megan Ellis.
Ryan Klusny, behalf of the City of Royal Oak.
Mr. Phillips?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Attorney Joey Phillips on behalf of Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis, could you please state your full name for the record?
Megan Ellis.
All right, today's date and time set for a pretrial. It's my understanding Mr. Phillips is asking for a brief adjournment. I don't have an issue with that. So that puts us at 2 weeks out in all likelihood. Let's see here. So today is the 18th. Actually, the first I'm not available, but August 5th I am available. Mr. Phillips?
Just double check my calendar. That should.
Excuse me, ma'am.
What time, Your Honor? I'm actually.
Go ahead.
I'm at your court at, I believe, 10:15 on that day.
I'll adjourn the pretrial to August 5th. That will be at 10:01 a.m. We'll do that on Zoom.
I'm sorry, can somebody explain like what all of this means?
Well, Ms. Ellis, so basically you have a court date today.
Sure.
Mr. Phillips is asking for additional time to review discovery reports, things like that, to give you the
Okay.
best possible advice. So he's asking for an adjournment. An adjournment just means you move this date to another date because
Sure.
he certainly doesn't want you to make a decision related to this case today. So he's trying to connect or have the court select a date so that everybody before we break knows when we're coming back.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
That's like
Is
we
there
talked about last night.
right? But what about the bond conditions?
We're getting to that. Hang
Okay.
tight.
Okay. Sorry.
Right, Mr. Phillips, you have a bond request?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point in time, my client's bond does not permit her to leave the state of Michigan. She had a pre-planned trip to Europe that she's had to move the flight for a few times because of this matter. She's asking the court's permission to travel to Europe. She knows if today's the next date, she'll be able to do Zoom from there. I'm not sure when her return date is. Miss Ellis, when's your return
August
date?
28th.
August 28th.
August 20th.
20th, I'm sorry. She's just requesting permission to travel there.
I have a return flight, a flight there. So, I mean, there's really no worries on my end, but I've never done this before, so I understand.
Well, no, so let's walk through this. So, Mr. Phillips, your client wants to leave on what day?
Yes. I'm supposed
Would
to
that be
leave
today?
Yes. Supposed to leave today. I'm supposed to leave June 28th.
So let's try this again. So she has a request. She wants to leave today at what time?
It's 7:30 p.m.
So she wants to leave today, July 18th at 7:30 p.m. Traveling from Detroit to where?
Frankfurt.
And how long would you be in Frankfurt?
I'll be in Germany is my main station for the whole entire time that I'm there. There will be other business that takes me like, maybe to Dusseldorf or Munich or perhaps Amsterdam, but Germany is where I'll be until I come home out of Frankfurt back to Detroit.
First of all, she came in sounding ditzy, but the call says Dusseldorf. She can probably even say Greenwich. She can probably even say that. She probably knows what that
20th.
So this is, again, with your admitted unfamiliarity with the court system, when someone requests to leave the state and then even more the country, usually there's a pretty detailed itinerary that's prepared for the court so that
I can do
know
that.
exactly where you're at through the entire duration. So it can't just be, I'm going to Germany.
Okay.
We need to know where you are, where you're going, where you're staying, those types of things, because you have a pending assaultive charge. I need to guarantee your reappearance. Now, Miss Ellis, you might say, and have very good reason to say, I'm definitely going to show up for all my court appearances. I'm definitely going to do that. But I don't know you at all, Miss Ellis, and the allegations here are pretty significant. And so we need to make sure that you reappear. Now, it sounds like you have a pretty organized itinerary, plans, things like that. So when can you get that to the court?
I have an entire spreadsheet already prepared. I can send it right now.
Now, what is the purpose of this trip?
It's for work. I've worked for German companies since I graduated in state. Automotive. And I may, see a Taylor Swift concert while she's over there. But then, I worked for Bosch and then Infineon Technologies.
So what portion would you say is business and what portion is personal?
70-30.
Okay.
80-20. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to not have fun just because I'm in trouble for essentially nothing. But yes, I can send that over to, would that be my lawyer or you to the court clerk?
Okay. So a couple things, Miss Ellis. I think it's helpful to make sure you know sort of how, where this all stands. When you say make a comment like, I'm not going to have fun, I'm not going to not have fun. I mean, you understand right now that if I decide that I can't guarantee your reappearance or that I don't have a full understanding of what you're doing, your current status is you cannot travel out of the state. Okay, that's your current status as of right now. I have not changed any of it. That flight, you would not be able to go on it today unless I change my mind. Okay,
I know.
So that's where the court's at right now. Mr. Phillips, have you talked to Miss Ellis?
Yes, I spoke with her last night about this, Your Honor. I wanted to just bring it to the court's attention today while we were out on the hearing. If you want a more scheduled itinerary, I'm happy to get that from her and provide that to the court in motion format. I wasn't aware there was going to be travel within where she was at, so.
I mean, it's the same country, but yeah.
That being said, Your Honor, I will happily get that spreadsheet itinerary for her and submit it to the court in motion format.
Stand still. Thank you. Glad you heard me. No. Hey, stand still when you're talking to the judge.
See, the information that I had is, again, I guess I need some more information about how this is business related, because the information that's contained, at least what I was under the understanding was that the whole point of this European trip was just to follow Taylor Swift.
I have concerts planned because she's in Europe all of the summer until the end of August. So she comes back to the United States and whatever, Canada, Mexico. But I'm already going to be over there, and this is not irrelevant. This is not irrelevant.
Miss Ellis, not yet.
No, I'm saying I understand. Previously, before all of this happened, I was already going to be over here. This has been planned since April. So I'm already going to be over here for work. I aligned, which is why I had to make a spreadsheet so that I could plan to see her while I was already over there for the things I'm doing, because I think she's the best thing in the world.
Okay, so we're talking July 18th through what date?
August 20th.
August 20th. And just so I have an understanding, how many shows will you be going to?
I think 2. I mean, I've already seen her a lot this summer and last year. So, and budget wise, it's just going to depend on budget. I'm already over there for a long time, and that's going to be stretching me, plus lawyers. So.
Okay, so Mr. Phillips, obviously we're going to want to make sure that she can.
I'm sure Birthday Vicky will say it soon, but one of my absolute pet peeves is like when a woman makes herself sound ditzy cutesy to like appeal to men. It's like she's a clever woman. She graduated and works in mechanics, I think she said, for Bosch, which is huge. So why does she feel? I think she's like the best thing in the world. It's 2024. We're allowed to be smart. We're allowed to show we're smart. That is all.
Follow any and all bond conditions. She's, her requirements indicate that she's not to use any alcohol, marijuana, illegal controlled substances. How do I guarantee that that's not going to happen while she's in Europe?
Well, I mean, obviously, Your Honor, if the court would like, if she needs to test before and when she returns.
I'm
So
happy
I guess
to.
that would be a long period of time. So I don't know if the court would want something like a SoberLink device.
To be fair, I don't have. I mean, I don't recall any allegations that that she. I'm trying to remember if there were any allegations. I don't think so that she had any. That drugs and alcohol were involved with her.
They were not.
So if there was that, I would certainly require a SoberLink to go with her, but I don't think that is absolutely necessary. So so if we set a court date for the 5th, she'll be in Germany at the time. She could zoom in. That should be something that she can accomplish there. She's going to be 5-6 hours ahead. But as long as she makes sure she's aware of the time change, that shouldn't be an issue. She'll be out of the country, so the no contact order, it will be even easier to follow because she's out of the country altogether. And so there's again, you know, I want to make sure that we have detailed, as she's described, a spreadsheet, so we know where she's going to be, where she's going to be staying, and she cannot deviate from that without the permission of this court. So, Miss Ellis, what that means is, say you get over there, and all of a sudden there's an opportunity to go to another show in another city, because I do know that there's
she's touring, yeah,
all over the place. Okay, and you're going to deviate from that. You need to contact the court. Okay. All right. To make sure.
Is that through Joey?
That be through your attorney, Mr. Phillips. Yes. So you would let him know, and he can contact the court. And we need to know, like, if there's a deviation from what you've provided, because what you're providing me today is what I've agreed to. If it changes, I haven't agreed to that. And so I'm not saying no, I'm just saying, let us know.
Sure. I'm happy to.
Okay. So Mr. Klusny, did the people take a position on this?
Judge, we would just leave it to the court's discretion.
Okay.
All right, so she'll be allowed to travel as long as a detailed spreadsheet provided to the court today by 1 p.m. She'll be able to leave today then at 7:30. So July 18th, returning on August 20th.
My return flight is on August 20th. Yes, so we arrive the same day. When you head over there, you arrive the next day.
The no contact order continues.
And it depends on your flight.
Now, Ms. Ellis, again, if I'm affording you this opportunity and I'm not requiring you to take a SoberLink, you cannot drink, you cannot use substances. You've got to stay focused on work and experiencing this opportunity that the court doesn't have to give you, but is allowing you to go experience. So the last thing you want to do, Ms. Ellis, is take advantage of that trust. So if I find out that that behavior has occurred, then that's a violation of my bond. So just stay on your game. You're getting a chance that not always is allowed to people who are on bond for an assaultive crime. But I don't have any prior incidents that I'm aware of from Miss Ellis. Obviously, this is a significant, substantial expense that she's incurring. That obviously will be very difficult for her to get refunds on at this late of a date. Mr. Klusny, you're not opposing this, correct?
I am not, Your Honor, no.
Okay, so Miss Ellis, you know your responsibilities. As long as you follow my rules, you can go.
Okay, is there anything within these few weeks? Like, I understand the bond conditions, but is there anything I need to do, like, while I'm over there? Maybe I guess I could just talk with you, Joey, but like.
Yeah, well, we can talk about that, but you heard the court's order. You give me that spreadsheet and I will provide it to the court. And if anything changes, you will contact me.
I would advise that you check in with Mr. Phillips throughout the trip and just let him know, hey, I'm here. I'm still, I'm on track with everything. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to. I'm going to be at this location, like I told you on my spreadsheet. I think that would be the best advice.
That's what I'm wondering, if there's something I have to do, like, hey, I'm here, or hey, I really don't know.
Check in with Mr. Phillips. That is your requirement. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll see everybody back on August 5th. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
All right.
Okay.
Calling case number.
Okay, so now we switch to today.
but he's in custody with Mr. All right. Mr. Phillips, do you want to speak with Miss Ellis at all?
I can briefly, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't see Mr. Brown yet.
I think he was just pulling up to the court when I spoke with him.
Okay. Mr. Shreeman, you have Cook, is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Did you already speak with Mr. Christ?
No, if I may, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Shreeman, room 1, Mr. Crystal, meet you there.
Is Mr. Wright logged on as well, Your Honor?
I do not see Mr. Wright, but he's in custody, so they might go Miss Ellis, then Mr. Wright.
Okay.
All right, Miss Ellis, I'm going to send you to a breakout room with your attorney.
Okay. Is George on?
And he's going to be logging in soon. So I've got Mr. Phillips and Mr. Brown will be here soon, okay? That'll be room 15. He'll be there shortly. Mr. Markham, good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Actually, do you need to talk to Mr. Markham first? Mr. is already in talking to the prosecutor. I'm going to send you there right now, and then Miss Ellis is in room 15 after that, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All, given that, it's pretty hard on his financials, but I understand.
Continue, just stay on top of all your requirements.
Your Honor, I know Mr. Cook is testing 8 times a month right now. He is on disability. He receives, I'm just asking if the court's willing to reduce that amount at all, given that, it's pretty hard on his financials, but I understand, bond was just put in place about a couple weeks ago.
Mr. Christ, what was the alleged BAC in this one?
Your Honor, I don't have that number.
It looks like it was
on the ticket. It might say 1-3.
No, I've got it as looks like I've got 2 different results, a 0.083 and a 0.077, but the presence of Delta 9 THC marijuana as well. So
okay.
So I don't have a problem with the twice a week is a substantial amount of testing, so I will reduce. Take a look at one more thing here before I make that call. He has no prior driving infractions that I see, so, and is he also testing for drugs?
I believe he was required to do an initial test. If tested negative, he would not need to. I will be back in half an hour then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Phillips, do you need to speak with Mr. Wright? He's here now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Actually, before I do that, stop the recording here. The one from March 16th or March 21st? What was the number again?
March 21st, 24 RO 021.
Has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Innocent of this charge, and your guilt has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Sir, do you understand that once you enter a plea, you give up all those rights that I just said that you'd have at a trial?
Yes.
And once you plead guilty, there'll be no trial. You understand that?
Yes.
Other than the dismissal of 2 other charges, other than that, has anybody promised you or threatened you in any way?
Nope.
It's your own choice to do this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, real simple, March 21st of this year, 2024. Were you in the area of 1203 Main Street in the city of Royal Oak?
This year?
Yeah, let me make sure. Of this year, March 21st of this year. Let's see here. Were you in the area of, looks like it was in a, bear with me 1 second. I'm sorry to say this. I have a number of police reports. Do you remember, Mr. Markham, what location this was that he's alleged to have taken property from?
Both of the retail frauds were from the holiday market, Your Honor.
Okay, so on March 21st of this year, 2024, did you take property that was offered for sale at the holiday market with the intent to keep that item, and was it in an amount less than $200?
Yeah.
All right, satisfied, Mr. Markham?
Satisfied, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
I too am satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and accurate. I'll accept the same. As to sentencing, Mr. Phillips?
Your Honor, he's been in the Oakland County Jail since April of this year. I would just ask for credit for time served. He's got some other holds as well.
Any comments on that, Mr. Markham?
No, Your Honor, just to piggyback that, I'm looking at the Oakland County screen right now. He's got a hold on a retail fraud third out of 45B and a possession of weapons out of the 43rd District Court.
Okay.
Other than that, I take no position.
All right, Mr. Wright, is there anything you'd like to say before this court imposes sentence?
What is the 43rd?
This is for this case here is for the 44th.
You said I had a hold.
He said you have a hold out of the 43rd, but I'm sure they'll deal with it while you're in custody because the 43rd is in Oakland County, so that's pretty easy for them to find out where you're at.
If that's fine, though, that was already been taken care of, and that's the only possession of the weapon I have.
That would be it then. Good.
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Wright, anything you'd like to say before this court imposes sentence?
No.
All right, it's a sentence of this court that you'll serve 27 days in jail with 27 days credit. And I will waive fines and costs and close this file out. Good luck, sir.
All right, we're all finished.
You're all set, Mr. Wright. All right, so Mr. Brown, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Markham, do you need to touch base with me at all?
That would be good. A good idea, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
What? Okay.
Okay, calling case numbers 2401-451, 2401-248, People versus Megan Ellis.
Josh Markham on behalf of the people.
And George Brown on behalf of the defendant on the disorderly case.
Attorney Joey Phillips on behalf of Miss Ellis on the domestic violence case.
Miss Ellis, state your name, please. Miss Ellis, are you there?
See, she's muted, Your Honor.
I mean, she should still be able to hear us. Miss Ellis? I don't know if there's a...
I know they were having issues when I talked to her.
Yeah, those tablets have been freezing.
Miss Ellis, are you there? Miss Ellis, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right, today's date and time set for pre-trial and bond review.
No,
Hold on, Miss Ellis, are you hearing us right now or in the middle of the proceeding? I want to make sure you can hear everything that's going on.
Your Honor, this is the deputy. I'm going to try to connect the iPad to Wi-Fi real quick.
That's fine.
Hear you. If you want to keep talking, it's up to you, Your Honor.
It's fine, as long as she can hear me. If at any point in time, well, I'll keep checking in from time to time to make sure you're still continuing to hear us. Mr. Brown, Mr. Phillips, I know you have a request related to bond. Obviously, bond was set based on the new charge in an increased level. We were last here on the 5th. Before that, the 26th. The court had expressed its concerns about Miss Ellis's likelihood to comply, potential danger to the community, and I put it on defense counsel to come up with a plan that the court could feel comfortable with that would allow her back into the community. So, Mr. Brown, I know your request and Mr. Phillips' request is for the court to consider reinstating a personal bond on the domestic case and amending to a personal bond on the disorderly matter. I'd like to hear what your proposals are, starting with Mr. Brown.
Yes, Your Honor. When we were last here, the court did have certain concerns and asked for a plan. So the court was not going to do anything without some kind of plan. So we did put together a specific plan to address those concerns. We would suggest that the court, yes, grant personal bond in both cases, order that Ms. Ellis go to a psychiatric evaluation with Dr. Michael Abramsky. She already has an appointment with him tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. He's expecting her, and he's already been provided with some background information on her situation. Also, the court wanted to know where she would be. Ms. Ellis does reside in Royal Oak. She has a home that she owns and pays a mortgage on at 1902 Brookwood Avenue in Royal Oak. And finally, the court wanted to hear from the defendant herself, whether or not she was willing to follow court orders. I've spoken with her many times about this. I am convinced she is absolutely going to follow court orders. And she's prepared to address any questions the court has about that.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so let's start a couple things. Miss Ellis, I have a number of concerns related to this. Actually, before I start addressing my concerns, Mr. Markham, I want to make sure that you have a chance to be heard on this as well. What's the city's position at this time on defendant's bond request?
Thank you, Judge. And would just like to say for the record that the court is in possession of several videos, I believe 4 videos that the court has watched and we discussed. The city's main concern is that there appears to be some sort of mental health issue that needs to be addressed, and I believe that was the court's consideration as well. My only problem with the plan as it stands is that it does put that on Miss Ellis to herself agree to attend and actually attend those proceedings and any follow-up that's needed. However, I understand from speaking with counsel that the opportunities to have someone come to the jail or have her directly transported are fairly limited or non-existent. So this may be all that we've got. So that said, I do leave this ultimately to the court's discretion. However, and I believe there probably is a no weapons restriction on the domestic violence bond and probably the other bond. I'd like the court to expand that for her to also not be in the presence of anyone in possession of a weapon.
Fine. I don't own any weapons in my home.
Mr. Phillips, I trust you joining Mr. Brown's request.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, bear with me. I have to endorse the file here.
I don't have any details of her crime, by the way. I know it's alleged DV, but I don't know the details. I'm just waiting with my calendar ready.
All right, so here's my concern, Miss Ellis. I need to make sure that you understand that if you don't show up for that psychological evaluation, I'm going to issue an immediate bench warrant, and you're going to be exactly where you're at right now. I would hope that after the time that you've spent in jail, and sort of the nature of the allegations and the behavior, that there's a part of you that wants to know what the heck is going on, and try to figure out how this happened, where someone who, prior to this incident, we don't have any type of interaction with the criminal justice system, and then a significant set of interactions with the criminal justice system, including commentary on videos with the court is aware of, which are, I think it's fair to be described as very threatening and very disturbing. And so I would imagine in your shoes, you would want to know how this came to be. And the best way that I can think of to gain an understanding is for you to talk to somebody, a professional, who can evaluate the situation and give you a roadmap for how you can prevent this from happening again, prevent yourself from being at a loss of liberty behind bars. But if you're not willing to go down that path, if you're not willing to explore and do that sort of self-evaluation along with professional assistance, then that just tells me that you don't want to know, you don't care, and that's a dangerous person, and you'll be exactly back where you're at right now. So, Ms. Ellis, go ahead. Go ahead. What'd you say?
Yes, I said I am more than willing.
Okay. All right. It's the order of this court. One, I'll just set this for a pretrial in 2 weeks. That'll give you a chance, Mr. Brown, to get started on this and really get into the facts of the case. Give Mr. Phillips a chance to continue to evaluate the case against Ms. Ellis and the domestic matter. I'll amend this to a personal bond. However, there will have to be a GPS tether prior to release. I am going to require that she engage in drug testing twice a week. I know there was some discussion related to alcohol. Obviously, she's prohibited from using alcohol, drugs, any illegal controlled substances, any mind-altering substances. But for now, my main concern would be related to the drug testing. If it comes out that she's using alcohol, then I'll add alcohol testing, but I'm not going to add that for right now. She's not to have any possession of any weapons or be in the presence of anyone with any weapons. She's not to be in the presence of anybody who's using alcohol or controlled substances or any mind-altering substances. She needs to stay away from all of that. While she is home, all right, because that's where we'll be releasing her to. While she's home, she is not to engage in any use of any form of social media. All right, there is to be no logging in just to read or scroll, no posting. It's my understanding the allegations from the people related to the videos that were sent with this was a Snapchat video. Is that correct, Mr. Markham? Oh, you're on mute.
I believe that is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so I don't want your TikTok, whatever, you're away from those things. While you're working on your mental health, you should be away from that stuff anyway. But since I have evidence of extremely negative behavior related to social media, you're off it. Don't go on it. Don't go check on it. Don't like anything. Don't send any messages. If I hear or see anything like that, you're back exactly where you're at right now. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I do want her to do a daily journal of her activities and get that to your attorneys. So Mr. Brown, Mr. Phillips, and if you could just submit that to the court once a week, I'd appreciate it. But she's to get you that information. All right. Just have her log what she's doing. We want to keep her involved with healthy behavior. Now, she is required to be at home, all right, from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. If she needs to be somewhere else, she can ask permission through her attorneys. But from 8 p.m. at night till 8 a.m. in the morning, she's home. And obviously, she's required to be a minimum of 1,000 feet away from the victim. The GPS tether will be able to manage that. The psychological evaluation is set for August 9th at 7 p.m. with Dr. Bransky. She must appear with the doctor and follow any treatment recommendations. She's to surrender her passport. And just remember this, Ms. Ellis, if this court has probable cause to believe that there's a bond violation going on, you are at all times going to be subject to a search of your home for substances and weapons. So just be very aware of that. All right. So that if this court believes that you're using, this court believes that you have access to weapons, your home could be subject to search. Do you understand that?
I do understand that. So one quick question, like I have a mini bar downstairs with alcohol that just sits there and collects dust. Do I need to get rid of it all?
Yeah, absolutely. All
Okay.
that needs to be gone. That needs to be out of the home.
Okay.
All right. In fact, if you have someone who has access to the home, a friend or a family member, they should work on getting rid of that before you even step foot in the home.
He'll take care of it all. He always does.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Phillips, anything in addition to what the court's put on the record that you want to address?
Yes, Judge, just a couple things. One, the appointment is for 7:30 tomorrow on August 9th.
Okay, 7:30. Thank you. We want to be accurate. Appreciate it.
Oh, okay.
And additionally, Your Honor, I just want some clarification. I don't want to come back here on just a misunderstanding. So Ms. Ellis is to be at her house from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. She may travel outside of the house during the other hours?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
If she has to go to get groceries, go to a doctor's appointment, things like that. But she is to be at the house the rest of the time. Now, if I find out that she is, taking advantage of that and choosing to engage in certainly self-destructive behavior, the court can just limit her to just the house and that's it. Ms. Ellis, I would prefer not to do that. I prefer to see you try to get a job, try to get yourself back on your feet. And I think giving you that space would give you a chance to do that. But if you take advantage of that, then you're going to put me in a position where I have no choice. I have to put you back in jail. I can't stress this enough, Ms. Ellis. I'm still very uncomfortable. You've given me many reasons to be uncomfortable. I'm hoping for the best here. I think I've put enough safeguards to protect the community, protect you from yourself. But please don't mistake my desire to see you in the best possible position mental health wise. Please don't mistake that as an unwillingness to do what it takes to keep everybody safe. And that includes locking you up. So I'm giving you a shot here. Follow my rules and you can stay out. And more importantly, I don't think she's going to, gain any sort of personal growth or get some additional information on how to address any mental health concerns that may exist while sitting in a jail cell. So this is our chance to really get to work. But Ms. Ellis, this is going to be on you. As Mr. Markham says, that's the big fear right now is a lot of this is on you. But I would hope that the jail sentence the time in jail will have motivated you to do whatever it takes to take care of yourself and understand how this happened. All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Markham, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Brown, thank you for your time on this. Everybody's working really hard on this, and I just hope that Ms. Ellis will meet us all in the effort that we're putting in by putting in the same effort herself.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Judge.
everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
So they didn't say what date the pre-trial is. So they said 2 weeks. So it could be the 22nd. I'm just going to put a note. T Swifty back this week. She's got a psych eval tomorrow. And then they said 2 weeks. So here's what I got from that. She did some commentary on videos on Snapchat and sent them to someone. They were threatening and concerning. She's not allowed some social media as a result, and she had to surrender her passport. So no Germany for her, no Düsseldorf, and no Amsterdam, no Taylor Swift. She can't be around alcohol. And then according to her LinkedIn, let me just go back up. She hasn't been with Bosch since 2019 and Infineon since Jan 24, was with General Dynamics from Feb to May. So who was she traveling to Europe with? Because she was then on a sabbatical. And where's the second message from Steve? She was on sabbatical. Man. Anyway, she's on sabbatical and back in, I want to say, September. So I'll keep an eye on that. I literally have been adding all of the downloads to my folder today. Because some judges name the stream the same thing, so I have to do them one by one. Natalie, how's this for a deal? We can, so I generally like to say, I'll do this until this. So like, if we're gonna watch the Hutch trial, I would say, like, I'm going to work on this particular part of the room until they take a break. But I don't know if everybody is kind of wanting a change of scenery from that. There is also so on the Hutch trial, now I've messed with all of my settings. We have I think we should at least finish the lawyer and take it from there. How's that? Let's at least finish the lawyer and then I'll put a poll up as usual. Let me push play and do the poll.
Did there come a time when FBI agents came to see you?
Yes.
And was this at your home?
Yes.
Do you have an office, home office? Is that what it is?
I have office and home office.
And were you there at the time?
I was not.
And did you give him a phone call afterwards?
No, my then fiance, we're separated now, but she gave me the phone to, so I can talk to her.
And when you did they leave a card? And did you talk to him afterwards?
No, I talked to him then.
You called them back when
No,
you
I didn't
got
call
home.
him back. She listened to me. She handed them the phone, and I spoke to them like this.
Right there.
Right.
Okay. And what did they have to say to you?
Objection.
What did you
did you give them any information about your representation of Mr. Larry?
No, because I'm smart enough.
Say it again.
Because I'm smarter than that.
I wouldn't
No,
doubt it.
no,
No,
no.
I wouldn't doubt it, but you did not. Okay. And were they satisfied with your answer? If you know,
Objection, calls for speculation.
did they go into anything further after
Objection,
that?
calls for hearsay.
I'm not asking what,
Not asking what they said, so did they go in further?
They left a card that said,
Nope, don't tell me what they said.
that's their face.
Yes.
Gloria had them. They left a card.
they had already left a card before the phone call, right?
No,
Where were you when the phone call was made? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding you.
I was in Westland.
Okay, they left a card. Did they come to Westland?
No,
They left a card at your home. Isn't that what I just asked you?
I don't know what you're asking me now. If they came there, I talked to them, and then they left the car. That's what happened. In a nutshell.
All right. Well, Mr. Starr, were you appointed in Livonia to represent anybody that Mr. Bisbikis knew?
Objection, relevance.
Were you appointed to represent Alex Sakalaris in Livonia?
Kind of, but not appointed to represent him. I do arraignments in Livonia, and one time while I was still on the case, I saw Alex was scheduled for an arraignment in Casa.
Did you know his name?
Yeah, as soon as I saw his name, I was like, oh wow.
Was that after the June 1st date?
Yeah,
Okay. And did you disqualify yourself?
yeah. I saw his name. Keep the lawyer hat on. I saw his name. Yes, afterwards I disqualified myself.
Thanks, Judge.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Sir, when you were attempting to find your client, Roy Larry, were you of the opinion that the police were interfering with your ability to see your client?
Yes.
Objection, that calls for speculation.
No, it's what he thinks. It's his opinion.
Then what's the relevance?
Relevancy is the investigation and how it turns when the police are not allowing a lawyer to see their client.
He's asking for his impression.
Yeah. No. Jerry would disagree. Yes.
You feel the prosecutor's office or Mr. Skritsky owes you a favor?
Do I feel that way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you put that in writing in an email to anybody, to an assistant prosecutor recently?
I don't think I put it in writing, but I mentioned, something to that effect in terms of trying to, see if I can help a client out of mine because of this whole ordeal.
So you were looking for a quid pro quo. You're looking for some favor from the government and the prosecutor because you're coming in here to testify on behalf of the government?
I wasn't looking for it. I was seeing if that was possible.
You made a statement that they owe you a favor, right?
Something to that effect. I don't know if I used those words like a favor, but basically something like, let me see if I can contact them to help a client out.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas? Mr. Skritsky?
Okay, Mr. Starr, have you been given any special favors by the prosecutor's office as a result of your testimony?
Oakland County, I wish.
Have you?
No.
Okay. You,
Not
did anybody ever offer you or say that you would get an offer of favor after you testified?
No, no one said that explicitly to me. No.
Okay. Thank you.
When did this conversation take place with the other prosecutor where you said that you were looking for a favor from Mr. Skrinsky? You called him John.
I called him John.
And when was that?
That was I feel like last week.
You weren't on stage at that point in time, were you? You were in court, weren't you?
Court is my stage.
So you feel sitting up there in a murder case that you're on stage and you're not a witness?
No, I said the court is my stage, like where you're at right now.
Okay. So the question isn't whether you've been paid already or you have gotten any consideration. You were looking for him to do you a favor, correct?
No, because if I was looking for it, I would have been like, all right, this is a done deal. I was hoping.
You were hoping, and you were mentioning it, so you had a hope that you were going to get a favor.
I had a strong hope that, okay, maybe they can help me out with this one.
And that was last week. You still haven't had time to get that favor yet, have you?
Well, they shot it down.
But you knew you were going to be testifying in this case either today or some other day, correct?
I've already testified in this case.
And testify again today.
Right.
And you're saying, I'm going to testify again. I want a favor. You asked John to give you a favor at a time when you were going to be coming into court to testify again. Isn't that correct?
I mean, I guess.
Thank you.
This past week, did you receive an email or were you copied on an email regarding this subject?
Hearsay.
Yes. Thursday? All right, so.
Oh, you said Thursday?
Objection.
Oh, I don't know what you're saying. I mean, literally say, I don't know what you're
I object. It's a hearsay
Oh,
document.
hearsay.
If Mr. Skrinsky wants to
I'm
take
not
the
asking for
stand,
hearsay.
let him do so.
What? No, Mr. Spence is not becoming a witness. I don't know how far down you want to go down this rabbit hole, but go ahead.
Did you receive an email?
Yes, I received the email.
You were copied on this email, correct?
Yeah, I copied it and I received it.
Yes. And the author of that email was me, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice who the email was actually addressed to? Copied to you, you were copied, but did you notice it was addressed to Mr. Bitwer, and Mr. Naughton, and Mr. Thomas?
Oh, no, I saw names of other Oakland County prosecutors.
Mm-hmm.
So I may have overlooked that.
Okay. All right, that's it. I got it.
Anything else? Any objection to witness being excused?
No.
No.
Okay,
No.
thank you very much. You may step down, you are excused. Watch your step.
See you next time.
Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna stop here for the evening. How about a tiny bit, a little bit starting late, maybe getting here by 8:45? Does that work with everyone? Keep looking at the mom. All right, so 8:45, as soon as you're here, we'll get going again. No discussion, no deliberations, no going through social media about don't look for anything in the case. If you happen to see this case pop up, turn away, ignore it. Don't read anything, don't watch anything. Have a safe evening. We'll see you at 8:45. All rise for the jury.
We have reached a hung jury in the poll yet again. So we've got 40% saying watch this trial, we've got 20% saying Judge Middleton, and we've got 40% saying general court watching. Also, I think I found that girl's TikTok and Instagram, but they're both gone. So she's obviously abiding by the court orders this time. I just want to see the arrest thing report. Also, hi Mel, Psych, and Adam and Jen. Sorry. Whew. Okay, you have like 2 minutes to vote in the poll. Also, there's a lot of Megan Ellis's in Michigan, it seems. I'll listen to whatever. We're on 45% carry on with the trial. I'll wait for 2 more votes and then close it off. I do need to take like a short stretch break. Try to get my shoulders to stop being so cramps. Okay. It's safe to say the trial has won. So let's go on. Before we do that, I need to do this, and I need to make sure that the next one in the playlist is the right one in the playlist. Okay. Close that. And do that. This is the guy accused. 1, 2. This one.
I'm sorry, what's your name? My name is Amanda Fazi, F-A-Z-I.
Mayor, thank you. And ma'am, where are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm a forensic DNA analyst with DNA Labs International.
And is that a private corporation or private company?
Yes, it's a private forensic lab.
Where were you employed in August of 2022?
I was employed with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office in the crime laboratory in the biology unit.
And let's talk a little bit about your time there at the lab. When did you leave the lab here at the Sheriff's Department?
I left there in December of 2022.
And how long had you worked there before you left?
About 3.5 years.
And what were your duties there at the lab?
So in the biology unit, my duties involved receiving evidence from law enforcement agencies and screening them for the possible presence of biological material. Sometimes that included identifying biological fluids such as blood, semen, saliva, as well as taking samples for developing DNA profiles, comparing those evidence profiles to knowns, and then authoring reports based on my findings and applying any statistical calculations needed, as well as testifying whenever that need may come.
How many years have you been involved in DNA analysis?
About 12 years.
And can you tell us, other than the 3 years for the Sheriff's Department and now in the private sector, how about the other years? What did you do then?
Before I was employed with the Sheriff's Office, I was a forensic DNA analyst as well at the Michigan State Police at the Northville Crime Laboratory, where I worked there since 2013.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Wayne State University. I also have a master's degree in forensic science, with a biology concentration from Michigan State University.
Do you belong to any professional organizations or affiliations?
Yes, I belong to 2 different organizations associated with forensic science. The national organization called American Academy of Forensic Sciences, as well as the Midwestern Association of Forensic Scientists.
Did you receive any specialized training in DNA analysis?
Yes, after I completed my education, I did go through in-house training at the Michigan State Police before I was qualified to do any independent work. That was at least a year of training. I also went through continued education in my years there, as well as once I started with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, as well as my current employer. I went through training before I would be released to do independent work. And then every year there is required hours of continued education, as well as staying fresh on the current literature in the field.
So how many DNA tests have you performed, both with lab work and statistical interpretation?
Thousands.
And have you previously or have ever testified to those results, including the extraction, the amplification, sequencing, and statistical interpretation?
I have.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of DNA analysis and statistical interpretation?
I have.
And how many times?
54 times.
Okay. And don't give me the specific judges, but what are the courts that you've been qualified in?
I've been qualified in the circuit courts, Oakland County, Macomb County, Wayne County, Genesee County, Washtenaw County, and St. Clair County.
Thank you. And Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of Ms. Fozzie as an expert in the forensic science in the area of DNA analysis and statistical interpretation.
Court's discretion. Court's discretion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you explain to the jury what proficiency testing is?
Yes. As part of my job duties, we are required to complete and pass proficiency tests at least twice a year. They are administered usually from outside agencies, a private company that is like casework, where I'm expected to follow casework like tests and procedures and have results that are in line with what the known results are. So the agency knows the results, give them to us, and we perform all of the testing required. And again, I do those twice a year.
And would you do those when you were employed here at the Sheriff's Department in their lab?
Yes.
And how many times would you say you said twice a year? Was that the same?
Yes.
Okay. Did you pass those proficiency tests?
I did.
Is the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Forensic Laboratory, is it accredited?
It is.
Do you know the accreditation board?
The accrediting body is called ANAB. That's the acronym for a longer term. But that's the accrediting body that the Oakland County Sheriff's Office is accredited by.
All right, can you tell the jury the significance behind that, behind lab accreditation?
An accreditation shows that a laboratory is performing its duties in line with different standards. So there are national standards, there are standards put out by the FBI to show that quality work is being done and that procedures are being followed properly. It looks at a gamut of things, everywhere from evidence intake and how things are properly stored in the laboratory, as well as verifying that qualified individuals are working within the laboratory. They go through all of our training records to show that we've have the proper education, continued education, as well as the proficiency testing that we've discussed. So all of this kind of adds up to show that the work being done at the laboratory is to the correct standards.
Does the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Forensic Lab perform validation studies?
It does.
Okay. And what are the results of those?
So any type of technology that's used in the laboratory goes through different validations. There's developmental validation done by the company that creates the instruments and the chemistries that are used, but then the laboratory itself also does internal validations to show that the data we are working with is in line with the instruments we're using and that it's reliable and repeatable and going the way it should with what is being used in the laboratory.
Let's talk a little bit about DNA now. What is DNA?
DNA is the blueprint of life. It's in most of the cells of our body that we inherit, half from our mom and half from our dad. So it's what makes us human, and it determines things like our hair color, eye color, all of our physical characteristics. Over 99% of our DNA is the same from person to person. And that less than 1% is what can be looked at to have an individual profile. And we can look at that in forensics in order to develop unique profiles from person to person.
So just so I'm clear, does DNA vary from person to person?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible for two people to have the same DNA?
Yes, we would expect identical twins to have the same DNA. And other than that, relatives would share DNA, but would not be the same.
Now, you indicated that the DNA comes from cells. What particular part of the body is DNA extracted from?
So DNA is in the center of the cell, the nucleus, and that is in cells like your skin cells, body fluids, blood, and any other area of your body, really.
How about saliva?
Yes.
And how is it that you distinguish one person's DNA from another?
So first, a profile would be generated. So usually a reference sample is submitted from an individual. That might be a buccal swab, which is a swabbing of the inside of the cheek cells, or a blood sample could be used as a reference sample, and then a profile is generated. So like I mentioned, half of our DNA is from mom and half from dad. So at all of the locations we look at, there's either one or two types in each of those locations. And that's how we can develop a unique profile for each person.
Okay, just so I'm clear. So in a DNA profile, it's half from mom, half from dad.
Yes.
So in DNA analysis, do you compare profiles to one another?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what you do.
Correct.
And when you're comparing those profiles, what is it exactly that you're comparing?
So for every case involved, the evidence samples are examined first, and DNA profiles are generated from an evidence sample. If those are deemed suitable for comparison, then they'll be interpreted. So I would interpret how many contributors are in that sample, and then compare them to the known reference samples that might be included in the case.
Now, what are the steps in developing a DNA profile?
So the first step would be extraction. So after a small cutting is made from an item or a swab is collected, we want to separate out just the clean DNA sample. So it's kind of cleaned and the DNA is isolated so that the tissue from the swab is removed, everything else in the cells are removed, so a clean sample is obtained. Next is a quantitation step to estimate about how much DNA is present in that sample. The next step is amplification, where copies are made of that DNA, and it's targeted for certain areas of the DNA are flagged for our purposes. And then in order to reach the amount needed for the next step called capillary electrophoresis. So in that step, the profile or the DNA sample kind of goes through an instrument that has a little camera, and it converts the data into what looks like a graph with peaks across like an X and Y axis.
Which is that otherwise known as sequencing?
Yes, that some can refer to it as that.
Okay. Again, is that done by a computer program?
Yes, there's software programs in addition to different instruments with the camera and different electrical currents that work together.
Ma'am, are there safeguards to ensure the accuracy of each of those steps that you just described?
Yes, there are many different steps along the way to ensure that cleanliness is a factor. We use sterile work environment. I'm wearing gloves and a mask and a lab coat at all times. The workbench is clean in between processing of any items. There's also controls that are incorporated, both positive, where we know a profile should be obtained, and a negative that should be blank. So at any given step, if there's any indication that something might be not intuitive, we can kind of see that as we go along.
Now, in this case, ma'am, were you given a known sample?
Yes.
Okay, in whose known sample were you given?
May I refer to my report, please?
Sure, if it helps refresh your record.
I received a buccal swab that served as a known sample from Roy Larry.
And again, to tell the jury, what is the significance behind a known sample? Why is that important to you?
That's used as the reference. So that's a known source. In this case, came from Roy Larry. So the DNA profile generated can be identified as coming from that individual.
Now, did you test that known sample to get a DNA profile?
I did.
And what did you do? With that same procedure you talked about before, the 4 steps?
Yes, I went through, so for knowns, some of those steps are abbreviated, but a profile was generated from that buckle.
And were you also given pieces of evidence to perform DNA analysis on?
Yes, I was.
What evidence did you receive?
I received, for all of these items of evidence, they were swabs collected from the item. There were swabs from gloves, swabs from a hat, swabs from bike grips, swabs from bike seat, and swabs from bike frame.
And when you receive those at the lab, are they like numbered, that kind of thing?
Yes, so the container that has those swabs, in this case, they were brown paper bags. So that would have identifying information that came from the law enforcement agency. Once it comes into the laboratory, we ensure that the seals are correct, that the identification matches up with the notes, and then a laboratory number is also added on to those items for our internal tracking of the samples.
And did you perform DNA analysis on those items that you received from the law enforcement agency?
I did.
And how did you perform that?
So for the evidence samples first, I went through one item at a time. So the first item, I opened up the package, took a small cutting of the swabs, and put those small cuttings into a tube. Once that sample was done, I went on to the next. And then after all of those swabs were into tubes on their own and identified with our laboratory number, I went through the steps I discussed in order to develop a profile.
So were you able to obtain DNA profiles from any of the evidence you received?
Yes.
Which evidence?
I obtained DNA profiles from the gloves, from the bike grips, from the bike seat, and from the bike frame.
And did you, based on establishing those DNA profiles, did you compare them to the known sample that you had?
I did.
And let's first talk about the hat. You said you got it from the hat. What was your results as it relates to the hat?
So for the hat, no DNA profile was obtained.
Okay. And explain to the jury why that was not obtained.
In this case, I went through all of the steps I discussed, and just no DNA types were generated from all of those, so there might not have been DNA present on that sample.
How about the bike grips?
The bike grips, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals, and then I made a comparison to the buckle swab from Roy Larry.
And what did the analysis reveal?
Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 219 times more likely if the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from item 042 Roy Larry and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides moderate support that Roy Larry is not a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
And how about the bike seat?
The bike seat, the DNA results were that a partial DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals.
And what would your analysis reveal?
The comparison, so based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 70.4 times more likely if the DNA originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from item 042 Roy Larry and 1 unrelated unknown individual.
I'm sorry that I'm interrupting this, but I have to share this tab with you guys. This Megan Ellis is like the screensaver of my brain. Like, I just want to know what she did. So here's a LinkedIn post: on sabbatical through August 25th, eligible for hiring. I quit my job this week again. PSA to everyone in my network and on the World Wide Web: do not wait for anything, anyone, or any job to live your dreams. Do not, and I repeat, do not put your dreams on hold. This 3 months ago she posted this. So August, July, Frank, June, May. I'm about to enter Frankie. Sorry about the screaming cat. I'm about to enter the most incredible chapter of my life, taking a 2-month-long sabbatical. Honey bun, isn't a sabbatical a year? To travel throughout Europe for the summer and maybe follow Taylor Swift around on the Eras tour. Yes, that was always a dream of mine growing up. She was never going for work. This is in May. We would have watched her if it was my birthday stream, 23rd of July. Although I did not want to leave my new job, new team, and new suppliers after a short 3-month tenure, I didn't really have a choice. And what a damn shame that is in America. God forbid you live your life a little. Well, cheers to me because I'm doing the damn thing. It truly doesn't matter what your dreams are. If you think your passions are silly, etc., just do them. Please, I am begging you. These last 5 weeks have changed my life completely. These past 3 months have too. I've started dancing again, something I loved to do as a kid. I'm going to write a best-selling book and might mess around and start making some music too. Had it not been for rage quitting my job at the end of 2023 and starting a new job I was no longer attached to and identifying with, I would never have had this opportunity to discover how much of me I have to give to this world and how much more I have to learn and receive from others. I'm living a waking dream on earth. The kind where you wake up in awe with the most gratitude that this is real. Isn't life so sweet that way? Me starting work at GD in the first place is what has since led to all of this. Huge thanks to my gorgeous husband, Alex Wilson, for holding it down at home for 7 weeks and building that savings account back up. Lastly, no shout out would be complete without mentioning my biggest supporter of all time and my best friend, Meredith C. Banks-esque. Thank you, Mer, for putting up with my absolute crackhead energy lately. Honey bun, crackhead energy? It might be the crack. Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat. Go live your dreams. Okay, bye for now. Then she says, and thank you for letting me crash on your couch for some days while I'm in Munich. Enjoy the trip of your life. Live free. So there's that. I did find on all of these social medias, but they are deleted. So ironic considering she's locked up and can't see the world. I know. I don't think she's living her dream life. I think she's potentially living her nightmare. Maybe a little bit more Halsey than T Swift. Anyway, back to the trial.
This analysis provided limited support that Roy Larry is not a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
So in sum, no DNA analysis shows the known sample of Roy Larry to have been on the bike seat or the bike grips. Is that fair?
So based on the DNA type DNA results, the comparison to Roy Larry was in favor of his types not being a contributor.
Now I want to talk about those gloves. Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from those gloves?
Yes.
Okay. And explain your results.
The DNA profile from the gloves was interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 62 trillion times more likely if the DNA originated from item 42, Roy Larry, and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Roy Larry is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
So 62 trillion, correct?
Yes.
So very strong support that Roy Larry, the known sample that you had, is a contributor to the DNA results that you received from those gloves.
Based on the DNA, yes, very strong support.
Ms. Fozzie, did you complete a report following your comparison and interpretation?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 180. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a copy of the report I authored, and it has 3 pages with my signature on the last page.
Is that fair and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, this time move forward admission of People's Proposed 180.
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Fozzie, we're looking at People's Admitted 180. I just want to show the jury the portion of the report that indicates your last testimony about the gloves containing DNA attributed by Roy Larry. Highlight that. Is that the portion of the report?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Fozzie, is there a reason? Actually, let me ask you this: could weather potentially affect whether or not you're able to obtain a DNA profile from a piece of evidence,
It could.
such as rain,
It's possible.
water, heavy rain, downpour, things like that?
It's possible.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Morning, Ms. Fozzie. Did you receive or analyze, well, let's go back. You know what a bullet is?
Yes.
Okay, you know what a casing is on a bullet?
Yes.
Okay, did you receive any casings to analyze for DNA?
No.
So there was nothing submitted to you? You were not asked to look at any casings to determine if you could obtain DNA from a casing, correct?
Correct.
Let's go over your report just a little bit. It's clear that there's no DNA gleaned from the hat, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that with respect to the bike grips, that it's from a mixture of 3 individuals, correct?
Yes.
3 individuals being 3 different people? Is that what you mean when you say 3 individuals?
Correct.
3 different human beings.
Correct.
And it's your opinion that Roy Larry is not a contributor to the DNA typing results contained from the bike grips, correct?
There was my report. His types were not a contributor.
Okay. And with regard to the bike seat, you said there's DNA profile from 2 individuals. That'd be from 2 human beings, correct?
Correct.
2 people. And again, Roy Larry is not a contributor to DNA typing on those results obtained, correct?
That was limited support that his types were a contributor.
Well, you didn't find any positive DNA that Mr. Larry's DNA was on the bike grips, correct?
Well, positive isn't really the terminology I would use, but there was no support, if that's what you're inferring.
I apologize. There was no support that his DNA was on the bike grips, correct?
Correct.
There's no DNA to support that there was no support for DNA being on the bike seat for Roy Larry, correct?
Correct.
There was no support for DNA being on the bike frame for Roy Larry. Is that correct?
There was no comparisons made to the bike frame.
So there's no. So my question is, there was no support for DNA on the bike frame, correct?
I can't make any conclusions on the bike frame.
So you don't know if it was on there or not on there. Fair statement.
Sure.
And the gloves, you indicate that there was also, besides the information you gave us about Roy Larry's DNA, 2 unrelated, unknown individuals. Does that mean 2 other people's DNA was found on the gloves?
That means the support for his DNA is there based on there being 2 others on the sample as a whole. So there was 3 individuals on that sample.
So this supported 3 people may have handled those gloves.
No, just the DNA present was interpreted as 3 individuals, and there was very strong support of his being a contributor.
Well, how did DNA get on the gloves?
I don't know.
Fair statement. On the gloves, were you able to determine if the DNA sample that you analyzed came from the outside of the gloves or from the inside of the gloves?
For that sample, it was just identified as swabs of the gloves, so I'm not sure how those items were swabbed.
So you don't know whether the swab was from the inside of the glove or the outside of the glove. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
Judge, I have no questions.
Just a few follow-up, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you indicate what you mean by when you use the term moderate support that is not a contributor?
So there is there's a numerical value associated with all of the comparisons that I've discussed, and then there is what's called a verbal scale. So on the report, there's a table used by the laboratory to kind of equate what those numbers mean for how strong of a support there may or may not be. So
Is that included in your report?
it is on the last page right there. So in this case, the moderate support section applies to a value, a likelihood ratio of a value between 100 and 9,999.
And so we can also see limited support as well, correct? That's the likelihood ratio?
Yes.
Now, when you say someone that it supports very strong support that someone is a contributor DNA to a piece of evidence, explain that likelihood ratio.
Yes, the very strong support category falls to any value of a likelihood ratio 1,000,000 or higher.
So 1,000,000 or higher likely that that person contributed DNA to that piece of evidence.
So the way the statement is set up, it's that based on the DNA, how likely is that those types explain it, or how likely are they included in the mixture?
Okay. Now, why was no comparison able to be done on the bike frame?
So for the bike frame, the DNA profile that was obtained was limited in nature. So due to the limited nature of that result, it's not suitable for comparison.
And you didn't want to compare it because, again, you didn't want to get anything invalid. Is that fair? It wasn't able to be compared?
Based on the validation and the procedures in laboratory, there's not enough information to be able to make an appropriate comparison.
And just so I'm clear, you indicated that DNA can be obtained from your cells, correct?
Yes.
That come from blood, correct?
Yes.
And could it also come from your skin?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thanks, Judge.
Any objections to this next? Thank you very much.
Next time, this time, people call Marissa Hutchinson. Thank you very much.
Next, please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear upon penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give before this court is the whole truth? Here. Please receive this letter. State your name for the record and spell your last name.
Melissa Hutchinson, Hutchinson.
Ms. Hutchinson, can you keep your voice up so that the last people over here in the jail can hear you?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Hutchinson, before we start talking about your testimony, You are testifying here today pursuant to an order of immunity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that says that nothing that you say on the witness stand today can be used against you, correct?
Correct.
And that nobody can use your testimony to obtain other information which may incriminate you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that order was signed this past Monday by this court, Judge Brent, correct?
Correct.
All right. In the past, you testified at a hearing in Oak Park District Court. And at that time, you also testified pursuant to an order of immunity, that time by Judge Apple, who was running that court, correct?
Correct.
And at one time, you had a conversation with a couple of United States attorneys and federal attorneys, and you gave them a statement pursuant to what's called a proffer agreement, correct?
Correct.
And that also said that nothing you said could be used against you in the future, correct?
Correct.
All right. Ms. Hutchinson, do you know Dan Hutchinson? Did you know Dan Hutchinson?
Yes.
Who was that?
He was my husband.
How long were you married?
We were married for 16 years.
Okay. And do you have any children as a result of that marriage?
We have one daughter.
Okay. How old is she today?
Today she's 18.
How old was she in June of 2022?
She was 16.
Okay. What school system did she go to school?
In June of 2022?
Yes.
At that time, she was a sophomore at Huron Valley Lutheran School in Westland.
In Westland. Okay. Back in 2022, where did you live?
Pleasant Ridge.
Pleasant Ridge. Okay. Can you describe, does the street that you lived on, did that hit Woodward?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And was that in the area north of 9 Mile, like between 9 and 10 Mile?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe that area? What's on the corner of your street and Woodward?
On the corner is there's a funeral home and there's a bus stop and there's a resale shop.
Okay. Do you remember what your husband's phone number was?
His phone number was 248-730-0706.
Okay. Now, did you and your husband own any businesses?
At the time, we owned a jewelry store.
Okay. What was the name of that jewelry store?
Hutch's Jewelry.
Can you describe the merchandise that you sold there?
We sold fine jewelry, so that's gold and diamond jewelry, watches, and it was high-end jewelry.
When you say high-end, can you give us an example of the cost of some of the jewelry?
So anywhere from maybe like $500 for some smaller items, but we had some very high-end stuff that would range up to $50,000, $75,000 price tags.
Okay. And where was that your jewelry store located?
It was on Greenfield in Oak Park.
Right. Was it south of 9 Mile Road?
Just north of 9 Mile.
Okay, so between 9 and 10?
Yes.
And what side of the street were you on?
Is on the east side.
Okay. What was the name of the store?
Hutch's Jewelry.
Did your husband go by Hutch?
He did.
Right. Now, at some point, you also became the owners of a pawn shop. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where was that located?
That was also on Greenfield in Oak Park, and that was just north of 8 Mile.
Okay. And what side of the street was that on?
East.
So same as the jewelry store?
Same.
How far south of the jewelry store was that place?
About 1 mile.
Okay. On June 1st of 2022, was that store, the pawn shop, was that open?
It wasn't open yet.
Okay. Had you already purchased it?
We had purchased it.
Right. The person that you bought it from, do you know what that person's name was?
His name is Ray Fox.
Okay, Ray Fox.
Yes.
And the name of the store was what at the time?
Pay Benny or 1-800-PAY Benny.
Okay. Now, in your jewelry store, did you have any businesses operating beside the jewelry business inside the store?
So we did. We had an optical company operating inside the jewelry store called H2 Optics.
Okay. And what was that all about? Can you explain that to us?
So that was so that we could obtain a Cartier account. So we had to have an eyewear company to obtain this Cartier account. They don't issue them to jewelry stores or to other, only to eyewear companies.
And what is it that they are issuing?
It made us authorized dealers of Cartier glasses.
Okay. So these are frames?
Yes, these are frames.
All right. And what kind of frames are those? Can you describe those a little bit?
Again, high end, very expensive. Some of them start maybe in $1,000 range, but they go all the way up to $3,500, $4,000 just for the glasses, just for the frames.
Okay. You didn't have an optometrist there, did you?
No.
Okay. Did you own any other type of business?
We had an income property.
What was that called?
Well, H&H vacation.
It's going to be H&H Properties?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
That was an income property that existed within a resort in Marathon, Florida, in the Keys.
Okay. And was it a rental?
It was a rental.
All right. Can you explain, was that like a timeshare all kind of
Well,
thing?
it wasn't a timeshare. We owned it with another couple, but it was completely operated and managed by the resort, and they took their portion and then they just sent a percentage to us. We could only ever be there for, I believe, 6 weeks out of the year, and the rest was just completely rented out by them.
And did you get a portion of the rental property, the rental
Yes.
income? Okay. So it was an income property for you?
Yes.
I see. Okay. Now, can you describe your duties at the jewelry store?
Sure. So I mostly did administrative work at the store. I never did anything with sales or with the customers. I would go in, go through the mail, pay the bills, sometimes check in with wholesalers, and I would every month put together, excuse me, I would put together a package to send over to the accountants to put our tax form together to pay the sales taxes. And
How often did you have to pay sales taxes?
monthly, and then during the pandemic, we had to pay it twice a month
Why was that?
because sales went up.
Okay.
We were above the threshold.
When you prepared the package for your accountant, what would you put in there?
The daily sales, and then the total of the month. I would put in bank statements and credit card statements, check stubs.
Okay. And you would do cash transactions?
Yes.
And so how would you report your cash transactions?
Within that, it would be reported. It would. So you would see what we had in credit card sales. You would see in other forms of payment. If we would get bank wires or PayPal, Cash App, and Zelle, or however other ways people could pay. So then, so you would see that we would have our totals for the day, and then the rest of those payments would come through, and then whatever was left is what we brought in cash.
Okay, so you take the total, subtract all the
Yeah.
receipts and stuff, and then the result is cash. Okay.
Yes.
And you did that, you would prepare those things.
Yes.
Okay, can you describe the clientele of your store?
Our clientele, I would say, mostly men, probably ranging, age range between maybe like 20 to 45, 50. A lot of guys from the city.
When you
So-
say the city, you mean Detroit?
Yeah, like
Okay.
local sort of celebrities. we
Like
would
what kind
have,
of celebrities?
artists, rappers, and athletes. That was our more high profile clientele, and of course, just everyday people as well.
Right. Did you ever have any reason to believe that the people that were coming and buying jewelry from you were involved in crime of any kind?
No. I suppose large amounts of cash could raise eyebrows, but
Did it raise yours?
not particularly, but in hindsight, you can look back and see things a little more clearly.
So you suspect maybe there were?
It's possible.
Did you ever check on any of your clients?
No.
Did you ever Google them or anything like that, or Facebook them or anything?
No.
Sure. You ever look on social media regarding that?
Yeah, we have an Instagram, which is really, the business has an Instagram that so with that, I guess we would see, we would start, we would follow people on there, kind of randomly, but so you could see some things on social media, I suppose.
And what would you see?
Well, whatever people choose to put out there, and sometimes they could be a little showy, and some people like to pose with cash, some people like to pose with fancy cars,
How about guns?
guns.
Okay. So you saw those kind of things?
I would, yeah.
All right. You know Marco Bisbikis?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I stipulated ID, Judge?
Yes.
How did you know Mr. Bisbikis?
He was our attorney.
And how long had he been in your attorney?
So from now it would be, I think we met him maybe 6 or 7 years ago.
6 or 7 years ago.
From now.
All right. So would it be fair to say that he would have been your attorney for 4 to 5 years at the time of your husband's death?
Yes.
Okay. Where was he located?
He was on Greenfield and 13 Mile.
And the name of his firm?
Allah.
How did you, and what side of the road was he on?
He was on the west side.
Okay. How did you get in, together with Mr. Bisbikis?
He had some cousins that we knew.
Who?
Alex Secularis and Yanni Secularis.
Okay. They were brothers?
They were brothers.
And cousins of Mr. Bisbikis?
Correct.
And how did that happen? How did that come about?
So, well, Yanni used to work at one of the jewelry stores, and I'm not sure how it came up that they had a cousin that was a lawyer, but it did. And then at some point, my husband needed representation to get his license to carry a concealed weapon. And so he had hired and retained Marco to help him
All right.
do that.
You mentioned Alex Secularis. Can you tell us about Alex Secularis a little bit?
Yes. So Alex and my husband would do, Alex is kind of a collector of coins and random things. He'd have art or documents, but most specifically, my husband would buy coins with Alex.
Coins?
Yes. So gold coins, ancient coins, silver, and my husband would fund, the purchase, and Alex would do all of the footwork to pick it up and sell it, and then they would split the profits of whatever they were able to get from that.
How long did that relationship last?
Years and years and years. It was on and off.
Did it stop? Why was it on and off?
So Alex is a little bit of a tricky individual. Alex has mental health issues, and he would sometimes go off the rails. He would openly talk about his medications and how they made him feel, and so the medications work until either they stop working or he stops taking them. So
What's he like when the medication stops working and he stops taking it?
Manic. He would get manic and compulsive and
Manic, can you describe that?
just repetitive, very repetitive of things. So, for instance, if he was in one of these states while they were trying to put together a coin deal, he would have to have the same conversation over and over and over with my husband, and they would come to an agreement, and then Alex would just kind of forget what they had just talked about, and so yeah, it was a very challenging business relationship.
What was your attitude toward Alex?
Well, I had compassion for Alex, just because I've been touched by people close to me that have similar struggles. So I identify that in him, and when you see someone struggling with that, it's one of those things you wish on your worst enemy, and so I had a higher tolerance than my husband did for it. But
Can you describe your husband's tolerance for it?
I mean, my husband was a very busy man, and so sometimes it would just get to be way too much to deal with Alex, because this was just a little side thing. This is very insignificant in
The coin thing?
yeah, in terms of what was going on with our day-to-day with the business. But we had known the family, Alex and Yanni and their mother, and so it was just something he would entertain. But then when Alex would go off the rails, like I said, my husband would have to set boundaries and just kind of rein it back in.
Did Alex come around the store a lot?
Sometimes.
The morning of June the 1st, were you surprised to see Alex pull up the way he did?
No, not particularly.
Okay. Was there animosity between your husband and Alex?
No, there wasn't animosity. It was just what I explained, so animosity would not be the word.
Okay. Do you know, or did you know, on the morning of June the 1st, 2022, a person by the name of Angelo Raptoplous?
Yes.
And how did you know Angelo?
I knew Angelo through both Alex and Marco.
How long had you known Angelo?
years. I don't know, maybe 5 to 10.
5 to 10? Was he a close friend of your family?
No.
What can you describe the relationship between you and your husband and Angelo?
Mostly we would see him when we saw Marco at the law office. But Angelo also drove Alex a little bit.
Drove him?
Yes,
Okay. Like when he was doing the coin thing? Or?
yes. Alex didn't have a license.
Okay. How well did you know Angelo?
Not well. Just knew him enough that if we saw him, we'd say hello, it'd be cordial, but aside from, the connection between either Alex or Marco, there was never anything, not really a direct friendship, or he was an acquaintance.
Okay. On the morning of June the 1st, 2022, did you know a person by the name of Roy Larry?
No.
Have you since come to find out who he is?
Yes.
And you've seen him on TV or whatever, in other court appearances?
Yes.
All right. But on the morning of June the 1st, you've never seen him?
No.
On the morning of June the 1st, had you ever seen or known a person by the name of Darnell Larry?
No.
Did your husband ever mention either of those names to you?
No.
Okay. Before Mr. Bisbikis had his law office on the corner of around 13 and Greenfield, did he have another office where you dealt with where you and your husband dealt with him?
Yes.
Where was that?
That was in Farmington.
In Farmington? Okay. How long was that you were there?
So I would say 4 years ago or so.
Okay. So within the last 4 years, he had his office in Farmington.
Yeah, maybe about 4 years ago was when we moved to the Greenfield location.
Okay. Okay. Can you describe the relationship that you and your husband had with Mr. Bisbikis?
Sure. It was well, as I said, it started out with legal representation for the one issue, and then it turned into just him handling a lot of things for not just us, but for my family. He did a case involving our dog.
Your dog?
Our dog. But yeah, my brother and my father did things for my in-laws. So and then he started to represent the business, just general counsel for the jewelry store.
You know about when that happened?
It would have been right around the 5-6 year ago mark.
Okay.
Or yeah.
What was your attitude toward Mr. Bisbikis?
I trusted him. We looked to him. I looked to him for advice and on business ventures that we were exploring, and just kind of counseled us on and advised us on certain things.
Did you take his advice?
Yes.
Did you trust his advice?
Yes.
How thoroughly?
Well, we still had our own opinions and about things, but we definitely took into consideration what Marco had to say about things that we were considering.
Did you have any other business attorney?
No.
Okay. Did you and your husband ever socialize with Mr. Bisbikis?
A little bit.
Can you describe that?
There were some dinners that we'd had, and
Dinners?
dinners, yeah.
Okay. Did you ever call Mr. Bisbikis
Yes.
about business matters?
Yes,
How often would that happen?
I didn't call him nearly as much as my husband, so it would have been, not very often.
Would you be around when your husband called Mr. Bisbikis?
I would be around, yes.
How often would that happen?
My husband called him a lot.
A lot?
Yes.
And did you know what it was about?
Yeah. So Marco, we had some subpoenas that Marco had helped us deal with for the jewelry store.
Can you tell us about those?
Sure. So we would receive subpoenas. Clients of ours would get, they would be in some sort of legal matter, and their jewelry would get seized, and we would get a subpoena to mostly evaluate the jewelry and identify it and say whether or not we did actually sell it to them.
Okay. How often would that happen?
A couple times a year.
Okay. And were these subpoenas involving criminal cases?
The subpoenas wouldn't tell us what they were. We wouldn't know what this person may or may not have done. It would just tell them. It would just ask us to provide the documentation.
Okay. So Mr. Bisbikis would advise you about those?
He would just respond to them appropriately for us.
Okay. How did you pay Mr. Bisbikis?
Usually cash.
Cash? And did you sign a retainer with him?
No.
When you paid him cash, how did you ever see that happen?
I did.
How did that happen?
Very informally. At a certain point, our business with Mr. Bisbikis went from dealing with legal matters with the store to, we started taking cash to him.
You started taking cash to him?
We did.
Okay. Do you know about when that started happening?
I did. It started happening after the pandemic, during the pandemic. So we were closed with the rest of the world in the month of April of 2020. And when we reopened in May of 2020, our business shot through the roof, and the amount of sales, it was hard to keep up.
So can you describe for the jury now why it was hard to keep up? What was going on?
There was an influx of cash. At that time, people, with everything being shut down, because we were a freestanding store, we were able to open up a lot sooner than the malls and other places. So the outlets where people were going to spend their money were closed. So people were coming to us. So no casinos, no restaurants, no traveling. And we couldn't even explain what was going on. It was just, we were doing curbside service. We weren't even letting people come into the store, and because that was how we could operate. And we just had, the parking lot was full of.
When you say curbside service, what do you mean?
Our employees would literally they would go and talk to the clients as they came in, and they would take a tray of a couple items to the cars, and they would choose an item, and they would buy.
Who would choose?
The customers.
Customer? Okay.
Yeah.
And then what?
And they would buy. I mean, people had a lot of money during the pandemic, and they were itching to spend it.
Okay. Did your revenue go up?
Yes.
Can you give us any idea about how much it went up?
From the year 2019 to 2021, or to 19 to 20, it tripled.
Tripled. So what would you usually gross?
So
In 19, what did you
in
do?
19 we did about 7 million.
Okay.
And then in 2020, we did 21 million.
All right, so trip. All right. So, can you describe like these transactions? What you said you were getting cash.
Yes.
So, what would happen with the cash? Can you describe one of those transactions?
Yes. So, so with cash transactions, anything over $10,000, the IRS requires that you fill out an 8300 form, and that is it requires the client to provide their social security number, their license, and then we send that off to the IRS. Not all of our clients would be wanting to do that, and we didn't require them to. So we would take the money in, and we would not fill out the forms. And in addition to that, that was a side portion above and beyond the 21 million that was reported with the IRS. There was a side portion of cash that's coming in that wasn't reported with the IRS.
So you weren't reporting all of your revenue either.
Correct.
So you were not paying taxes on your own taxes on those revenues, the cash.
Right.
All right. About how much? What percentage of your business was cash?
So if you want to break it down with the part that was filed with the IRS, that percentage was about 60 to 70%. So 60%, of that 21 million was cash that came in, that taxes were paid on, that was filed with the IRS, and then there was another portion that was 100% cash. None of it was accounted for.
So about 30% of the cash that you took in, you were not reporting?
No objection.
That's sustained.
Doesn't have.
Thank you. And the question was what was the percentage of cash? And so I don't think I understood this whole IRS. It's how much of your business coming in is cash. To me, that's a percentage. It's all that's what the question is. Well, I'm just clarifying this issue because it's an objection that makes sense too.
Out of your total revenue, do you have an idea about what percentage of your total revenue was cash?
So the total revenue number that I have in my head is the 21 million, but it was more because that's what we reported. But beyond that, a more accurate number would have been 25 to 29 or 26 to 30 million.
Okay.
So
how much in cash were you not reporting?
Anywhere from 5 to 10 million.
A year?
Those 2 years.
For those 2 years. So it would be anywhere between 10 and 20 million for the 2 years that you did not report.
Correct.
Okay. So you're literally taking the cash, and where does it go? Where are you putting it?
A lot of it will go right back into the business, getting more jewelry, watches, doing just improvements to the store, buying equipment. But then at some point, conversations opened up between myself, my husband, and Marco about this influx of cash. And Marco had suggested that we could bring it to him, and that over time, we could put it through his IOTA account. And with that, he would be able to pay things off for us, make payments on real estate, vehicles.
So in other words, he would launder your money.
Correct.
Right. What did he tell you about those accounts that he would put the money in?
He explained that those accounts had privilege and that he said a lot of times when people would receive large sums of money for settlements that they would like to maintain, and they would like to be anonymous. And so they would put it in this account and he would, manage it for them.
So that was his explanation to you?
That was his explanation, and that people couldn't question the origin of the money.
Mhm. So you felt you would feel protected?
Correct.
All right, now, before you started taking the money to him, where would you put the money before you took it to him?
In a safe at the store.
Okay. Do you know how much money at any one particular time you would actually have in the safe?
That would be hard to say, but hundreds of thousands.
Okay. Was the money banded or anything like that?
It was.
Can you tell us who did that?
I did. My husband did. We bundled and banded the money just like a bank does. So each, 100 bills. So if you're dealing with $100 bills, you've got a strap of hundreds is 10,000, and then you take 5 of those straps, bundle that, so you've got a $50 or $50,000 bundle of money,
Okay.
or sometimes even 100.
Sometimes even 100?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said that you started taking this money to Mr. Bisbikis.
Yes.
Which office was he when you first started taking?
Both offices. So it would have been the old one.
In Farmington Hills?
Yes.
Okay. And when you took it there, when you took the money to him, what would you transport it in?
In a bag.
Like what kind of a bag?
Drawstring bags, duffel bags, whatever would be laying around. Backpacks.
Besides the IOTA account, did Mr. Bisbikis ever tell you any place else where he might store the money?
He referenced a place called Fort Knox.
Fort Knox?
Yes.
Did he explain to you what that was?
Yes, he said, of course, he had safes there. He described it as like a warehouse type of industrial area where you could drive a vehicle into this place. So there must have been doors, and he went so far as to say that he had another car, an older car that couldn't be traced, and so he would drive to where this car was parked, and that was the car that he would take to Fort Knox.
All right. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I want to show you what the mark is. People's proposed exhibit number 183. Is that a photograph I'm showing you?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
What is that?
I'm looking at a photo of Marco with a bunch of money bundled like we did it.
All right. Does that look like the way that you bundled the money?
Yes.
All right. And does that look like an amount of money that you might have taken to him at one time?
Yes.
You said you did take it to him at Farmington. Is that in his Farmington Hills office?
This is in Farmington, yes.
Can you tell, looking at those bundles, the way you bundled them, about how much money is on there, on the desk?
It's $1 million. It looks like $1 million.
$1 million?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we refer to the exhibit, please? 183?
Yeah,
Yes.
183. And does that look like a true and accurate representation of the way you bundled that money?
Yes.
I would move to admit. No, yes.
We've agreed.
We both. All right, so you're saying that there's about, in your estimate, where you bundled money, about $1 million on that desk right there.
Yes, each brick or so is $100,000, so. Yes,
All right. There's a pistol on there too. Did you ever see Mr. Bisbikis with a pistol?
yes.
Okay. How many times?
Oh, I don't know how many times. I knew he carried, and
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recognize anything else on that desk that identifies it, that that's where it is in Farmington?
yeah, I recognize the bottle with the white label in the back. It's a bottle of lavender hand sanitizer, and I had used it. I liked it. This is a time when no one could get their hands on sanitizer, and Marco gave me a bottle of it. So same bottle.
Okay. When you would bring, well, let me ask you this. You said that you brought it in like a zip bag or something?
Well, I have drawstrings, some
Okay.
drawstring bags or duffel bags.
I want to show you what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 185, and ask you if you recognize this bag.
I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is my bag.
All right. In fact, what did you do with that bag?
I took money to Marco in this bag.
Okay, in that very bag.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I would move to admit.
No objection.
Move to admit.
No objection.
184 is admitted.
Okay. I'd like to approach you. I'm sorry. Is it 185?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This
Sorry,
is
185.
Yeah, 185.
185 is admitted.
Thank you. All right. May I approach?
Yes.
I want to show you People's Proposed Exhibit number 184. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, this is another table of cash, and this is at Marco's new office on Greenfield.
How do you know that?
Because I've been there.
Okay, so you recognize the surrounding?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see anything else in that picture that you recognize?
Yes, in the bottom right-hand corner is that bag.
The bag that we just admitted?
Yes.
Okay. And all right. And does that look like the way you would ban the money?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a true and accurate representation both of the bag and of the way you would ban the money?
Correct.
All right. At this time, I would move to objection.
Objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. All right. So that's another pile of cash that you said. Do you have any idea how much money is there?
This one I don't know, but
There's a screen right in front of you at your place. That helps.
I would say this is closer to maybe $400,000 or $500,000.
$400,000 or $500,000.
Yes, those are 20s. So the 20s are 10,000 each, and it's hard to see what's behind what's
Okay.
buried. And I do see the blue hundreds right there. There's 3 stacks that I can see. Those 3 stacks alone are $150,000. So the rest, I would estimate to be about.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just.
Right. $50 bills. What do they look like when you ban them? What color?
They're pink.
They're pink.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you and your husband would take these amounts of cash to Mr. Bisbikis, what would happen? How did you keep track of, did you keep track of this?
Very informally, but yes, we kept track.
Can you describe to the jury what would happen?
So the money was never taken out of the bag when we would go. The bag was just handed over. Marco would put it under his desk, or and my husband would tell him how much was in it, and then they had a running balance, I guess, of where we were at.
Objection to guess.
It's the jury secret. Yes, finished.
Well, when you got there, like when you get to his office, and you've got maybe that striped bag that's full of money. So, how would they? Where would you go?
So, well, this is in a conference room. I sat in with Marco and my husband, and when they wanted to talk about the balance of what we brought to them, they would jot down a number on a piece of paper, a piece of scrap paper or junk mail, and both of them would agree. They would look down at it and say, "Yep, okay, that's where we're at."
So they would jot down the total.
They would jot down the total, and that that would be our accounting of this money.
So you never got any kind of receipt?
No.
All right. And there was no like a balance sheet or anything like that?
No.
And this money right here, this would be part of the money that you did not report
Correct.
to the IRS?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any idea of how much money you took to Mr. Bisbikis over the time that you like between you see between April of 2020 and June 1st of 2022?
I would estimate it to be 4.5 to 5 million.
All in cash.
Yes.
And every time you brought it over, you bring it over like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you do that, they would do that tally?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what the last money that you brought to Mr. Bisbikis was?
No, I don't.
All right. May I approach?
Excuse me?
I want to show you exhibits number 221, 222, 223, and 224. And ask you, I want you to look at the money. Is there money depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Okay. And ask you, do you recognize the banding on there?
Yes.
Well, how?
All of these pictures are consistent with how we banded our money. Sometimes we use straps. I would get straps through Amazon, so that's the color straps that go around the money,
Mhm.
and then and rubber bands. If we didn't have straps, we would use the rubber bands.
Okay.
And it's always bundled in 100 bills, whatever they are, and then so strapped in 100 and bundled in either 500 or 1,000.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And as to exhibit number 222, that's like a gun case or something?
It's a gun safe full of cash.
And there's some pink things in there. What are those?
Those are 50s.
Those are $50 bills.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would move to admit numbers 222 through 224.
No. 220.
221.
I thought yeah, you meant to say 221.
I did.
Right, 221 through 224.
Thank you. All right, so there's one of those pictures. This is exhibit number 221. And that's all you've handed it, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now exhibit number 222. Now that's an old gun cabinet. You say that those paintings there appear to be 50s.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how much is in that cabinet? You looked at this picture before?
I did look at this before.
And how much is in there?
Close to 2 million.
Right. Is that your cabinet?
That's not my cabinet.
Okay. Exhibit number 223. Again, that's consistent with the way you bundle the money.
Yes.
And exhibit number 224.
Yes.
This also has an indication that this was this image was around February the 1st of 2022. Would that be was that a date? Is that a date that's consistent with the times that you turned money over to Mr. Bisbikis with your husband?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you said that Mr. Bisbikis would take this money and basically launder it for you, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned, do you recall specifically some of the work that he did for you with that cash?
Yes. So, I guess to start with the most recent, the pawn shop that we purchased, the funding for that closing came from the trust, or from the IOTA account.
Okay. And how much was that? Do you recall how much you paid for the pawn shop?
$600,000, $599 maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was in cash?
Yes.
All right. What else do you recall?
So he had paid off secondary house.
Where was that located?
Port St. Louis.
Right. And he paid off, was there a mortgage on that?
There was a mortgage.
Did he pay that off?
Yes.
All right.
There is a house in Oak Park where my father lives. He bought that from a neighbor. And
Was that on Talbot Street?
on Talbot.
All right.
There was a balance on a boat.
Do you know how much that was?
Around the 150 mark, maybe.
150,000?
Yes.
Okay. How about in Florida?
Yes, there's the vacation property that we talked about, and then
Where was that?
Marathon, Florida.
Marathon, okay.
And then there's a condo of my mother-in-law's in Panama City Beach.
Animal City Beach. And your mother-in-law, that was for your mother-in-law?
Yes.
And you said that you also used this cash for business purposes too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to me, how would you pay for the Cartier thing that you had for the H2 optics?
Bank wires.
Bank wires?
Yes.
And who would wire those?
Marco wired a lot of those for the Cartier glasses.
What was the name of the Cartier representative, you know?
Jeffrey Yip.
Jeffrey Yip?
Yes.
And were there any, well, there were records of those things kept, weren't there?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
all the
bank
houses
wires.
things, those things there were records for that.
Yes.
Okay. Was there an agreement between you, your husband, and Marco about the amount of money that he would be paid for his services?
There was not.
So, I mean, how did you keep track of that, or how would that be done?
It was as informal as my husband sliding him a stack of whatever. So $10,000 here, $10,000 there.
You could just slide the stacks
Just
over?
slide him a stack of cash.
Okay. Okay. I want to ask you, in addition, to all the houses and the boat and all that stuff, did you ever give Mr. Bisbikis money for investment in anything else?
So the balance, so we had that balance, and we didn't specifically give him money for an investment. But with that balance came an opportunity to invest in a movie deal.
A movie deal?
Yes.
How much do you know at that point about how much that balance was?
The balance was 2.4 million.
2.4 million?
Yes.
All right. And you know about when that was?
Well, on June 1st, that's what the balance was.
Oh, on June 1st?
Yes.
All right. Well, when did the movie investment, when did that start happening?
So that started either late winter, early spring of 2022.
So early spring of 22, late winter of 21? Is that what you mean?
Just somewhere in the, January, February, March, like it was cold months.
But the years?
Of 22.
Oh, 22, okay. And what was that all about?
Well, it was something that we had talked to Marco about, the film, investing in a film. He had talked about another film that he had invested in, and it went really well. And so he had brought up this film, and then we never really came to a full agreement with him on it.
Well, first of all, did you know what the name of the film was?
It's called Skeletons in the Closet.
Skeletons in the Closet. Okay. And what was supposed to be? Why was he recommending that you do that?
Objection.
Did he tell
Wait,
you?
there's an objection.
I will withdraw the question.
Oh, you withdraw it.
Yeah. Did he tell you why this was a good investment?
Well, he talked about how horror films can often go, not the word viral, but they, they get like a cult following.
Was this a horror film?
It was a horror film.
Okay.
And so he talked about that, and so when it finally did come to fruition, he said that the original investors that put their money in had backed out. And so it was close to completion. They took their money out. And he explained that when a film gets to post-production, so when it's completed and it gets to post-production, there's an insurance policy that kicks in that guarantees your money back plus 10% return on investment. So this last minute opportunity where these people pulled out would have put us in a position where we were little to no risk because it was almost there to that post-production stage. And so he had gone ahead and invested the money, told us that he had matched, and the money at this time that we're talking about is $2.1 million.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that he had matched that 2.1 million of ours with his own, and we were partners in this hope to be cult film.
So he had matched your 2.1 million?
Right. So the total investment in the film would have been 4.2 million.
4.2 million. Was there a contract between you and your husband, Mr. Bisbikis, regarding this?
There was not at that time.
Was there, did he give you a receipt or anything?
No.
Mhm. Who was supposed to be in the movie?
Cuba Gooding Jr., Terrence Howard, and Marco Bisbikis.
Mr. Bisbikis was going to be in the movie?
Yep.
Okay.
He ended up being in the movie.
Pardon?
He ended up being in the movie.
Have you seen this movie?
I have watched a few minutes of it.
Up till what point?
Well, it wasn't very good, so I watched a few minutes of it, and then I didn't want to watch anymore, and I just randomly scrolled, fast forwarded, and I saw the point where Marco was in it. I don't know if he was in other parts of the movie, but I saw part where he's in the movie.
So you actually saw parts of the movie that he was in?
I did.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we have entered into some stipulations, which I would like to put on the record. This is from exhibit number 234, which is the stipulations. And it is stipulation 1W, which is an agreement between the parties that the investment agreement between Marco Bisbikis and a company called Wish Granted was entered into on February the 15th of 2022. And it is signed by Al Bravo, who's the managing member of the company, and Marco Bisbikis. And it's signed only for Marco Bisbikis, not on behalf of the Hutchinsons. There are further stipulations regarding this. It's also stipulated and agreed that the investors in this movie, Skeletons in the Closet, included only Marco Bisbikis through two entities, All Law LLC and Bisbikis Law LLC, and that Daniel Hutchinson, Marissa Hutchinson, or Detroiters Executive Productions LLC were not included as investors. So Daniel Hutchinson and Marissa Hutchinson were not included as investors. That the total amount of money that was invested in this film was $900,000. And that there were various wires that were sent between February the 18th of 2022 and March the 10th of 2022, which totaled $900,000. There was also a stipulation that the movie was shot in Las Vegas from beginning February the 14th of 2022 and extending for approximately three weeks after that. It's also stipulated that the original name of the movie Skeletons in the Closet was Wish Granted. And that's the name that appears on the investment agreement, which is exhibit number 201. Those have been stipulated to.
Let me make it clear for the jury what that means.
Yes.
When the lawyers agree on a statement of facts, these are called stipulated facts. You may regard such stipulated facts as true, but you are not required to do so.
And Your Honor, exhibit number 201 is the agreement, and I would move for admission of that pursuant to stipulation.
No objection.
201 is admitted.
And then exhibits numbers 202 and 203 are the payments, and those are also stipulated to.
Those are stipulated to, correct?
I agree.
202 and 203 are.
So these show the amounts that were submitted and by whom. now I'd like to, now you said that you had spoken to him, you and your husband had spoken to Mr. Bisbikis regarding investing in this movie. Had you ever actually approved the investment to go forward?
No, we didn't. Not one way or the other. And
then he said he had made that decision because there was a sudden need for this investment.
yes, he revealed to me, I was at his office with my father, and I found out before my husband, and he came out to the car. I was picking my father up. He was there for a Zoom court with Marco, and when I picked him up, Marco came out to the car and told me then that the money had been invested in the movie, and he was talking about it enthusiastically.
What was your reaction?
I was a little surprised. I was shocked, but I also wasn't quite sure if my husband and him, had talked prior to. So I left there and went and I talked to my husband, and my husband did not know.
Objection.
My husband.
Okay. Please don't tell us what.
Right.
Yeah. Please just don't tell us what he said. Well, unless did he express to you how he felt about this?
Uncertain.
That would still.
All he says to he express how he felt. It's a yes or no.
Yes.
Did you formulate a plan sometime after this investment about what to do about this money? Regarding Marco?
Regarding Marco. After June 1st?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. What was the plan?
Well, I had been talking to Marco, and I said that clearly this is a lot of money between the two of us. And now with everything that's happened, I feel very uneasy about this amount of money not being accounted for. And I asked him to bring a contract and a document for our connection, my connection to him, for this movie deal. And there was so the 2.1 was for the movie deal, and then there was another $300,000 of the 2.4 balance that I wanted to get him to acknowledge and make sure that just make sure that it was accounted for.
Okay. Did there ultimately did Mr. Bisbikis agree to do that?
Yes.
Right. If I may have one more.
Yes.
Did you ever receive from Mr. Bisbikis some kind of a writing that satisfied what you wanted regarding acknowledgement of the money?
Yes, he brought to me a contract that connected us, I believe, general partner and limited partner, stating that we both contributed $2.1 million to this film, and he put both of our names on it, and ultimately I ended up telling him that I needed. Well, he didn't know I had new attorneys at that point.
Okay. Well, for one thing, may I approach the witness? Okay. I want to show you. text messages between yourself and Mr. Bisbikis. This is exhibit number 198. Can you look those over, please?
Yes.
The whole thing. You recognize those text messages
Yes.
between you and Mr. Bisbikis?
Yes.
All right, and what were they talking about?
I was asking him to bring the film document today.
Okay. And those are true and accurate, that's a true and accurate rendition of those text messages?
Yes.
All right. This time I would move for admission of people's proposed number 198.
That's dated July
Yes. This is dated July the 1st.
1st.
And
98 submitted and will be published.
thank you. All right. So that, now you can look at the screen right in front of you if you want. On June, this is July the 1st, about 1:36 in the afternoon, 1:36 p.m. It says, Marco, do you think we can take care of the film document today? Is it something I could design or what I need to sign in person? And Mr. Bisbikis replies, I can bring it to you in an hour. And you respond, awesome, thank you. I'm heading into the store shortly. And Mr. Bisbikis says, okay, I'm still running around, so I'll swing by my office to print it. And you say, thank you. That's at 1:40 p.m. on July the 1st. Then about 2:50 p.m., you say, hey, I'm here, so you can come over whenever. And then Mr. Bisbikis responds around 4 o'clock p.m. Okay, I'm coming from Farmington Hills, so I should be there in 10 minutes. And you say, okay. That was a conversation that you and Mr. Bisbikis had regarding this agreement.
Yes.
All right, may I approach witness again? Now I want to show you exhibit number 199 and ask you, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the agreement.
Okay, is that what he brought over to you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and at the beginning, can you, okay, so he brought over this agreement, and then what happened with it?
I told him that I wanted my brother to look over it with me
Mhm.
and that I'd get it back to him.
All right, did you sign the agreement that day?
No.
And did Marco sign it?
No.
But he wrote it and delivered it to you?
Yes.
All right, at this time, Your Honor, I would move for admission of exhibit number 199, party admission.
No objection. No objection.
Okay. Can you just read the first line of the agreement? Just tells when it was executed?
This limited partnership agreement is made on July 1st, 2022 between Marco and Bisbikis, a Michigan corporation, general partner.
General partner, okay.
General partner, located at 30825 Greenfield Road, Southfield, Michigan, 48076. And Marissa Hutchinson, limited partner, located at 23400 Greenfield Road, Oak Park, Michigan, 48237. The general partner and limited partner are sometimes collectively referred to as the partners and individually as a partner.
Okay, now can you turn the page? And I'm asking you to read 2.2, which I believe is circled.
Limited partner. The general partner and the partnership acknowledge that the limited partner has recently contributed $2.1 million to the capital of the partnership. The general partner shall attach a signed detailed record of receipt of any and all expenditures of the limited partner's previously contributed capital contribution as Exhibit 1 to this agreement.
Okay. So, is this what you wanted from Mr. Bisbikis?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of this was to do what?
To acknowledge that that 2.1 million existed and that I had a stake in the movie.
Okay, so you're the limited partner and you're the one that contributed the 2.1 million.
Correct.
And the general partner and the partnership is acknowledging that.
Correct.
Okay. All right, now, I'd like to point out the time period of maybe late January of 2022. Do you have that time period in mind?
Yes.
Okay. Around that time period, was there any other kind of a business proposal that arose regarding something for you and your husband to invest in?
At that time, Ray Fox, the pawn shop, paid Benny pawn shop owner, reached out to us to ask if we wanted to buy the pawn shop.
Okay. And can you do exhibit number 12? This is exhibit number 12. Is that the building you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, it says need cash and it says 1-800 pay Benny.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the building you're talking about. And when he mentioned that he wanted to know if you were interested in buying the pawn shop.
Yes.
All right, and that's late January of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened regarding this?
Well, my husband and I talked about it, and then he wanted, we both decided to pursue it a little further and see what it was all about, check out the building. And he reached out to Marco at that time to take a peek at it with us.
Okay. Did you go and see the building?
Eventually, yes.
All right, was Marco with you when you did that?
I don't remember the first time looking at the building.
Okay.
I don't really have recollection.
Did there come a time when you and your husband decided to actually buy the building?
Yes.
Was there a purchase agreement?
Yes.
Who drew that up?
I believe Marco did.
All right. Do you know about what time frame that you and your husband decided to buy that building?
Well, somewhere in the February, March area of 2022, because we ended up ultimately closing on it in April.
Okay. Before we get to that, since you're talking about April, I want to point out the date of April the 1st, 2022. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
And in the evening hours of that date, do you remember what happened in the evening hours of the 22nd of April 1st, 22?
Yes, we went to a comedy show in Royal Oak at Mark Ridley's Comedy Castle.
So you were there?
Yes.
You and your husband?
Yes, and Daryl Hasty was with us.
Okay. Did you actually go into the place?
Yes.
Where did you park?
We parked on the street. We parked, and then my husband wasn't satisfied with that parking spot, so we moved to a different one. So we parked, moved.
Okay.
But we parked on the street.
Is that building in the same area as the Royal Oak Police Station?
It is. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I'd like to talk to you about something else. As of April the 1st of 2022, did you and your husband have a will?
No, not of April 1st.
Had you ever spoken to your husband about that?
We've been talking about it for years.
All right. Did anything ever happen regarding a will and trust?
Yes, we finally executed the will and trust, and I believe that was on April 14th.
All right. And who drew the will and trust up?
Marco.
All right. When you signed the the will and trust on April the 14th, where was that?
That was at All Law on Greenfield.
Pardon?
That was at All Law on Greenfield.
Had you planned on doing it on April the 14th?
No. No, it kind of came up abruptly.
How so?
I don't really know. My husband just called and said, hey, we're doing this. And like I said, it had been something we had been talking about for years, but just, we just had been busy with all the other things that keep one busy in life.
Okay. Had you or you and your husband ever spoken to Mr. Bisbikis about this? Well,
yes.
Had he given you, had he said anything to you about the will?
So it was ongoing conversations, but at that time, it did seem a little out of nowhere that we were actually sitting down and executing and signing and putting it together, because it had been talked about for years.
And then it suddenly happened?
And then it just happened, yes.
Okay. Was that similar to how you found out about the movie investment?
Yes.
Okay. All right. May I approach the witness? I'm going to show you exhibit number 186. Proposed exhibit number 186. And I believe that we have a stipulation between the parties that this, the will and trust and the assignment documents can be admitted into evidence. So I move for admission.
No objection. No objection.
186.
Thank you. All right. Can I just see this again? And I'm showing you page 14-8 of the Hutchinson Living Trust. And I ask you, do you recognize, are those signatures on there?
And those are, yes, signatures.
Do you recognize whose they are?
They're mine and my husband's.
Okay. And on the next page, it's notarized. Your signatures are notarized, correct?
Correct.
And that's a person by the name of Sarah Elizabeth Wyatt. Do you know that person?
Yes.
Who is that person?
She was a front desk person at Marco's office.
Okay. All right. And I also want to show you things that are attached to this living. Now, this is a trust, correct? That's what it says, the Hutchinson Living Trust.
Yes.
All right. Now, there are some assignments to this trust. Do you remember signing papers that assigned assets to the trust?
Yes.
All right. Or witnessing your husband doing that?
Yes.
Okay. The first is, it says, the assignment, I, Daniel Hutchinson, member of HJ Pawn and Exchange, LLC, assign my interest in this membership upon my death to the trustee under a written trust designated as the Hutchinson Trust, dated April the 14th, 2022, or the successors in trust. Is that your husband's signature?
Yes.
All right, so the pawn shop was put in the trust, is that correct?
Correct.
There's another assignment to the trust. And this says, I, Marissa Hutchinson, member of H2 Optics Corporation, assign my interest in this membership upon my death to the trustee under a written trust designated as the Hutchinson Trust, dated April 14th, 2022, or the successor in the trust. And is that your signature there, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So the pawn shop goes into the trust too, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then another assignment says, I, Daniel Hutchinson, member of Hutch's Jewelry, LLC, assign my interest in this membership upon my death to the trustee under a written trust designated as the Hutchinson Trust, dated April 14, 2022, or the successors in trust. And is that your husband's signature?
Yes.
Okay. And incidentally, these are all being witnessed by Angelo Raptoplous, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then finally, last assets put in trust says, I, Daniel Hutchinson, member of Hutch Commercial Property Holdings, LLC, assign my interest in this membership upon my death to the trustee under a written trust designated as the Hutchinson Trust, dated April the 14th, 2022, for the successors in trust. And is this your husband's signature then?
Yes.
Okay. So the pawn shop and the jewelry store and the other two things were both assigned to the trust, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you know who was named as the trustee on the trust?
Marco.
Well, was he the only trustee?
Well, no, it would have gone my husband and myself, and then Marley was a minor at the time, so ultimately we put in some just I'm not sure the word for it, but just you don't just give all that to an 18-year-old. You know, we wanted her to either graduate from school or become a certain age before she would take control of things. So some stipulations of this within the trust.
Okay, you can see on the screen in front of you, this is page 3-1 of the trust agreement. And you see that it names the trustees. It says if the grantor is unable or unwilling to serve for any reason, then we name the following to serve as successor trustee in this order: Daniel Hutchinson, Marissa Hutchinson, then Marco Bisbikis. Were you aware that this document contained this information when you signed it?
This was not played out. No, this was we signed these documents kind of like you would a mortgage, and it was a sign here, sign here, sign here. Because as you can see, it's very thick. So.
All right. So you hadn't read the entire document. Is
No,
that correct?
That's correct. We trusted that he knew our wishes, and so yeah, that's we did.
So you were trusting.
Word for word. Yeah.
So when he said sign here, you trusted him and signed there.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I didn't fully understand even what a trust was. I mean, I knew enough, but as far as funding it and all, it was just it's quite a complex sort of thing. A trust.
Okay. And the beneficiary of the trust, that is your daughter, is that correct? That was the
Yes.
Was she supposed to? You said you don't just give an 18-year-old. Were there conditions when she was supposed to get this trust?
Yeah, we talked about her obtaining a degree, or if that didn't happen, it would have been a certain age that she reached.
Okay, and would that have been like when she was in, I think, 30 or 35?
Yeah, something like that.
So either she had to get a degree or attain the age of 35 before she could get the trust.
Yes.
After you and your husband had died.
Yeah.
All right. Did you understand, I mean, how a trust works and what the power of the trustee would be if you and your husband died?
No, not fully.
Okay.
No,
But again, you signed because what? Why did you
because
sign the document?
well, because we trusted that Marco was putting things together for us for our business, for just kind of keeping things together, and had a better grasp at all of this than we did, and we did, and it just felt like we had a lot of loose ends with the companies, the LLCs, and it just needed to be handled.
Okay. All right, so this happens on April the 14th. That's what you said?
Yes,
All right, do you know what time of day it was?
midday.
Okay, okay. Now, the next day, April the 15th, was something supposed to happen on that day?
We were supposed to close on the pawn shop.
All right, so you're supposed to close on pawn shop. Where was that going to take place?
Livonia.
And did you know the name of the title company?
First Centennial Title Company
In Livonia.
in Livonia.
All right, and do you know around that area, was there a police station in that area?
Yeah, there was a police station across the road or right nearby.
Right nearby, the Livonia Police Station? Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And I want to show you a proposal exhibit number 87. Now, you were to that area more than once, correct?
Yeah.
All right. This red dot here, what does that show?
That's the title company.
Okay. And the area to the right of the title company, right and above it, is what?
That's the police department, Livonia Police Department.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of that area when you were
Yes.
there? All right, I would move to admit exhibit number 187. No objection.
No objection.
187 is admitted?
Yep. All right, so the red dot there, that's the office where you were, and then up into the right there is the Livonia PD,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. I'd also like to show you exhibit number 180. May I approach?
Yes.
This is 188. Is that a photograph I'm handing to you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
This is the title company and my vehicle, and I see Marco's vehicle.
Okay. Now, if you look from the left, how many vehicles over is your vehicle?
Fourth from the left.
And how about Mr. Bisbikis?
His appears to be just to the right of mine, and it doesn't look like there's anything parked beyond his.
All right. So that you're
was
fourth from
already-
the left, he's fifth from the left?
Yes,
Okay. All right. And is that a true and accurate representation of what that looked like on the day you were there?
yes.
All right. You went there twice, right?
No,
Oh, just once?
just once.
So is that on the 15th and the 19th?
The 19th.
So this is how it looked on the 19th.
Yes.
Okay, I would move to admit exhibit number 188.
No objection. No objection.
Okay, so and your vehicle you said is the fourth one from the left. That's the dark vehicle.
Yes,
And Mr. Bisbikis' vehicle is the fifth one from the left. That's the light vehicle.
correct.
Okay, but you said that's on the 19th.
Yes.
All right. Well, I thought you were going to close on the 15th.
We were supposed to close on the 15th.
So what happened?
Marco notified us that he was in Detroit, walking from court. He said he was on Lafayette in the crosswalk, and he was struck by a car.
Okay. And how did you get this information?
He texted my husband.
Did you read the text?
I did.
All right. So he was saying that he was walking on Lafayette Street downtown in Detroit, and he got hit by a car.
Yep.
What else do you remember? What else he said?
He said that he was going to the hospital to get it checked out, and that we were going to have to postpone the closing.
Okay. So on the 15th, you did not close.
So we did not close.
Okay. And did you come to find out it was rescheduled
Yes,
to?
April 19th.
All right. So now it's April 19th, and you are at this building in Livonia, correct?
Correct.
Who else was there? You
So
remember?
I was there with my husband and, of course, the title company people, and then Marco came with his cousin, and then Ray Fox and his girlfriend or fiance wife.
Did you end up closing on the 19th?
Yes,
All right, and you mentioned before this was about $599,000.
yes,
You know who wired that money?
Marco,
Okay, and he had been given that cash already?
yes, that was in the balance.
All right, so that was one of the tranches of cash that you brought over in the way you described before.
Yes.
Okay. I may have asked you this already, but I'll ask you again. I'm sorry. Did you tell us how much money you gave Marco in cash, all told? Do you have any idea?
I believe it to be about like 4.5 to 5 million. Based on the transactions that he did for us and the balance that I had on June 1st.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you, direct your attention to June 1st. I'm sure you remember that day?
Yes.
How did that day start out?
Normal day. I took my daughter to school, her and her friend, and then I had I'd gone into the school for a minute because I had to get a ring size for one of the ladies at the school, and then I went home. I knew that we had a scheduled meeting with Marco at noon.
Do you know what that was about?
Yeah, we had a subpoena that we had to handle.
You were going to go see him at noon.
We were going to go see him at noon.
Okay.
So I got home from dropping my daughter off.
You drove her where?
The school was in Westland. So she was going there because it was she started high school in COVID, and it was an in-school option for her at the time. So I got back from dropping her off, and I had laid down. And then my husband called and said that our 12 o'clock got changed to 11. And so I got up and I got ready and I went to the jewelry store to meet him.
Your husband was there?
Yes, he had gone in early. He had gone in early that day because he was meeting tradespeople at the pawn shop to do some work over there.
All right. Do you know what they were doing with it?
Flooring.
Flooring?
Yeah. Yes. Epoxy.
This was in preparation of you opening the store?
Yes.
It was not open yet?
It was.
Okay. All right. So did you get to the jewelry store?
Yes. I got there about 10:45. And I went into the store briefly, and then my husband and I left in his car.
Okay. Did you leave anything at the store?
I forgot my phone at the store.
Your pardon?
I forgot my phone
All right.
when we left.
Where did you go?
We drove up to Allah.
All right. And what happened there?
We had a meeting with him. We discussed with Marco.
Okay.
We discussed the subpoena, and we would just kind of talk and visit. We had been out of town, and this was, just after Memorial Day, and so we sat and had a meeting with him for about an hour or so.
Okay.
Yeah. But the main order of business was that subpoena, because it had come a few weeks earlier, and there's a timeline with which you're supposed to respond to those. So
When you left the jewelry store with your husband before you went to was he carrying anything or wearing anything? I mean, I'm sure he's wearing clothes, but I mean, did you notice a backpack or anything?
he had his backpack with him.
Okay. Did you know what was in it?
No.
So you were there for, you say, about an hour?
About an hour.
What happened then?
Well, we left and we had to meet with the flooring guys at the pawn shop because they had to head to another job, so we needed to lock up and secure the pawn shop.
So what route did you take?
Greenfield, we just went south on Greenfield.
Right, from 13, and you're heading toward about where?
8 in Greenfield, just north of 8. My husband went to handle the flooring guys. I had gone in and used the restroom, and there wasn't much more to do inside, so we came outside and we were locking up, and we noticed a van parked out on Miller Street.
What color?
It was white.
Mm-hmm.
And my husband was looking at it and just not sure. There was someone sitting in it, and thought at first, so we were trying to get the mail situated. They weren't delivering it because the business hadn't been open for quite some time. So we were thinking maybe it was the mailman, and because it was a white, van, and so we expressed that, and I realized it wasn't. And then
Did you come to learn that the person in that van was Clarence Lewis?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So we got in our car and backed up and started.
And by the way, what type of vehicle is it?
Yukon Denali.
What color?
Grayish blue. So we were pulling out, backed out of our parking spot. We were pulling out of the parking lot, and at that point, Clarence Lewis came up to my window and started asking about the business. He was a former client of Ray's, and he had purchased stuff from him and thought we might have been open. And so he was telling us about things that he was looking to buy. He was looking to buy DJ equipment and jewelry for his wife.
Okay. Did you discuss with him what anniversary it was?
Yeah. Because he'd been married to his wife about the same time about the same length of time that my husband and I had been married.
How long is that?
At that point, it would have been 16 years.
Okay.
And we talked about having a daughter, a 16-year-old, and so it was just,
All right. Did you see anything, anyone go by, or what happened next, I should say? What happened next?
So what happened next? While I was talking to Clarence, or while we were, focused on Clarence, car pulled up.
What kind?
It was a Mercedes.
Did you recognize that car?
Yes,
Who was it?
it was Alex Secularis.
Okay. Were you surprised to see him?
Not particularly,
Why?
because, well, even a couple of weeks earlier, I had been at the pawn shop with tradespeople in there getting things ready, and Alex had popped in, and that's just how Alex rolled. Alex would just be around, would just pop up.
Okay.
So, so we weren't particularly surprised to see Alex.
Do you know if your husband's window, the driver's side window, was rolled down?
His window was up.
It was up. Was it up the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear him speak to Mr. Secularis at all?
No, he didn't. We were still directed with Clarence at the window, a man that we didn't know, and he was still standing outside my window. So, yeah, our focus was.
Did your husband participate in the conversation at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. What happened then?
So, while we were sitting there, in my peripheral, I noticed something go by. It was a man on a bike, and then a little bit of time passed, like less than a minute, and I'm still looking out my window, and I hear what I didn't immediately identify as gunshot, but I heard I heard it coming in. I heard pop, 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 and at that point, still not even really realizing what's happening. It's kind of smoky in the car, hot, and the car starts to roll forward. And at this point, look over and I see that my husband had been shot.
What did you see?
I saw gun bullet holes in my husband's chest.
Was he bleeding?
He was bleeding out of the top one. His head was tipped back. The car had rolled forward and just rolled to a stop. And I got out of my seat. And I got on top of the center console and I was facing him. And I put my hand on his chest to try to stop. I was trying to roll the back of his head. And I tried, so I called, his phone was right there, so I called 911. And I reported, I tried to tell them where I was and what had happened. And then, at some point, I arrived. First responders, whoever came, they came to his door and they opened it, and whoever was there, it said something about his seatbelt. They're trying to get him out. They're trying to make sure his seatbelt was off, and they took him out of the car and started working on him.
Did your husband carry a gun?
Yes.
Where did he have it on his body when he wore it?
More times than not, he would just put his gun in the back of his waistband.
Behind him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see his gun that morning?
I don't remember seeing it, but it wouldn't have been something that I would have remembered or not remembered because he carried a gun.
When do you remember the first police officer trying to open the driver's side door?
It was a woman.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing at that time?
I was on the center console facing my husband, and I heard someone yell gun. One of the officers yelled gun, and I said it was my husband.
Did you open the doors right away?
I didn't open the doors
Oh, you didn't?
for the car.
Yeah.
I don't think I did. I think that the first responders did.
Did you have to unlock them?
I probably would have because the car would have been in drive.
Do you remember what happened next?
Well, at that point, it was just all the, the scene had, there were lots of police officers, and at some point, one of the police officers got me away from where they were working on my husband, put me in the back seat of his car. It was torrential downpour at that point, kind of out of nowhere. So the whole parking lot / field, it was just like flooded. So someone sat me in the back of their car. I sat there for a minute, but I got out again and talked to a few of the other officers. It's the memories are so weird from that time. So I have a hard time recalling all the things, but because it's been talked about and relived, for the last 2 years. The actual numbers are a little bit strange.
Did you see your husband taken from the field?
I did.
Pardon?
I don't think so.
Can you remember what's the next thing you can remember?
I think things just shifted to trying to figure out what happened. And we had all the cameras at the pawn shop, and I knew that they would have had footage of everything. So the focus shifted to trying to get into the pawn shop, and my husband had the keys on him
To get in the pawn shop?
to get into the pawn shop.
So what happened?
So I had to get the keys, the other set, from my house.
Did you go there?
Yes.
With whom?
Rob Truskowski and Detective Green drove me to get
Right.
the keys from my house.
So you got the keys? What happened?
And then we got in there and
In the pawn shop?
into the pawn shop and pulled up the footage so that they could see.
Did Mr. Truskowski know how to operate the?
Yes.
Okay, that's why he was there?
Yes.
Right.
Everyone, at some point, I had called, when I was on the scene, at some point I had called, because I had forgotten my phone. I used one of the police officers' phones, called one of the only numbers I knew, which was the store, the jewelry store, and my sister-in-law answered the phone, and I told them that my husband had been shot, and then, so they, at that point, they were only a mile away, so they started to come to the scene. Everyone started to show up.
From the store?
Yeah.
Okay. Did there come a time when did you speak to Marco that morning?
Yeah. So after the call got cut short with my sister-in-law, I'm not sure if she dropped the phone, or what happened. And so I tried calling the store back because I just tried calling the store back and no one answered. So I Googled, because we just left Marco's office and because Alex had been there, and just everything, and he was our lawyer, I Googled all law and got the phone number and called his office. And I talked to Gabby, I believe, asking if Marco was there. At that point, I told her that Hutch had been shot. And so that was in between. My timelines are a little bit off, but that's in between. So
Okay. Did there come a time when you went to the hospital?
yes,
Which hospital was that?
Providence,
And why were you going there
to identify the body.
with your husband?
Yes.
When you got there, what happened?
They put us in a side room.
Who was with you?
So, Chet Herman, his family friend, works at the store. He drove me to the hospital. So Marley had just gotten out of school when all of this was happening, and she knew at that point that her dad had been shot, but that's what she knew. So they put us in the side room, and that's when I had to tell Marley that he was gone, that her dad had died.
What was that?
It was horrific. She said, "Who's gonna walk me down the aisle?" She fell to the floor. It was awful. And then I had to decide should she see him. They asked me that at the hospital. And I didn't know, because at 16, I don't know. He wasn't. I didn't understand.
You didn't understand?
I didn't let her see him.
Oh, did you see him?
Yeah.
What did he look like?
He was intubated. And he was on the table. He was just wrapped in so many blankets. And just completely covered up, but up to here. Yeah.
You recognize him?
Of course.
Identify him?
Yeah.
Did there come a time when you realized that you had been murdered?
Yeah. Yes. At some point, just felt heat and burning and wet, which would have been probably blood on my leg. Yeah.
Which leg?
My right leg.
My approach?
To me.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 189 and 190. Are those photographs I'm handing you? Are they photographed?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what they're photographs of?
Yeah, this is my right leg.
And both of them?
Yes.
Both photographs.
Both photographs are of my right leg, yes.
And did you receive a wound there?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate representation of the way that I looked that day?
Yes.
Okay. I would move to admit numbers 189 and 190.
No objection. No objection.
89 and 190 are admitted?
Okay. That's 189. You said it felt burning and. Okay.
Yeah, it felt like it was burning, and I didn't really. This was hours later.
You what?
It was hours after.
Okay. So that's when you first noticed.
Yeah.
Right, and 190? Did you, during the time that of the shooting, do you remember, did you hear glass breaking at all?
I don't remember hearing the last break.
Okay. Were you treated for this?
They checked it out and documented it. They didn't, I wasn't treated.
Okay. It was not a bullet hole.
They said it was probably like a fragment or.
Okay. All right. At some point, did you, were you given your husband's jewelry, or did you see it?
It was given to me at some point between June 1st and the funeral.
Okay. But do you recognize his jewelry?
Yes.
All right. Let me show you. Exhibits numbers 191 through 195. May I touch? Are these photographs I'm showing you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you look through those? Do you recognize what's in there?
Yes.
191.
1 through 195.
Yes. And do you recognize what's pictured in there?
Yes, this is my husband's jewelry.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate representation of all that jewelry?
Yes.
Okay. I would move to admit that it's 191 through 195.
No objection.
No objection.
191 to 195 is good. You need to publish.
Thank you. This is a bracelet that you wore?
Yes.
Okay. Was that, what is that made of?
It's gold and rose gold and diamonds.
Okay. And next picture, 192. What is that?
That's a ring, his ring,
Okay. And 193.
his watch,
What kind of watch?
a Rolex,
Okay. And 194. Do you recognize that?
diamond chain,
Diamond chain. Okay. And 195.
another diamond chain. And these are memory pendants, and that's his father in that picture.
That's his father.
Yeah. From the 70s.
Did he wear both chains?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Do you know if he had any cash on him?
He did.
Okay. Did you see that cash?
I later found out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know if he had on his person?
On his person, he did. Yes.
Okay.
In his pockets.
Okay. Did you see that money at the hospital that day? Did you eventually get that money back yet?
No.
All right. Have you received any of this stuff back yet?
Some of the jewelry, yes.
Okay. Did the police tell you why they weren't giving it back to you?
Evidence.
It's evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry to take you through that, but that's what happened, correct?
That's what happened.
All right. I'd like to direct your attention now to the next day, June the 2nd. Do you recall that day?
Yeah. Yes.
Were you still feeling, I mean, how did you feel that day, June the 7th?
I'm sure shock. I'm sure there was a lot of shock.
Okay. Did you recall having any contact with Mr. Bisbikis on June the 2nd?
Yes.
Can you describe what that was?
So I believe at some point we were in the office at the jewelry store. With an officer and or one of the detectives, and trying to just piece things together and talk to the employees, and at that point we were informed that that Roy Larry had received, or that a lawyer had come to visit Roy Larry, and
Did you find out what that lawyer's name was?
Trophy Star.
Okay. And what happened then?
I had asked Marco about Trovius, and he.
Did you know Trovius Star?
No.
Mhm.
I said, we found out the name of the lawyer that came to visit Roy, and his name was Trovius Star. And Marco was like, oh my God, I know him. He's Washtenaw County. He's like, I went to law school with him. He's a good lawyer. I'll talk to him and I'll ask him not to take the case.
Not to take the case?
Not to take the case. And I said, okay, great. Yeah, I don't want a good lawyer, defending my husband's murderer. So that was just my thought process. So he said, I'll ask him not to take the case.
Did Mr. Bisbikis tell you that he had paid Mr. Starr $1,000 the night before, the night of your husband's murder,
No.
to represent Mr. Roy Larry?
No.
Did he tell you that he phoned him and asked him to come over and spoke to him about what the situation was?
Absolutely not.
Did he ever tell you that?
No, he never told me that.
But he told you that he went to law school with him, and he, correct?
He did.
And he said, I'll try and get him not to take the case.
That is what he said.
All right. Okay. All right. What happened regarding this incident? Do you recall? Did you ever hire some investigators of your own?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
A friend of mine in the jewelry industry had an incident happen, and she had hired these people, and she came over one of the first couple of days after June 1st and just was adamant about, you only get one chance, like the more time that goes on, you need to get people, and you need to bring in all the help you can, and here's the name of the person. You should call him. Just give him a call, she said. Just give him a call and see what he has to say.
Who was that person?
Kevin Cronin.
Kevin Cronin. All right. At that point, how did you feel about the police investigation that was happening?
Your Honor, can we please have a time frame?
On the day that this lady came over to talk to you about hiring private investigators, how were you feeling about the police investigation?
I was feeling like
Again,
I've
Judge.
never.
I was asking for a time frame.
You keep saying when he came over, but when,
When did this lady talk to you about doing this?
Um, maybe June 3rd.
June 3rd? Okay.
Yeah.
Again, like, on June the 3rd, what was your attitude toward the police investigation?
I was, I've never been in a situation like this, even remotely close to this. I had no dealings with law enforcement. I thought they were fine. I didn't have any problem. I didn't hire investigators because I had a problem with the way that things were being handled. It was mostly because there was a window of opportunity right away to either do it or not do it. And so when I brought them in, I thought, what could it hurt?
Okay.
And mostly I was just being guided by everyone around me.
Did you know what to do?
Absolutely not. In this situation,
Yeah.
how would anyone know what to do?
Right. Did you ever call Detective Green?
Of course.
Many times?
Of course.
Why?
Because he was the officer in charge. And I had so many questions about the case and very few answers.
When you talked to Detective Green, what was you talking
About what was going on with the case.
about? How were you feeling at that time?
Scared, uncertain. It took months, years for everyone to get arrested that's involved in this, that we know of. And so during all of that time, I was living with fear and uncertainty, and
Why were you afraid?
because they tried to kill me too.
Did you think people were still out there looking for you?
Absolutely.
Right. Who were you talking to for solace?
My inner circle got very, very small. So I would talk to not many people.
Was Detective Green one of those people?
Absolutely.
Okay. Was there any kind of a sexual element to your conversations with Dr. Detective Green? I'm sorry, Sergeant.
No. No.
Never?
Never.
While the investigation is still going on, during the month of June, were you having conversations with Mr. Bisbikis?
Yes.
What were those conversations?
He was offering advice with the business.
Advice with your business?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Trying to offer up help with the case, with trying to figure out who did this, telling me he had, feet on the street, and he had people out there talking to people, in the streets,
He told
trying to figure
you?
out who did this, trying to get to the bottom of who did this.
He told you that he had people on the street?
Yes.
Right.
Yep. He told me that Angelo at one point had people in a basement that he was keeping down there for questioning. He could only keep them for some. He said a lot of things.
Angelo Raptoplous?
Yes.
He said that Angelo had people in a basement
Yes.
detaining them?
Yes.
Right. What else did he tell you?
He said that a bike shop in Grosse Pointe had been broken into, that multiple bikes had been stolen, and that it could have been one of those bikes and it could have been involved with this break-in in Grosse Pointe. So I happen to have a Grosse Pointe lawyer neighbor who I asked about that, and he said, let me make a couple calls. I said, well, couldn't find anything out about any break-ins. I don't really know how, I wouldn't know about that. I actually ended up putting him in contact with Marco.
Did anything ever come of that?
My neighbor asked me if I had put up $200,000 as a reward for anything leading to, information about the shooting, and I said no. And the reason he asked me that was because
Objection. Objection.
But that's.
It calls for state of mind, Judge.
I understand. When you talk, you want us to send it to your neighbors, correct? Yeah, so that's not.
Okay, you can't tell us. All right. Did anything more happen about that bike thing?
No.
Okay. Did Mr. Bisbikis ever ask you for information?
Absolutely.
How often?
When it started with the footage at the pawn shop, he was in there with my some of the guys that work at the jewelry store. Marco was in there.
When?
I'm either, I think June 2nd.
June 2nd?
Yeah.
All right. Did you ever see, when was, have you seen the video of the shooting?
Yes.
When was the first time you saw it?
The first time I saw it was maybe an hour, like right away. I saw it right away.
Oh, in the store, in the pawn
store.
shop?
Yeah.
When Mr. Twiskowski got it working?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I want to show you exhibit number 197. And this, ask you if you, this is a Cellbrite extraction from Mr. Bisbikis' phone. Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes. Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Do you remember having this text conversation with Mr. Bisbikis? You don't?
But I did. I just don't have a recollection. Yes, this is. Yep. Yes.
All right. I would move to admit exhibit number 197. This is from the.
Judge, we have a stipulation.
That's fine. Is that June 1 or is that July? I thought
This is June 24th.
So it's 197.
Yes.
197.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
197 is a good.
Thank you. All right.
Could you approach?
Yes.
police reports or counsel the case. If you could all be back in your room, be back up here by 45 minutes. And once you're here, I'll get going again. So that would be, oh gosh, minutes. So if you could be here, let's just say 20 to 1:40. Once you're all here at 1:40, we'll be get started shortly after that. Thank you. Hi, Nick.
All rise. Your Honor, now calling the case of People of the State of Michigan versus Roy Larry, case number 2023-284-940-FC, and People of the State of Michigan versus Marco Bisbikis, case number 2023-284-941-FC.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Spinsky for the people.
Great Broward, on behalf of the people. Rick Blanco.
And James Thomas on behalf of Mr. Bisbikis.
Michael on behalf of Mr. Bisbikis.
Mitchell Rivera on behalf of Roy Larry.
Ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All rise for the jury. Sir, you may be seated. Ms. Hutchinson, if you can come forward, please. Please take a seat, and you are still under oath. You may continue, Mr. Spinsky.
I'm almost done. Thank you. Okay. All right. Ms. Hutchinson, earlier you said that you thought that the outstanding balance as of June the 1st was $2.4 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
And does that include the 2.1 million that you gave Mr. Bisbikis for the movie
Yes.
and the 300,000. Do you recall what that was about?
Well, that was just the remainder of what he had been holding for us. And at some point after June 1st, I had asked for that money back from Marco.
Okay. Do you remember having a series of text messages with Mr. Bisbikis regarding that amount of money?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to show you that mark is People's Exhibit number 200. Can you just look through this?
Yes. I remember this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are those the text messages between you and Mr. Bisbikis regarding the $300,000?
Yes.
Did that all occur in one day? If you look at the front.
Um, 3 days, the
Okay.
13th through the 15th of July of 2022.
Okay, and this is a extraction from Mr. Bisbikis' Cellbrite phone. And is this a true and accurate rendition of these text messages that you had between yourself and Mr. Bisbikis regarding the 300,000?
Yes.
Okay, I would move to admit number 200.
No objection.
Thank you. How did you broach the subject with him?
So I asked him to start paying off, so this is July, so property taxes were coming due. One of the vehicles that we own was in my husband's name, and so I was gonna have to deal with that. So I asked him to start paying off some bills for me out of that $300,000 that he was holding.
Okay. Did you read that?
I was under the assumption that it was in his trust account, the IOTA account.
Okay.
The exhibit number again, please.
This is 200. The Kevin that you are referring to in that last sentence or last couple of sentences, who is Kevin?
That's Kevin Cronin, the private investigator that I hired.
So his bill had come due too, right?
Correct.
All right, now the next page, you actually sent him the things that you were talking about in the first email? I mean, the first text message?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right, and those were the texts that you sent him, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Bisbikis' response on July the 13th, which is the next day, same day, he says, okay, I'll get things in motion. I'm playing catch up on time from last month, but I will get the cash in the account because Hutch had me holding it in cash in case the pawn shop needed it. I will get it rolling. Is that correct what he said?
Yes.
All right. And then you responded, thank you so much. Let me know if you need anything else from me. At which time he says, okay, was Cronin able to get any headway? Because I never heard back from him with a breakdown report or even a phone call. Do you understand what Mr. Bisbikis is talking about in this text message?
Yes.
What is he talking about?
My private investigators compiled a report after they did their investigation. And at this point, Marco was trying to get that detailed report.
All right, you had it already?
I had it.
Okay. By this time, this is dated July the 13th. By this time, was Mr. Bisbikis still your attorney?
No, of course,
regarding the murder case?
no, I had retained new attorneys, the beginning of July.
Okay. All right, we'll discuss that in a second. The next thing is you say to him a little bit later, I'll reach out to him, meaning Kevin. I think I should be getting a report. But you had gotten the report already.
Yes,
Did you intend to give that to Mr. Bisbikis?
never.
Okay. Then he says, okay, cool. And then you responded, hey, Marco, if it's cash, I'll just scoop it up. Are you around today still, or is tomorrow better? And he says, I got to run over to Fort Knox to grab it. I might be able to swing it late tonight after my meetings. The last one doesn't get done until 9 tonight. But if not tonight, then tomorrow. Even tomorrow even can work. I can drop it off to you once I grab it. And that's the Fort Knox you mentioned to us before?
Yes,
Then he says the DEA subpoena regarding the charm no plug is now asking for the name of the person this was sold to and the year it was made. What is he talking about here?
so this is the subpoena that we talked about on June 1st. No plug is literally what the diamond and gold piece was.
And it said no plug on it?
Yes,
And it was like the letters were formed, but it was in diamonds and gold.
correct,
Okay, and that had been sold to somebody prior to.
correct.
And then you respond a little bit later, okay, gotcha, tomorrow works. I have no idea the name of the no plug client. We don't keep client profiles. And even if we did, they go by street names 99% of the time. I can look into it though. Thanks for the update. Now, is this what you were talking about before about with the 8300 forms for the IRS?
Yes,
And you're saying we don't keep good records. Was it purposeful that you did not keep good records?
yes,
Okay. And that was to make it hard to trace all this stuff, right?
correct.
All right. Then the next email comes from, the next text, I'm sorry, I'm still on that. The next text comes from Mr. Bisbikis, and he said, would 8 to 8:30 p.m. work? And then you say, could you just take the $300,000 to the store? I have kids and family at the house, so I'm uncomfortable having it here. The guys are there until 5 p.m., so anytime is good. So you're asking him to take this over to Hutch's Jewelry.
Yes.
Now, what's going on at your house during this period of time?
Well, during this period of time, I certainly had, my family was staying really close and keeping a watchful eye. Yeah, the ones closest knew that Marco was involved, and we had to keep a very tight lip about things at that point.
Right. Did the receipt of that report that you got from your private investigators, did that have any bearing on the fact that Marco was no longer your attorney as far as the murder was concerned?
Of course, yes.
All right.
What they
All right.
uncovered about this.
All right, don't tell me that. All right. So then the next, that was the 14th when you asked him to bring it to the store. And then you mentioned again, this is now on the 15th. Hey, Marco, will you be able to drop the money off at the store today? And he responds back, I can't today. It's my daughter's birthday. So I'm trying to get home today. Tomorrow I have a wedding to attend. So I can either do it Sunday or Monday, the latest. And that's dated July the 15th, correct?
Yes.
And then he also says, do you want me to pay Cronin from that, or are you taking care of him? And then he says, I wasn't sure about that because I never heard back from him. Okay. And then you respond, okay, kids always come first. Tell her happy birthday. Sunday or Monday is fine. Yes, please. Yes, please, I'm Cronin. So you're not telling him, are you, that you already have the report?
Correct.
And then he responds back to you, okay, will do. If you want to come by, we're going to cake and ice cream around 7 for the adults. The Prince's festivities already began for the kids, LOL. And then you respond, it's hard to pass up a Prince's party, but I think we're going to have to sit this one out. Marley has plans with friends, and I still have family around. Thank you, though. Enjoy. And then he says, okay, sounds good. So did he ever contest, did Mr. Bisbikis ever tell you, I don't owe you $300,000? Did he ever say that?
No.
Okay. In fact, from this string of text messages, what was the impression you had?
That he had it in cash and was gonna bring it when he picked it up from Fort Knox.
Okay. Have you ever received that money?
No.
Did you ever receive the $2.1 million investment?
No.
Money back? No. So as of June the 1st, Mr. Bisbikis still owed you $2.4 million.
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing for you.
Mr. Baker.
I have no questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We spoke previously.
Yes.
My name is Jim Thomas. I represent Marco Bisbikis. You know that.
Yes.
You're here as a result of the death of your husband.
Correct.
And I want to be sensitive to you as a witness in this case because I saw how it is that you reacted to discussing what it is that happened.
Mr. Thomas, I can hardly hear you.
And I'm trying to be soft, Judge, but
But we hear the questions.
yeah, if you think that I'm talking too loud, let me know. But the questions that I'm going to ask you are going to relate to what it was that Mr. Skrinsky brought out on his direct. Fair enough?
Yes.
You're going to have to answer, yeah.
Yes.
And so you're here to testify, but you're testifying under a grant of immunity. No pun intended, Judge. There's an order signed by Judge Grant that says that you are able to talk without any problem whatsoever. That is to not worry about any potential criminal case that's going to be filed against you. Is that right?
Correct.
And so that means that anything that you've done that was illegal that you talk about, you're protected. Is that right?
Correct.
Objection. He's misstating.
It's not what the.
That's not what the agreement says.
Okay. What is your understanding of the agreement?
That it provides protection from what I've testified for the illegal activity that I've testified.
So if you testify about an issue, for example, like money laundering, you're protected, correct?
Correct.
If you testify against some fraud that you committed, you're protected, correct?
Correct.
If you did not pay your taxes and it becomes a criminal thing, whether it's federal or state, you're protected. Is that right?
Objection, Judge. Again, the document speaks for itself, but the document says that nothing she testifies to today, her actual testimony, cannot be used against her. That's what the immunity agreement says.
Okay.
So nobody can take a transcript of the testimony and use it against her. That's what the agreement is.
Not just today, though, is it? It's what you testified to on a prior occasion. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Okay. But you did involve yourself in the business of the jewelry store and other things that Hutch had either purchased or owned.
Yes.
First, how involved were you in the jewelry store before Hutch died?
I would go in once or twice a week. And I really, one of my main duties there was to put together the month-end package that I would take over to the accountants.
Do you have an accounting background?
No.
Okay. So the management of the company was handled mostly by your husband, is that right?
We have a team of employees employees.
Yes, and I was going to get to that. And so who is on your team?
When? She said when? When?
Before your husband died. We're talking in that sequence, please.
Okay. We had a lot of, we probably have about 12 employees.
Okay, but was Daryl Hasty one of them?
Daryl Hasty,
Is he a manager?
he wasn't then.
What about Mike Casa? Was he one of them?
Yes,
And was he a manager?
he was a manager.
And how about, is Demetrius Brown, and was he an employee before your husband died?
Yes.
And was he a manager?
No,
Okay. And did you have any other managers?
yes,
And so these managers would supervise people who were employed there that were at the counters, is that right?
sort of.
And would they be also doing a business with people at the counters?
There was kind of a division of duties within the store, so.
Could you explain?
Sure, one of the managers focused primarily on the glasses aspect of the store and the lenses, and in fact, he has his own little section in the store, almost like a closet, where he cuts lenses all day, and then we can dye these lenses different colors. So there's another station where he does that. Another one of the managers would focus mostly on like taking care of layaways.
You're not naming names. What was the name of the
Well,
manager
Colin
for the
Campbell.
optics company?
Yep, Colin. So Colin Campbell was like the lens manager.
Okay.
Mike Casa would, his duties were the layaways, tracking, because we have a lot of layaways, and he would put together deposits for the bank.
The layaways aspect is if a person comes into the store and wants to buy something and they want to pay for it and then pay for it over time, that's a layaway, correct?
Yeah.
Were there times that you would take, for example, somebody's watch and purchase it and hold on to it?
We would lend out on certain things, yes.
And is that aspect, would you know that is a pawn transaction?
That's beyond the scope of what our business should have been doing. We shouldn't have been putting money out like that. So
And the reason why I was asking you was because you said that you didn't understand why it was that the pawn shop was going to be purchased, but wasn't it because that aspect of the business was profitable and you were going to be able to do that then with a pawn license?
we weren't making money off of the loans that we were putting out at that time. It was a service that we provided for our customers that were repeat customers.
But you said that you weren't supposed to do that. Who says that you're not supposed to do that?
The law.
That's correct. So you could comply with the law, though, by opening up a pawn shop and doing that type of business there, correct?
Correct.
But I was talking about the money part. So the managers or the employees would then take and do financial transactions. Some would be credit card, correct?
Yes.
And some would be WhatsApp, correct?
Cash App.
Cash App. And Marco's firm helped you with Cash App at one time. Is that right?
Yes.
There was a $300,000 issue. And even after the charges, the firm was able to turn over that file to you and your lawyers, right?
They turned over a file that had been resolved years earlier.
And did you get the money?
Years earlier, before the death. June
Before
1st.
that. So
Yeah, way before.
okay.
Yeah, that was a very old issue. That had
There
been
were many
resolved.
issues that Mr. Bisbikis handled for the office, isn't that correct?
Sure.
And as a result of those issues, he was able to generate business from the office. He was getting paid, correct?
Can you please rephrase that?
You paid him for the work that he did for
Yes.
you, right? And his relationship with Hutch was such that he was able to get referrals from other lawyers as well, from other people that Hutch and you knew as well, correct?
Family members.
So you were a valuable client to Mr. Bisbikis. Would you agree?
I've never asked Mr. Bisbikis if he thought I was a valuable client.
Did you consider that the work that you gave him was significant?
I don't know the scope of any of his other clients, so I don't know how.
Well, he represented your father, did he not?
He did.
Okay. And that was in a criminal case, correct?
No.
What kind of a case was it?
DUI.
Okay. That might be criminal. It might be general practice on a Friday night.
I don't
But
know. Is it
he was charged in court. Marco represented him, correct?
Yes.
And you sent other family members to him as well.
Yes.
And he represented Hutch in getting an expungement, didn't he?
He didn't. It wasn't an expungement. It was.
Ma'am, your husband did you know whether he had a conviction for a drug offense and that it was erased? If you don't, say so and we'll move on.
Marco never represented any of that. Marco had nothing to do with any of that.
What other family members did he represent?
Let's see. He represented my sister-in-law.
In fact, on the day in question, on June 1st, she had a court date, did she not?
I don't know.
You were with Marco that morning. Wasn't that one of the things that you discussed?
I don't remember discussing that.
Were you in the room with
Yes.
Marco and your husband the whole time?
Yes.
But you don't remember discussing an upcoming date where an issue that she had was resolved?
I don't have any recollection of that being talked about. Not to say that it wasn't, but I don't remember.
You're talking about your clientele at the store and the people that came to the store. Obviously, you can't tell by looking at somebody whether or not they are involved in criminal activity, correct?
Correct.
But these people came in with large amounts of cash, did they not?
Correct.
I mean, we saw bundles here of $10,000 and stuff like that. Was that unusual to see that type of transaction after COVID began?
No.
And when did COVID happen? Do you remember?
2020.
March 19th of 2020. Do you remember that? When the governor shut everything down?
Yes.
But it didn't shut down Hutch's because, well, how long were you out and off before you were able to start back up?
We were closed for the month of April, and we were able to open up limitedly in May.
And so is it fair to say that after COVID came, that the money didn't start flowing in until May?
Correct.
And we're talking about now the cash money, the large amount of money that was influxed as a result of the availability of money after COVID had been declared.
Yes.
Okay. And so when the money comes into the office, who then takes the money? How is it handled in the office? And I don't want to betray any secrets, but I want to show the flow of person to person, not place to place. So give me an example.
So it would come in through whoever the salesperson was.
I come to the salesperson, I give him 10 grand.
Yes.
Not 10,001, but $10,000, correct?
Okay.
All right. Did you know whether or not that was a legal transaction at that time?
At what time?
When a person brought $10,000 into you?
Yes. When
But what if I brought you $10,001 in cash? What would that be? Something that you would have to declare to the government?
yes, there's a form that you have to send to the IRS.
And that's the 8300 form, correct? Yes.
Yes.
All right. So I hear your testimony. You did not file 8300s for every transaction. Is that right?
That's right.
And that is a crime, isn't
Yes.
that? And
when the 8300 form is filed, you're required to put down the name of the person, correct?
Correct.
And his identifying information, driver's license and whatever, correct?
Yes.
And did you know whether or not that form had anything on it that required you to notify them regarding a suspicious transaction?
I believe, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the form.
Okay. And it's signed by you, is that right? The 8300 form.
The 8300 form would be signed by the business or the manager or the owner of the business.
And that's signed under a provision that it would be perjury not to be accurate or correct on that, correct?
I would have to look at the form, but it seems like that makes sense.
All right. Now, I'm trying to understand, and I need some help with it. And that is, there is this issue of $2.4 million. That was cash that was given to Marco Bisbikis, correct?
Yes.
And then there was the additional money that was given that you're claiming was also cash that he was responsible for, and that was about another $2 million. Is that right?
That was documented. That was all documented with wires that he did for us.
Okay, and I'll get to that in 1 second. But the money that you gave him, you're saying was at All Law and at his office in Farmington Hills. Is that correct?
When he moved to the Greenfield location, then it was only at the Greenfield location.
Greenfield and Southfield. But you said, I thought on direct, that you also gave him cash in Farmington Hills.
Yes.
And so can you tell me when it was that you gave him cash in Farmington Hills?
No, I don't have any specific dates of when any of that happened.
But it would be within the framework of what you were saying, and that is that it was after COVID.
Yes.
Okay. Now, there were business transactions that had been done that you first learned about after Hutch died. Is that right?
I don't know exactly.
Well, okay. Did your husband have transactions where he purchased things that you did not know about?
I wouldn't, nothing's come up that, I don't know what you're talking about, so.
Okay.
No.
So you're then aware of all the financial transactions that Hutch had with Marco to purchase items for you and for him. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And that included houses that you've described on direct testimony, boats and other things, right?
Yes.
Also, was it during that time frame that these items were paid for?
What?
The time?
I somewhere in there, yes.
Did you read the Forteris report?
I did.
Do you agree with the proposition that many of the things that you learned about in your husband's business transactions were unknown to you at the time of his death? You agree with that or don't disagree?
Can you say that again, please?
The Forteris report, did you read it?
I did read it.
And did it have a provision in it that said that the first time that you heard of some of Hutch's business transactions was after he died?
This is hearsay.
Do you agree with it?
This is hearsay.
That was not hearsay, so I agree, that's sustained.
Do you know Darnell Larry?
No, after June 1st, I know.
Do you remember him ever coming into the store on any occasion?
No,
Do you remember him calling the store on any occasion?
no,
Do you remember talking to anyone at your store, and it's a yes or no, whether or not they told you that they had had a conversation with Darnell Larry?
no.
And were you aware, by being there and present, whether or not your husband was cooperating with law enforcement at any time?
My husband was in what context?
In terms of being an informant in a case
He was
against a
never
client?
An informant, and that was fabricated by,
That was not your husband.
no,
Okay. And he had received overtime, and are you aware of seeing,
You don't use pronouns, I don't know who he is.
have you seen subpoenas for grand juries
no.
for Hutches?
No, I don't, does a grand jury, I don't know who would be sending me the subpoenas for the forfeiture cases. Would a
Yes.
grand jury send those?
They were asking you about jewelry
Yes,
that a person who was your client had
yes.
that they were trying to take. Is that correct?
Well, objection. All of this is hearsay, and I'm not sure what he's referring to.
I was saying, you're using theys, he's, thems. I don't know what you referred to, and that's why I think that's what this is.
Could you possibly tell the jury then about these subpoenas? What do you know of your own knowledge and not what I'm leading you to?
I think the problem is, what period of time are you talking about?
Well,
What
this is
subpoenas?
before your husband passed away. And these are, my predicate question is for representation by Mr. Bisbikis in the handling of those subpoenas. But I have to get to the point of her knowing that there were subpoenas first. So were you aware that there were requests by the federal government for information relating to some of your clients?
As I had testified earlier, yes.
Okay. And who handled that for you?
We used to handle them on our own, and then at some point, Marco started to respond.
When you came in to see Mr. Bisbikis, was that ever discussed in your presence?
The subpoenas?
Yes.
Yes.
And when was that? Was it on the date of the execution of the will, or was it
On June 1st, when we went.
on the
and
date
met
he
him.
died? So there was not only the discussion about the subpoenas. What was the purpose for coming to see Marco on June the 1st?
There was one subpoena in particular that had been served within the last month, and we had to respond to it. The subpoenas were not a big deal, and they came every now and again, and we didn't even have legal representation respond in the past. It was just one of our customers got in trouble for something, and they got their stuff taken, and we had to, they say whether we sold it to them or not. Sometimes they would get their stuff back. Sometimes customers get their stuff back, sometimes they don't. It's just a legal document. They just it's just a small part of a bigger case that's going on with someone we don't know, with details we don't know. So these subpoenas were, they were just not, they weren't really a significant thing. It was just something that we had to handle.
And so you said that your clients got into trouble, and that implies that maybe it's criminal trouble.
Correct.
Okay. I'm thinking of two subpoenas. Do you remember a second one with a special agent by the name of Tyler Goodnight?
Well, I know the name Tyler Goodnight. The other subpoena, I know more based on the item than anything else. So if you could tell me the item, and then I might have a recollection.
So the clientele that would come in, while you don't know who they are or what they do, You do know that they're bringing in large amounts of cash.
Some of them.
Some. And I'm talking now about the ones that are generating the money that you're going to be giving to Mr. Bisbikis at some point, correct?
What was the question?
Okay. What I'm trying to get to is that your clients may have criminal intentions and generated the money through criminal acts. You don't know that, right?
No, I don't know my clients.
But you do know that they're coming in and on multiple occasions to buy jewelry and expensive jewelry, correct?
Correct.
And you know that this is during COVID when there was PPP money flowing, correct?
Yes.
And what about credit card fraud? Do you know about credit card fraud and how it is that people can assume someone's identification and generate huge bills on people's parts in order to get cash in their pockets?
So firsthand,
You do not. Do you have people that have come in under a false identity and tried to charge items
Yes.
at your store
absolutely.
and spend a lot of money in order to get the jewelry, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would that happen?
Would people try to fraud us?
Yeah.
It just happens. I mean, we're a retail jewelry store, so it happens. It happens a lot. People, we have safeguards in place that protect us, and so we do our due diligence. And but people try as much as they try.
So I don't get a sense though how often that happens.
I don't know how to. I'm not sure. It happens.
Did it happen every week? Did it happen
No.
every month?
Probably not even every month.
Can you quantify a percentage of transactions that you do that are fraudulent, that you don't know about, but that somebody's trying to get over on you?
No, I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Not many. Not many, because the credit card companies have such, safeguards in place that the ones that are getting through, I don't know, somehow, I don't know, they get one step ahead of them. But not alone.
You had security there before your husband was killed?
No,
There was no security in there. No one had a weapon.
we didn't have security. We have hired security after my husband was killed. But
not before.
You didn't ask me.
And you said no, not before,
Correct,
in a jewelry store.
correct.
All right. I want to talk to you about a series of transactions that occurred with Mr. Bisbikis and ask you whether or not you recall them. Okay. There was a loan and it was a payment for 1175 Lakeside Drive in the amount of $467,851.39. And it was on June the 30th of 2020. Do you recall that transaction?
Yes.
What was that for?
That was the payoff of the mortgage on the secondary home.
And did you accomplish that by giving Mr. Bisbikis the money in order to do that?
Yes.
You remember how that was accomplished? Were you there when the money was delivered to Mr. Bisbikis?
I don't know specific times and drop-offs,
Mhm.
but I was there for some of them.
But you don't recall specifically for this one?
Because it was a balance. It wasn't that money was brought over for anything specific. It was just that money was being stored with Marco, and however Marco was holding it, whether it be in a safe or in an account, we had an understanding of this balance, and then he would fire off payments, whether it be for that home or business stuff. So it wasn't like, we're gonna buy this, here's a bag of money in this exact amount, do this. It was just,
Okay. Did Mr. Bisbikis then do another transaction for payments of $250,000 on October the 16th, 2020 for PC 800 Inc., Jeffrey Yip, $250,000. Do you recall that?
yes, Jeffrey Yip would have been the Cartier account.
And again, that was money that Mr. Bisbikis had on hand that you had given him. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
And you don't recall a specific instance when that was delivered, or do you?
no, so it's just those, we would deliver 500,000. The one picture showed $1 million, so it was quite a bit of money that we would pay monthly.
There is on December 28, 2020, a transaction sent to Richard Gizzy by check out of his trust account. Did $92,148, do you recall that?
Yes,
This is one that you knew about. This wasn't something that your husband did that you did not know about?
no, I knew about that.
Okay. And then on January 1st, 2021, was there $194,958.50, again paid to Jeffrey Yip.
Yes,
And that also was accomplished by a check from the trust account. Were you aware of that when that happened?
yes,
And that was for your benefit as well?
yes, the business.
Okay, and that was by the optics company, is that right?
That was to buy inventory.
Inventory for the optics company?
Correct.
So I'm going to interrupt this for just a second and go back to this idea of, going from 7 million to 21 million. When you sell things, there is a cost to the sale, isn't there?
Of course.
And these costs continue to go on as the sales are going on. Would you agree?
Yes.
And so there's cost of sales, which would be the product itself and what goes into the product, the services of maybe providing a ring for somebody that's special. That's a cost. Is that not right?
Yes.
You'd have to pay your jeweler, or you call them gemologists, to do the work. And that would be something that would be a cost of Hutch's, correct?
Correct.
And then you've got your overhead, whatever that is, your building. Was that a lease?
Yes.
Your warehouse? Lease?
Yes.
And then whatever vehicles or other things that you have, right? And so, do you have an accounting background?
Still don't have an accounting background.
And so when you're turning this information over to the accountant and telling the accountant, here's what our receipts are you telling him this is what my credit card receipts are?
Yeah, we provide reports for that, yeah.
And you can't fudge the credit card receipts, can you?
No.
Because credit cards are going to be through a third party and there's paper generated. And what about then the other services that you use? Pay accounts or other accounts. Those you can't really fudge, can you?
No.
But then the cash you can, because people don't know how much money you're taking in on a daily basis, right?
Right.
And so you estimated that you made $21 million, which is a lot. In 2020, did you get a sense as to how much you were, first of all, what the cost of goods on $21 million was?
I'm not sure what the cost of goods was.
Does the jewelry store make 50% or 100%, or do you know that at all? Because
Certainly don't make 100%, certainly don't make 50%. The cost of goods went up. During that time, we were doing a lot of custom work, and it was very chaotic. And so there were a lot of mishaps with timing, with just things getting made, and things needed to be remade. And so sales definitely went up, but mistakes went up as well, because we were unable to keep up with the pace of business.
so mistakes is one part of it, but the actual cost of it, you got to buy gold, you got to buy diamonds, you got to do all that stuff, right? And so can you tell the jury what the cost of goods were on 21 million? That's a lot to take and put in your pocket if it's 21 million. If the cost of goods are 50% or 60%, then it's maybe not that much. Do you know?
No, I don't know offhand what the cost of goods were.
Did your husband give any money to any other people other than Marco Bisbikis?
No, not in this fashion.
some guy wants a loan for $80,000. He comes in and asks Hutch for it, and he says, you know, I need 80,000. Hutch goes into the safe, gives him 80,000. Nothing else is done. Are you aware of that transaction?
Which transaction?
The $80,000 transaction with somebody,
To who?
a gentleman who's on YouTube today advertising it?
No.
Okay.
I would like
But
to see it.
but as far as giving money to other people, you don't recall Hutch doing that, being generous with other people.
Oh, my husband was incredibly generous. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You're engaged in a business that uses gold, correct?
Correct.
And gold can be melted, can it?
Yes.
And do you have a facility in your jewelry store that allows for the melting of gold at high temperature?
Yes.
I asked you previously about gold bars, and you said that you were not aware of a $200,000 transaction to Ram Creations for gold bars. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
All right.
I was wrong. I was wrong about that one.
Okay.
And I was honest, but I didn't know what that was until after that. And it was explained to me, you know, this was a situation with another wholesaler. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. The fact that it was wrong, I appreciate that part. You were mistaken because you thought you were telling the truth when you were in that previous hearing. Is that right? And you were sworn to tell the truth, but you made a mistake. And so there were two payments to Ram Creations for $100,000 each on February 12th of 2021. Those were made by Comerica checks out of Bisbikis firm. And that was for the benefit of Hutch or the business. Is that right?
Yes.
And then there was, again, another check for $100,243. Oh, I think I did that to Mr. Yip on March 9th of 2021. Again, on that same day, there was $64,000 paid to Jeffrey Yip for H2 Optics, and that was on March 9th, 2021. All paid for out of a cashier's check. That was for the benefit of Hutch's. Is that right?
Yes.
In March of 2021, did you buy, you already testified that you bought a vacation rental, right?
Yes.
And that vacation rental, did you know about that before Hutch bought it?
Of course.
And was the price for that $367,463?
That sounds about right.
Okay, and did Marco Bisbikis pay for that for your benefit?
I think so.
Out of a Chase account from his lawyer's check. Were you aware that Bisbikis was depositing your cash into his trust account?
Yes.
He told you he was going to do that. And just so the jury understands, the money that was coming out of the trust account was going to be used to make checks to purchase things to appear as if it was legitimate funds, right?
Yes.
And the prosecutor called that a launder. That's money laundering. You understand that, right?
Yes.
In May of 2021, there was a $274,973 payment by Comerica Wire to American Land Title. What was that for?
I'm not sure. Is there? Can you tell me the?
Did your mom have a condo in Florida?
Okay, then that would have been the condo in Panama City Beach for the mother-in-law, yes.
And I only have three more. Payment to Westland Mall Realty of $65,578 on June the 16th, 2021. What was that for?
That was for buyout of a lease.
And that was the lease that you had for the store in Westland? Your mom's store in Westland? But that money was paid for the benefit of Hutch and you, right? By Mr. Bisbikis?
Yes.
All right. Michigan First Credit Union, there was a loan of $115,769.91. Was that for the boat?
Yes.
And that was to pay off your boat?
Yes.
And that was also done by Mr. Bisbikis?
Yes.
With the money that you gave him so that he could legitimize?
Yes.
And then the last one that I have is the pawn shop.
I'm sorry, what?
The pawn shop. And that was on April the 19th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you talked to the jury about the April 15th date and how it got postponed.
Yes.
All right. But when it did get postponed, it was only 4 days later. Is that right? And did he appear?
Yes.
At that closing? Did he appear with a family member?
Yes.
And was that represented to be a family member from Greece?
Yes.
Was he a big guy or not?
He wasn't bigger than Marco.
That would be big if he was bigger than Marco.
He was smaller than Marco.
Okay. Did he attend in the closing itself?
Yes.
And in that closing was the owner, Ray.
Yes.
You knew Ray,
Yes.
and Marco was there, and the closing agent, and the $599,000 came, and it was delivered by wire. Is that right?
I believe so.
But it was money that had been given to Hutch. I'm sorry, given to Marco, and that money was being used again for your benefit.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever espouse the theory that Marco did not want to close that deal?
No, the fact that he said he got hit by a car on the original closing date certainly raised suspicions. And it doesn't seem as though.
But he was supposed to have been accumulating all this cash on your behalf. He certainly could have used that or the money in his office accounts in order to pay that. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I don't know what he was doing with the money. I don't know where he was putting it, if he was using it for his own benefit, if he, I don't know.
But he did come up 4 days later with the money.
He did.
And there was no complaints about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You are aware of the relationship between Marco and Hutch, are you not? You had a chance to witness it. You lived it. He was your friend and you saw him on many, many occasions, right?
Correct.
Is there any indication by Hutch of any dissatisfaction at all about Marco?
We both felt uneasy with the amount of money that we entrusted in him, and the situation just kind of grew, and it started as one thing, and then it just got bigger and bigger and bigger with Marco. And as the money grew, it started to feel a little unmanageable. And so, yes.
And this is at a time when you're going in and delivering money to him on a regular basis, is that right? or was it afterwards?
No, just in general. It was not having that amount of money was kind of scary in cash. And
That's understandable. But in order to allay that fear, did you ever approach Marco and ask him before your tape conversations or after your husband died? Was there ever a time when you went to him and said, listen, I need a balance? Or
yes, the balance was, yes. we
okay,
did talk about the balance.
did you get a balance?
Yes.
Where is it?
Well, they would write it down and acknowledge it. And
Where is that?
they intentionally, we wouldn't keep a ledger because of, for both ends.
But can you have it both ways? And that is that you're worried and you have this fear, and yet you have this balance, but nobody has any proof of it?
Well, the concern was more fear for safety. And it wasn't, of course, it's about the money too, but
What threats did you receive from Marco Bisbikis?
no, never received threats from Marco. It's just to have that amount of cash. You never know who knows what people do with that sort of information. It could be scary. It was.
But you didn't have a way to prove that money had been given to Marco if you didn't have a receipt, or if you didn't have a ledger or some accounting for that.
Correct.
And so we're here with the jury, and we're trying to figure out what's right and what's fair and reasonable. If there is no accounting, then there must have been trust. If there is an accounting, then you have proof of it. But we have no proof of it except for what it is that you say.
There was enough trust, but we also had no other options. There was no other, there wasn't, I shouldn't say we had no other options.
You could have asked him for the money back before your husband died.
Yes.
If he was worried about it, he'd have asked for the money back. Correct?
He could have.
Did you ever text him or email him or give him any other proof that you had this issue regarding the money?
No.
Did he ever text or email back you regarding that issue?
No.
Was he on social media?
Who's he?
Your husband.
Oh.
Facebook, Snapchat, all those things?
The store has social media, and he had an inactive Facebook. He didn't have a personal social media.
So, Mike, I want to pull up the will and specifically the pledging into the will. There was a theory. Tell me if this is what you're thinking. And that is that Marco did not want to do the closing on April the 19th.
Objection. Whose theory is this? I asked the foundation. This is yours.
Okay. Did you ever feel that the closing was not going to take place?
Yes, when it didn't take place.
When it didn't?
Yes.
But then on the 19th,
when it didn't take place on the 14th, yeah, we were 15th. We were definitely suspicious of that because of the story that came with it.
What was the story?
The story was that he was hit by a car on Lafayette in Detroit and had to get checked out at the hospital.
So, but you had executed a will on April the 14th, is that right?
Yes.
Was it ever said in the will that Marco was a beneficiary of that will?
The will, no. The trust, yes.
You saw the media reports that said that it was the will?
No, I heard.
Objection. This is irrelevant.
Answer what?
Okay.
I don't know. It doesn't matter what the media says about this case.
As a result of your execution of the documents, have you looked at them again?
I have had to look at them because I had to honor certain things in that will and trust to rewrite my new will and trust, and my new will and trust attorney
Trust.
spelled
When did you do that?
almost immediately.
Okay. Who was the person who was going to be the guardian for your daughter in your will originally?
With Marco?
No. Who was supposed to look out for your daughter?
The one that Marco wrote?
Yes.
My mother,
And what is her name?
Dawn.
Say it
Dawn.
again. Not Hutchinson. What is her last name?
Dawn Kessler.
Kestner. And she has a great relationship with your daughter,
Yes,
and you trust her to look out for her benefit?
of course.
Okay. And then on the actual trust side, that trust was executed on April the 14th, correct?
Correct.
Just before the closing, correct?
Yes.
All right. The closing was originally scheduled for the 15th, but on the okay. On the 19th, that was there. Do we have that? All right. Can I see the will? It's right up there on the left top left. Mike, there we go. Thank you. So, do you know whether or not H2 Optics, whether or not HJ Pawn and Exchange had been formed before the will had been executed?
Yeah, it was included in that.
Do you recall executing an assignment of that entity that was registered with the state of Michigan? Do you remember doing that on April the 14th?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let's pause there because any more of this will talk is going to make me write my own one speedily. I was trying to see where I can direct, and I don't see many people live. What is happening? We can head over to Credence and Mikey. They've been in the chat before. It's body cam though, at the moment. Or I can leave you to float wherever you want to float. I need to get ready for bed and give the cats meds. Ooh, lawyer you know is doing a Sarah Boone reaction. I'm going to send everyone there and I'm going to join. But if you don't want to be there, all good. No offense taken at all. I'm just interested to see the legal side of Sarah Boone, and I feel like he does pretty well on the balance on her. I will probably see you guys tomorrow. If I wake up and I feel like I just need a duvet day, I'll pop something on the community chat, the community page, and you'll see. Otherwise, I will be here and we will finish with this absolutely insufferable lawyer. And if I got to suffer, I need you with me. I don't see lawyer you know live. Oh. Ah, yeah, he's in fact not. Okay, we just got to float then. Sorry. Yes, tomorrow is a holiday. It's Women's Day. So I will also see if I do go live. I'll try to get something South African Women's Day-ish because we have a pretty cool story. He's too talky. He talks to me. You guys hang out here. I literally talk like double what he does. That is hilarious. Bless you. Did you guys hear him? Okay, I'll probably see you tomorrow. Sleep tight.